long time. A lot of people might look at this card and not be that excited by it. A lot of people might look at this card and think that it's not all that, because maybe it's lacking a little bit of star power. There's only 10 fights on the card, but I have to admit I do like that. I always like it when they give the shows a chance to breathe, so I do appreciate the fact there's only 10 fights, but there's some big fights here that I really care about, like the return of Miesha Tate. I love Miesha Tate. Miesha Tate, I mean, like, when Ronda Rousey was champion and she lost the title to Holly Holm, that's one of the biggest shocks in UFC history. No one gave Holly Holm much of a chance. And Ronda Rousey losing the title to Holly Holm is one of those OMG moments in the history of UFC. Well, it was Miesha Tate that beat Holly Holm in her first title defense to become the new champion. So she's a former champion, Miesha Tate. She's not been around since 2016. Obviously, she had wars with Ronda Rousey as well. They faced each other in UFC. They faced each other in Strikeforce. There was obviously the Ultimate Fighter. So the return of Miesha Tate really excites me. So I'm really looking forward to seeing her tonight in the co-main event. And then, of course, the main event tonight. The main event tonight has got what Khabib calls the future lightweight champion in Islam Makhachev. So Islam Makhachev is obviously his kind of protege, if you will. Khabib was saying that his dad, before his dad passed away, said, "I want you to look after Makhachev and help him achieve the great things that you achieved." Khabib is helping Islam Makhachev because his father's wishes were exactly that. So this is very important. You will see Khabib in Makhachev's corner tonight. Makhachev, I think, is ranked number 9 in the lightweight division. And obviously is trying to progress and get a future title opportunity. But yeah, I am so looking forward to seeing that main event match, because I do think Makhachev's going to win. I also think he's going to make a statement. I also wonder if tonight is maybe the last time we see him on a fight night. I really feel that Makhachev is at the point in his career where he's going to start making big moves now. Like, after this fight, I think the next fight's coming up at like your Tony Ferguson's. I think we're looking at, like, Tony Ferguson. I think you probably too early for Conor, but I'm wondering. I'm looking at Dariush. I'm looking at Chandler. I'm looking at Hooker. You know, these are the kind of names that Makhachev is going to be hanging with after tonight. Not too far away from Conor's and Poirier's and Gaethje's. Like, they're right up there. I think, wasn't Conor like ranked 5th in this division, and Makhachev is ranked 9th. So there's really not that much between them. So yeah, this is a big night. I hope Makhachev gets the win tonight. It's a big night for him, because, as we said, a win in that main event will really push him into the top part of this division. And Khabib has said all along, you know, everyone's talking about Poirier, everyone's talking about McGregor, everyone's talking about these fighters. Give it a little bit of time. Just give it a little bit of time. Everyone will be talking about Islam Makhachev. And does that conversation start tonight? So very excited for our main event. I do think it could be quite one-sided. I mean, Thiago Moises is a great fighter. There's no denying that. But I do think that he's going to struggle to get past Makhachev, and actually so do the bookies. I think last time I saw written down, I've got Makhachev at minus 650 favourite. Minus 650 favourite for Makhachev. That's got to be one of the heaviest favourites in a main event that I can remember for a long while. Minus 650 favourite is insane. So Makhachev coming in minus 650. Thiago Moises at plus 450. Then we've got, so that's why I love the main event, right? Because if Makhachev loses, I'll be heartbroken. Because I really want to see him, you know, getting those big fights that are coming up. And see, you know, can Khabib do it as a fighter and a trainer? Can he do it as a fighter and a coach? So looking forward to the main event. Khabib has said Makhachev right now would finish Poirier and Oliveira, just so we're on the same page. Right now, Khabib is saying that Islam Makhachev is better than the current lightweight champion, would beat Dustin Poirier. Dustin Poirier, of course, just beating Conor last weekend. So just to put it into perspective of where they think Islam Makhachev is, like, it's exciting. Then we've got the co-main, which is Marion Reneau, who's a bit of a legend. Like, Marion Reneau's had some great wins in her career. She's been around for a little while. She's 44. This is her last fight. She's retiring. So, not like the biggest name, but she's someone that, you know, I've enjoyed watching. And I think if you're a UFC fan, not known outside of the UFC, but if you're a UFC fan, you will have seen some of her fights. And as you said, you know, she got some good wins. She is on an awful losing streak now, though. It's absolutely the right time to retire. She's on a 4-fight losing streak, and her record is not brilliant. Her record is 9-7. But as we said, you take that 4-fight losing streak off, and all of a sudden it's 9-3. And as we said, you know, she had some decent wins. She's 44. It's time to walk away. So it's definitely the right time, but she is taking on Miesha Tate. She is taking on the Cupcake. The Cupcake is back. And I'm really looking forward to seeing Miesha Tate back in action. We haven't seen her since 2016. As we said, very much Miesha Tate around during the Ronda Rousey era. And they fought each other, and you know, as we said, Holly Holm and Miesha Tate as well. Like, if you go down Miesha Tate's record, it's a who's who of, like, pioneers of women's MMA. So, I don't know. She's been away for so long, it's hard to know what to expect. But I am so excited for our main event, and I am so excited for a returning Miesha Tate. Miesha Tate, honestly, could have been on last week's card. And so could Islam Makhachev. Like, those two fights tonight could have been on last week's card. Miesha Tate's a massive name. It's a big name. So, like, former champion. So, the fact she's on the co-main event is a bit like, I was surprised. I thought they'd have her as the main event, to be honest. But I suppose it's the unknown. We just don't know what to expect. Plus, she's been away for a while, so any new fans to the sport might not be that bothered by her. But I am. I can't wait to see her. I'm proper excited. So, really looking forward to seeing Miesha Tate in action. Obviously, Marion Reneau is retiring. Islam Makhachev in the main event. And then you've just got some, like, legends. I mean, Jeremy Stephens. Jeremy Stephens, whose record is 28 wins and 18 defeats. Like, this guy has just got experience for days. And he is also on that main card. There's some decent fights throughout the rest of this card. No denying I'm really excited about the top 2 fights, but it's only a 10-fight card. So, do you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be nice and chilled. We're going to watch some prospects. We've got some, you know, veterans around. Then we've got a great co-main event. Then we've got a great main event. I love tonight. I really love tonight. I'm so excited. So, yeah, tonight is it's a good one, man. Zeno said, if Tate loses, then what? Plus, who do you have for next week? Well, to be perfectly honest, I don't really look that far ahead. I always do my research for the shows the week of the shows. So, I haven't even started looking at, like, next week's card. It's a good-looking card next week as well, with Sanhagen and Dillashaw in the bantamweight division. And obviously, Aspen Ladd, who is really... isn't she ranked, like, 3rd? Or something. She's, like, really high in the rankings, Aspen Ladd. So, I think I want to sit down. I'd want to have a look. My gut feeling on it is that I would probably be looking at TJ Dillashaw for that one. But I would want to sit down. I just think that he's got a lot of experience. He is coming in, you know, a little bit older, of course. I think he's got a few more... I think their record's quite close, but I think he's got a few more victories. And I just think that his experience could really come through. I think Sanhagen is a brilliant fighter. And yeah, I'd want to sit down and have a look at some tape, go back through their recent histories, try and see where their strengths and more so where their weaknesses are, because it's styles that make fights. And sometimes when they put these matchups together, someone can have a little chink in the armor that the other person can exploit. And, sometimes these matches can be perfect for one person. So I'd want to sit down, have a good look through their, records, takedown defense, striking accuracy, blah, blah, blah. Look at the stats and everything. And then that might give me a better feel on it. But my gut feeling is, TJ Dillashaw's a legend. Sanhagen's awesome. But it's going to be a great fight. I actually don't know the bookie odds on that, so I'd want to have a look at that as well, see where the money's going. And then Aspen Ladd in the co-main, who, as we said, is really, really highly ranked and in that women's bantamweight division. So I'd be very interested in seeing if she can get the job done, and she's got to be getting close to a title opportunity. The other part of your question is, what next for Tate if she loses? I think it depends how she loses, to be honest. I think it all depends how it goes. I think if she looks good but loses, I think she could, maybe go away and make a few little adjustments. I think if she loses 2 in a row, it's a problem. If she looks awful in this fight, that might be it. If she looks awful in this fight, then that could be it, one and done. That might be the end of the return. But in all fairness, I think she's putting the work in. I think she's going to look good. I think that she comes in as a slight favourite. I think that, she's a mother. That might have changed things. She was saying that she was in a really bad place when she left. I saw the press conference that she did, and she said that she was in a really bad place. She said she never fell out of love with the sport, but she definitely felt a disconnect to the sport. But since going away, she's had, I think she's had a couple of kids. She's had the family life and everything. She said that she's fallen in love with the sport again. Like, she's proper connected back with it. She said she was really grateful that she wasn't on last week's Conor card. She thinks that would be, too big, too intense. Like, she's not looking for that anymore. She wants to just kind of take it a step at a time, but she has definitely got her sights set on a title opportunity, a title shot. Obviously, the champion in that division is Amanda Nunes. So she's got her eyes set firmly on, a fight with Nunes. I don't know. I think it's difficult. Miesha Tate doesn't beat Nunes. She won't beat Nunes. So I kind of think she's coming back just as I don't know. I really like it as just an exhibition, to be honest. I'm not really looking at this as is she going to try and be a champion and all that. She says she's going to, but I'm not really thinking that far ahead. Something really exciting about a bona fide legend, and an absolute legend of this sport, and there's no denying that. I mean, she was a women's champion in Strikeforce, and when she came over to UFC is when they first started having women competing. She was very much in that kind of first class of female fighters the UFC ever had. Just for that alone, you go into the history books. To then also be a champion, you go into the history books. So, she's achieved a lot in MMA, and she's achieved a lot in UFC. And she's a bona fide legend. And she's been away for, a long time. Long time. 5 years, I think. 2016 we last saw her. So she's been away for 5 years. I am honestly just looking at this as an exhibition for legend, like a veteran coming back. It's just really cool. It's like if they allowed Anderson Silva to do one more fight. Do you know what I mean? Anderson Silva trains for half a year, and they give him, some unranked fighter, just someone low down that he'd stand a chance against. Someone that they think, his style would work against. It's a great opportunity for his opponent to get a win over a legend. It's a lovely last thank you very much, I'm Anderson Silva kind of a thing. You're guaranteed to get people to tune in. I know that Dana has always said that when he puts fights on, he looks to the future. He doesn't want that, he doesn't want the Jake Paul thing. He said, we are trying to find the best. He is looking for the best. That's what he's constantly searching for. He wants the best lightweight, the best heavyweight, the best welterweight. That is what the UFC is all about. So you could argue there's no room for those kind of exhibition fights, because how does that fit in with trying to find the best? And that's a perfectly fine argument, and that has been the argument up till this point. But as a fan of UFC and as a viewer of UFC, and someone that passionately supports UFC and loves the sport, I gotta tell you, man, I would love to see some legends get in some fights. Do you know what I mean? Just a little side thing, just as a little, like, we know that, if they get a run together, sure, give them a title shot if we think they've earned it. But even if you just bring the odd person back a few times a year, just as an exhibition thing so that they can say hello to the fans, It's a bit more money for them. It's great for the fans. I'm sure it would help buy rates. You can't tell me dropping Anderson Silva on a card ain't going to boost that card. It is. It is. Certainly if you can make it convincing that he can get the win. Anderson Silva, and he talks about how hard he's been training and all of that. GSP could have brought him back. As long as the money is right, could have had a word with GSP. I doubt Khabib would come back, to be honest. Obviously, he's got, a perfect record. So I don't think he'd want to risk that. So I'm not sure you'd be getting the likes of Khabib, but I'm not sure about GSP. I'm not sure about Anderson Silva. We saw Anderson Silva boxing not long ago. Ronda Rousey, if the money was right, I wonder if she'd step in there and just take on, do you know what I mean? Some kid, some unranked fighter that they thought she'd stand a good chance against. Like, you can't put them in there against the champions or ranked fighters. Like, do you know what I mean? There's levels to this game. But I'd be totally down for watching just a few a year. Just a few a year. But then, I was very much like, I was obviously on board with CM Punk being in UFC because I'm a pro wrestling fan and I like CM Punk. I think he's a really cool person. So I was down for seeing how he was going to do. Hardcore UFC fans hated it. Absolutely hated it. Thought it was making a joke of the sport. I didn't think it made a joke of the sport because if he's not good enough, he's going to lose. And he did lose, and that was it. He was around for a couple of fights, and that was it. And, I don't think the UFC suffered as a result of that. They tried something, gave it a shot, and it didn't work. So, it was what it was. But I don't mind. Maybe it's the pro wrestling fan in me, but I don't mind those little things from time to time. Anyway, the reason that we're talking so much is because this card has gone down to 10 fights, which actually means that we are nowhere near the first fight yet. Well, I say nowhere near. We're getting ever closer. And we should be starting that in about, 12 minutes or so. They tend to give each fight about half an hour. So we've actually got like 2 hours, 40 minutes till we get to the main card. So, we're probably getting about 10 minutes away, and then they'll start the 5 prelims. And then we'll get to the main card. And as we said, 5 fights on the main card, 5 fights on the prelims. Some interesting stuff to keep an eye out for. But yeah, all eyes on the main event and co-main event. William said, I've got a feeling Brock could return and challenge Dominic. CM Punk returns punches Sheamus. Do you know what? Brock would be an interesting return for UFC if they could make it work. Do you know what I mean? In fact, they did that at UFC 200. They had him come back and face Mark Hunt. So I kind of feel that that's a little bit of an example of them bringing someone back for like an exhibition. So Brock's a good shout, actually. They have sort of done it with Brock when he came back at UFC 200. Austin said, is this going to be the stream where we donate for Jennifer? Yeah, we didn't talk about it, did we? I thought about this the other day. We were meant to talk about whether this was the right one or not, because I'm wondering whether we need to wait for like paydays now that we're at the 18th. I genuinely don't know. If you want to do it this week, we can do it this week. I don't mind mentioning it and putting something on screen. Or if people think we should wait. So I don't know. What people thinking? What do you think about how many fights till Makhachev gets a shot at the belt? Yeah, that's a great question. That's a great question. We were kind of talking about that just. I think so he's ranked 9th. I think a win here would keep him at... outside the top 5. A win today ain't going to take him into the top 5 because Thiago Moises is ranked 14th. So a win here will keep him... He might move up to 8th or something, but he ain't going to move too much. he needs to be facing people ahead of him. And let's just have a quick look at the rankings, because I can't remember who's at 7 and whatnot. I know that we've got Conor. Let's have a look. UFC rankings. I know that we've got Conor at 5. Let's have a look. Right, lightweight. So, Islam Makhachev. Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. So, Islam Makhachev is at 9. And just ahead of him is Hooker. So, I think that he's probably... I think tonight might be the last time we see him on a fight night for a while. I think tonight might be the last time we see him on a fight night. Then we go... So annoying. There we go. So after this, he's going to have to face like Hooker, Ferguson, Chandler, Dariush. I think if you win that, I think he's... After tonight... Win the next one, title fight. I think he's going to have to win tonight, win the next one, then it'll be a number 1 contender, then it'll be a title fight. So, 3 fights. Yeah, so he's close. He's real close. I think he needs to get a win against Chandler, Hooker, Dariush, RDA, something along those lines, right? He needs to get a win against one of them. Then that'll surely put him in a match for against Poirier or Gaethje or, you know, one of those kind of guys. And then it's Charles Oliveira. Like, he's close. He's really close. He's got the second longest active win streak in the lightweight division with 7 wins. Mitchell said, for Jen, let's get an ESPN sunburn in her honor. Well, Mitchell, we don't know if we're doing that, but I need to see what people are saying first. I definitely don't want to be saying that we're going to be doing that. We need to wait and see. Scouts, shout out to you, said, if Islam gets a spectacular finish, he could be fighting for the belt sooner than we think. That's interesting. That's interesting because he is someone that... It's the talk of the town, man. Honestly, 7-fight win streak. He's got Khabib in his corner. Khabib is just constantly banging on about him. He's someone that's on everyone's radar. I mean, make no mistake about it. I think the reason that he's such a heavy favourite tonight, is because a lot of people know that Khabib really believes in him. And if Khabib's shouting about someone, like, people listen. If Khabib's saying something, people pay attention, and he's really shouting about Islam Makhachev. So I think that there's a very, very good chance that we are going to see him get a title opportunity relatively soon. I think Khabib might even be looking like early 2022. I can't see it being this year. Because we know that it's going to be Poirier versus Oliveira next. After that, you've got to think they're doing Poirier-McGregor. And then, honestly, after that, it depends what he's done. It depends where Islam Makhachev is at that point. So, I think early 2022. Maybe even mid-2022. So, we could be about 12 months. I think that's a good timeline, actually. I reckon about 12 months is probably about right. About 12 months, I think he could be competing for the title. But this is why tonight... This is what I'm saying. Tonight is really important because tonight, if he loses, where does that put him? It's all well and good going, right, when's he going for the belt? But what if he loses to Thiago Moises tonight? Like, these fights are getting more and more and more important. So it's weird, actually. I think once you get into that top 5, there comes a point where you can actually take a loss and it's not the end of the world. Like, if you lose, it's not a disaster if you're in the top 5. I sort of feel that when you're between, like, 5 and 10, a loss really does push you back down. But if you're in the top 5, you tend to still stay about there. Once you are a name, once you're over, once the people know you, like, you can take a loss. It's all right. You can take a loss. But, like, I kind of feel like he's still just making his name. Like, UFC fans know about him, but obviously the casuals don't. So I kind of feel at the moment he's just on the cusp. He's on the cusp of something, and tonight is so important. Tonight is really important. If he wins tonight, it won't move him up that much, but it would move him down. I mean, if he loses to the number 14 ranked fighter, he goes down in the rankings. So he's got more to lose than to gain tonight, which kind of sucks in a way. So next up, he needs to have, someone that's higher up in the rankings, someone's going to really move him into that top 5. And then once he's in there, I think you can take a loss. I think you can get a couple of, bites at the apple. And then we'll see where it goes from there. Cheers from Birmingham, Alabama. I am on the Miesha Tate train. Same here. SmackDown did 2.2. Jacko said, I'm watching UFC. Shout out to you. No to McGregor, Poirier 4, please. Dustin is clearly the better fighter, and that point has been proven. Yeah, interesting. It is interesting because I do think that he dominated that first round. And I do think that he was going to go on to win that fight, to be honest. I think the longer the fight goes on, the more it favoured Dustin. The fact that he was so good in that first round, I think, okay, McGregor might have come out of the gates fast and hard in round 2, but, could he have clipped him in round 2? We'll never know if he could have caught him or not, but just basing it on how great Dustin was in that first round. I mean, he drove McGregor against the fence, managed to get him down, controlled him for quite a bit of the fight, got some heavy shots off as well. Obviously the ankle thing is the ankle thing. There's been a lot spoken about that, but yeah, I don't mind a fourth fight. I don't mind a fourth fight because I think it's Conor. He's always going to do, he's always going to sell pay-per-views. I do love the big feel of it all, I do love the vibe that comes with it. I do love the circus. I love it all. Like, we stream these kind of shows every week. We're here every week to do these shows, right? And we love UFC, yeah? And, some of you have put money down on the fighters, all that kind of stuff. So we're here every single week. There's something special in the air when it's a Conor one. When Conor fights, it's, do you know what I mean? You get a lot of casuals jumping in, a lot of people that only watch, UFC for Conor, and I love the energy, I love the vibe. So I know there's other fights for him, but I sort of feel that if that's it for him and Poirier, I can't see how he's getting to the title, to be honest, because I think his next fight has got to be against Nate Diaz. After that, if he's lost to Poirier and Poirier is the champ, I don't see how they're going to get Conor another shot against Poirier. So, say we're done now, right? Say that's it. The trilogy's over. Poirier's won the trilogy. Poirier against Oliveira. Let's say Poirier wins, right? How is McGregor going to get a title shot? He's going to have to beat Nate Diaz. He's then going to have to beat someone else, and then they might look at doing it again. So, at that point, then, you would get, Dustin Conor 4. I suppose you could go that way. I think the Nate Diaz fight is close, really close. But I think McGregor is just fully focused on Poirier right now, like demanding Poirier. Kind of like, McGregor's got a lot of power because he can actually say, look, no, I am fighting Dustin Poirier. You either give me Poirier or you're not going to have me at all. And Conor is so important to the UFC. So important that their hands are sort of tied. Do you know what I mean? If McGregor wants Poirier, I'm sure they'll give him Poirier. I mean, and Dana's already, said it so. I think we are going to go that way. I don't disagree with you, though. I do think Poirier looked like he had cracked it. That first round, I saw enough in that first round to know that it looks like he's solved the problem that is McGregor. So I would expect Poirier to win that fourth fight. Why don't you tell us your opinion about my countrymen? A small republic from the mountain of Russia. I don't have opinion. I've never heard of that place. Evloev and greetings from Berlin. Ubiza06, shout out to you. Ubiza06. I can't say I have an opinion of that place. I'm sure it's lovely. But it's not a place that I'm aware of. But, I mean, there's some fantastic fighters coming out of Russia. So whatever's happening over there, you guys seem to have cracked the fighting game. Days, Bianca Carmella rematch has been made. I did see that, yes. You talk about McGregor like he's a superstar. He's done like dinner. He is a superstar, though, isn't he? He is a superstar. I mean, that show at the weekend was the second biggest gate they've ever done. I think is it the biggest gate? The most money they've ever made from a live crowd. And the second most bought show they've ever done. So, yeah, I mean, you can look at it now and say he's done right now. But the way that fight ended, there's going to be enough fans out there saying, you know, Poirier didn't win that. Conor lost it. When he stepped back, he went over on his ankle. Like, that's it. It's a doctor stoppage. That's the reason why. It means that Conor can be shouting his mouth off saying, you never beat me. You know, I saw a lot of people saying that it was 1-1-1. One win each and then a draw for that last one. It obviously isn't. It's obviously 2-1. But I think the way that it finished, it was, clear that they can easily get another fight if they want. He is 100% a superstar, no doubt about it. Days, are you watching UFC? Yep, I am. Shane Thorne was in a dart match before SmackDown. Cool. Oh, sorry, Mitchell. Didn't see. Let me go back up. Ah, there we go. Mitchell, shout out to you, bud, says, Nate Diaz challenged Poirier at 185. Dustin said, I'll touch you up at any weight class. So it seems like that might be next for Dustin. I don't think so. I'd be very surprised if UFC make that fight. Because, I mean, that could just be talk, to be honest. Because, like, Dustin put the title fight to one side so that he could fight Conor. Now, Conor's going to be out for a while because of, what happened. So, and the winner of that fight, Dana said, next up would be a title shot. So, if you're Dustin Poirier now, Dana's saying you can have a title shot. So you could angle it. I'm sure if Poirier said, I don't want it, give me Nate Diaz instead. If you wanted to do that, I'm sure you could go that way. But why would he want to go that way? I mean, it's not a big money fight. Nate Diaz has got fans, but I don't think that's going to make him like tons of... It's not like facing Conor. So I don't know that he would go that way, to be honest. I think a lot of that might just be talk. It might just be like Nate Diaz, like trying to make himself relevant still. Because, Nate Diaz hasn't looked like himself for quite a while now. So I really do think that Conor, Nate Diaz makes a lot of sense. I think, though, that it'll be Conor Dustin when he does come back. So I think Conor's going to have tunnel vision. I think Conor will be focused on Dustin. And I could see them then going for the Nate Diaz-Conor fight after that. So, I don't know, man. You could be right. It could go that way. If he rattles Dustin, then it could go that way. But I'd be surprised. I think Dustin put the title fight to one side for Conor, and I don't see why now he would give that up for Nate Diaz, which I just don't think is that big of a payday. When does the main event start? Not for a long time. We're still waiting for the first fight to start. We did actually get a fight cancelled today, and that's why we haven't had a fight yet, because we would have watched one, the one that was cancelled. But because it got cancelled earlier today, there was not enough time to get a replacement. So this is why we're just looking at a lot of video packages at the moment and talking about Conor and all of that. We're just waiting for the first fight to start. Days, you heard Meltzer said WWE in talks about Rock working a tag match against Roman at 38. Predicting their tag partners would be an Uso each. I haven't heard that. If that was today, I haven't. I actually went and got my vaccine today. I went out and got vaccinated. I thought, do you know what I mean? It was time to do the cool people, so I got called up. And, oh my God, my arm's hurting right now. I feel like I've been punched in the arm. It's all fine. I'll absolutely get vaccinated. It's not like When they did it, I didn't even know she'd done it. I didn't feel it. When she vaccinated me, I was like, okay, I'm ready. She went, no, you're done. I'm like, did you do it? I didn't feel it. I was like, she was talking to me, and it must just be a little trick they do, you know? Like, whereby they're talking to you and they just put it in. And she did it, and I didn't feel it. But, it's been a few hours, good few hours. I had it earlier today. And just throughout the day, it's just slowly started to throb a bit more. Now it's just got to the point where it feels like someone's punched me in the arm. So I've had that today. Mitchell said the vaccine kills your arm. I couldn't even punch buttons on my microwave. That's interesting. I haven't heard about this, you know. You haven't got an opinion on Evloev? Oh, I love Evloev. Fantastic fighter. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't see if you'd asked me about Evloev. Hang on, we're having a few conversations here. In regards to the vaccine, yeah, do it. 100% do it. This is not like, it's not a scary thing. As I said, when they do it, I didn't even feel it. I didn't even know she'd done it. And then as it came out, I was like, this is brilliant. I don't feel anything. Like, lovely. But then just as the day's gone on, it's just got a little sore. That's all. And now it's got to the point where I can only get my arm like that high. If I take it any higher than that, it's going to be uncomfortable. Like, I can do that easy. But if I go any higher than that, it's going to hurt. And it just feels like someone's gone boom right in my the top part of my arm. So it's a weird little thing. It's just weird. Hey, talking of weird, we've got our first fight. So we've got Alan Bordeaux taking on Nascimento. So Bordeaux is 0-1 in the UFC. He is a striker. He is a striker that can lack grappling, though, so he's a bit one-dimensional. He does have knockout power, and there's a few question marks around his chin. He can lack the volume of Nascimento. So he's a striker. I don't fancy his chances, let's put it that way. He's a striker that has got power but lacks grappling and lacks volume. So, as we said, you know, very, very one-dimensional. He's taking on Rodrigo Nascimento, who is coming off a loss, his first loss. He lost to Dorcas in 45 seconds. He's 2-1 in the UFC. He's got 6 first-round finishes. He's finished all 8 of his wins, 2 of them by knockout, 6 by submission. Came through the Dana White Contender Series. His volume is great, 4.23 significant strikes a minute, 2.7 takedowns per 15 minutes. He can get clipped sometimes. He's got 100% takedown accuracy, 100% takedown defense. He's got some really impressive numbers, man. He's got some really impressive numbers. So I really do like the look of Nascimento here. He comes in as a -340 favourite. This is in the heavyweight division as well, by the way. So Alan Bordeaux is 8-2. Nascimento is 8-1. I'm going to have Rodrigo winning this. Going to have him winning this. I think he's going to get a finish. I don't think we go to decision. I think he'll get it done. I'm not sure what round. I don't think it'll be the first, but by the second, it might be game over. So I'm leaning that way. Let me know. Let me know what you've gone for. Can't we? Why are you not watching Slammiversary? When we don't watch Impact, but when have we ever watched Impact? We've touched it like once in I think the past 2 years. If you get a second shot, you will hurt like that shot and also get chills. Aching in joints. To be honest, Jeff, I think there's people that are reacting different to it. I mean, my parents have had both their shots. Nothing happened to them. Nothing. I was talking to my dad and I was like, did you get a sore arm? I was saying to him, like, did your arm, like... And he was like, no, I didn't get anything. And I was like, nothing. You didn't, like, feel tired or you didn't get any aches or pain. He was like, nope, didn't get a single thing. And then I spoke to my mum. My mum was exactly the same. So I'm just special. I mean, that's what we've learnt today. I'm absolutely special. To the point where I'm lucky enough to get a slight sore arm. So, yeah, I had my first... It was my first one. In all fairness, I should have gone a few weeks ago, but the Euros were on. And... priorities. So I couldn't, and I obviously saw out the Euros, and then this was the first appointment I could get. So I've got that done. I have to go back in September for my second one. I agree. Makhachev gets the Khabib plus point, but Evloev is also coming on a 5-fight win streak. How many more till a belt match? Well, I think both of them are getting there. I mean, I think Makhachev's closer than Evloev. But Evloev, as you said, he's been very, very impressive. He's put together a fantastic record. He's looked very convincing in some of them wins as well. So I think that he is... I'd be interested to see where both are in 12 months. Let's put it that way. I think Makhachev will be getting a title shot, and I think Evloev, if he can continue his win streak, is going to be right in the conversation. Maybe #1 contender fight. I don't know if he'd be at a title fight by that point, but it really, next 12 months, critical for both. Critical for both. Right, we've got Rodrigo Nascimento, minus 360 favorite, fighting out of Brazil. James Chadwick said, I got nothing from my second. That's good. Did you get anything from your first? I'd be interested to know. Right, we're just waiting to go to this first one. Alan Buddo. Can I just tell you, it's nice. I feel like, last week was so crazy. This week feels a bit more chilled. It's nice to just have a slightly chilled stream. Compared to the absolute carnage that was last week, it is nice to sit here and just, chat about whatever. Chat about vaccines. Chat about McGregor. Chat about Evloev and Makhachev and just go where the conversation goes. Right. There we go. We're about to get underway. Okay, fight is up and running. It's quite unusual for there to be a heavyweight opener. Let's try and get these stats on screen a little bit better. There we go. That looks good. Right. Sometimes they don't line up very well, but that lines up pretty good. So you can see the stats on screen. So we've got knockdowns, total strikes, significant strikes, where those strikes landed, head, body, legs, control time, the number of takedowns, and submission attempts. So a lot of detail that ESPN give us. And I got to tell you that Bordeaux, we also found out last week, I think it was last week, that what they're wearing on the pictures is what they're wearing in the cage. So we do have Bordeaux in blue, and we do have Rodrigo Nascimento in black. And Bordeaux really getting through, fair few shots here. Bordeaux, as we said, does have some great power, and he really is throwing with some bad intentions. What I am enjoying watching from Bordeaux is the fact that his volume seems to have improved. Like, he's managed to get quite a few shots through here. His volume is normally not as good as Nascimento, so I'm not sure if Bordeaux is just throwing everything into this first round and just going for it. But this is a lot more active than what we normally see from Bordeaux, so it's very interesting. Very, very interesting. Nascimento up against the side of the cage and spins around, and he's got Bordeaux up against the side now, so a little bit of control time for Bordeaux. We're almost 2 minutes into this. Now, I would say that Bordeaux is probably just edging it at the moment. I thought his striking looked a little bit more dangerous in those early exchanges. Right now, though, he is being pinned against the cage by Nascimento. And, it's a slightly strange fight to start this card with, but then we did get cancelled fights. But yeah, this is kind of like two heavyweights, and they're not really known for their pace or, eye-catching abilities. They just tend to have some really good knockouts, but they don't tend to work at a frantic pace because they're obviously two big guys. Nascimento looking for a trip. He's trying to get Bordeaux down. And struggling to do so as well. Great control time at the moment, though, for Nascimento. You can see he's had over a minute already, 1 minute 18. And he's really got Bordeaux up against the side of the cage. Knee strike coming in. Worth mentioning as well, we are in the Apex. Obviously, there's no one there. This is excellent work by Bordeaux. Bordeaux is just smashing Nascimento. He's managed to get Nascimento. He kind of fell forward onto him. It was a good takedown, actually, by Bordeaux. And he's just throwing down some big bombs. He's putting everything into this first round. So, Bordeaux looking very good here. Bordeaux looking very good. Hammers to the side of the head. Elbows. Hard to see from this angle, but elbows to the side of the head. Nascimento needs to be careful, because these are the kind of blows that can put you out. These are the kind of shots that can really put someone away. So, yeah, Bordeaux is making this a very, very interesting fight. Nascimento, 1 minute 38 control time. But if you look at the significant strikes, it's 34 to 13. 34 to 13. Bordeaux is back. Both guys are back on their feet, and they're over by the side of the cage. And Nascimento has got Bordeaux pinned up against the cage. So he's just trying to get a bit of a breather here. He's just had to weather a bit of a storm. There's no denying this is a Bordeaux round. I understand that is quite significant control time, but some of them shots, crazy. Big, like, elbows raining down into the side of the head. And both guys step forward. Big overhand there by Bordeaux. Lovely. Look at the flurry of strikes here. You don't really want to get into a striking battle with Bordeaux, because he does have great power. And he's definitely caused Nascimento problems. Nascimento getting tagged. What I love about this fight so far is that Bordeaux has got one skill, and that's his power. And he's just going for it, man. He's just absolutely unleashing whatever he's got. And that is the end of the round. And it was a very, very entertaining round. And it was a very, very good round for Bordeaux. Right, let's reset the clock, and we'll change that to round 2. Bordeaux wins round 1. Yeah, I think so. I think so as well. Did you see what Fabrizio said about Varane? If it's in the past few minutes, I haven't. I mean, obviously, I've been keeping an eye on it, because it seems like it's pretty much a done deal. But I can't say I've seen any word on when it's going to be announced or anything like that. But I think it's a done deal, unless you're about to tell me, about to say otherwise. Days, did you see... Well, I read that one. The ESPN sunburn is setting in, says Mitchell. You love that, don't you, Mitchell? It's your favourite thing, that is. You can see Nascimento is starting to crisp up. He's getting a little bit crispy. He's on medium setting at the moment. Right. Boom, we are underway. So, round 2. Oh, big shots coming in by Nascimento. Swinging away, counters coming back by Bordeaux. Bordeaux on the back foot. Seems like Nascimento... Oh, is that a low blow? Might have our first low blow of the evening. I want to see a replay of this one. I hope it's a good one. Don't let me down. Oh, it is good. It is a good one. I like that one. That's good. Nascimento actually gets his foot, kind of swings it in from the side, right? Like, if you was like chopping it down, right? If you was like chopping down dongs, you'd probably approach them from the side. Like that, and you'd start chopping them down. That's exactly what Nascimento has done. He's come in from the side, right in. He's trying to, like, chop it down. Might as well call him the woodcutter. I mean, quite literally. Thank you. We're here all week. Zeno said, Nascimento looks like an otherworld Daniel Cormier. does. It's a good shout. It's a very good shout. Chopping nuts, says Andrew. Somewhat sensible, David. It's been counted. It's definitely been counted. Ryan Frederick says 10-9 Bordeaux in the first. Beautiful. Beautiful. I think we can all agree that the one thing this fight was missing was a low blow, and they've given us a great one. It's a wonderful one. Normally you just see it straight down the middle. Do you know what I mean? As the crow flies, straight down the middle. This one, no messing around, mate. Chopping it down from the side. Right, Nascimento is looking great right now. Nascimento is looking very, very impressive. Big strikes, Bordeaux covering up. He's up against the side of the cage. Referee has stepped in and called it. Called it. He was just really getting his shots off. He drove Bordeaux against the cage. And Bordeaux at that point just didn't have any answers. And he just turned it on, man. He turned on the burners. And away he went. I mean, this is it. I mean, Bordeaux, as we said, one-dimensional. He's got that power. Look at that. Left hand straight down the middle. Lovely, lovely combos. 1-2s. Look at the work in the levels. Body shots. Uppercut. Just big, big strikes. Got him right up against the side of the cage. All Bordeaux can do is cover up. And Nascimento comes in and gets the sweet, sweet dub. So, there we go. Nascimento, round 2, just like Daddy said, and I'm Daddy. Yeah, just so we all know, I'm Daddy. Oh my god, this is so annoying. Like, why is it doing this week? Stupid stats thing. Why is it moving itself? Why is it deciding that moving itself is the right way forward and... he just crumbled. He crumbled. It was a lovely finish. Did you see Roman pull the middle finger on his way out? I don't think I did. What a naughty boy. Right. Let's lock this in. Let's lock that in. And we need to stop the clock. Oh my god, that is so annoying. That is so annoying. This is going to annoy the bejesus out of me. It's really going to annoy me. Why is this website doing this? Why is this website doing this? Right, I'm gonna. I know this is not gonna make for great streaming, but I am gonna just try and tweak this a little because this is gonna absolutely drive me flipping mad. Right. So that's it for the first fight. If you are just joining us, Bordeaux victorious. Well done to him, his friends, his family. And we are going to move on to the next fight very soon. At the moment, we're just getting the official decision. I'm just going to change this, so hopefully it doesn't keep jumping all over the place. To be honest, I don't know anyone who's fighting tonight. You don't know Misha Tate? Come on. Come on, you do. You do. You know Misha Tate. You know Misha. She's cute as well. You should know Misha Tate. Do you think Khabib will have another fight? I don't think so. I think he's done. I really think that he never was considering it, to be honest. I think that Dana desperately wanted it, and I think that Dana managed to get Khabib to agree to just wait a little longer, if that makes sense. So I think he managed to get Khabib to just agree to, put it off for a little while. Because you might remember, after he left his gloves in the octagon, he said he was done there. That was it. He was done. And then Dana went to him and was like, no. And I think he managed to get Khabib to go, well, I'll tell you what, look, we'll see. If anyone can, impress me, then we'll see at that point. So I think Dana managed to get him to that point. But I don't think Khabib was ever serious. I don't think Khabib was ever at the point where that was actually, he was going to turn it around. Because I just don't think in his mind, I don't think there is anyone that's on his level. And I think now, you know, he's a trainer. And I think that he promised his father about Makhachev, that he was going to help Makhachev become a world champ. And I think his focus is on, you know, doing that for his dad. So, yeah, I think he's done. And he certainly doesn't need money. Because I'm pretty sure Dana would have been throwing all sort of numbers at him anyway. I think Dana would have said, look, if you agree to this, we can promise you this. We'll do this fight. We'll do it in this stadium. I can get you this number. So it ain't money. Miesha Tate, I know her. Of course you do. I don't know any of the other fighters. You don't need to, mate. You know Miesha Tate. Mitchell said, I thought you were Khabib's next opponent. Listen, I called him out. I said, you know, stop going around saying there's no one that can beat you when I'm sat right here. I never even got a response. Never even got a response. Scared. Scared. I'm quite happy to say that on the internet. Scared. I'd say it to his face. I'd call up his mom. Scared. Mitchell said, oh, we read that one. Shout out to you, Mitchell. I was excited to see Finn Balor back on SmackDown, says Chris. It's a good moment. Probably, maybe the best moment. Either that or Edge's pop when he came out. How about Khabib versus Days in an exhibition? I'm ready. Austin said, I don't know Miesha Tate until I did research. Yeah, well, I mean, I think, I'm not being disrespectful to say, I think you're quite new to UFC, though, aren't you, Austin? So, you know, I'm not sure how much chance you've had to, like, have a look back. But I think if you've been watching for a while, then, you know, Miesha Tate is not someone that, you know, had a few fights and didn't achieve. Like, she is main event, marquee, Ronda Rousey. I mean, not Ronda Rousey level, because... You know, Rousey obviously put together a fantastic win streak and was in movies and being interviewed on talk shows and all of that. So, not Ronda Rousey level, but she was, you know, having matches with her and around at that time. And I wonder who Ronda Rousey's greatest rival was. I wonder who people would say was Ronda Rousey's greatest rival. I wonder if it was like. Might have been Miesha Tate. If you think back on their history and everything that went down between them at Strikeforce and in UFC, if you was to say who is Ronda Rousey's great rival, like, I think it would be Miesha Tate. Oh my God, it's moved again. I can't win with this. This website just keeps moving by itself. I absolutely cannot win. I don't know why I try so hard. I've not watched WWE since WrestleMania 31. Would you recommend returning? Yes. Right now, yes. But only because we have literally just got crowds back. We have literally just managed to get fans back. So that's why I would recommend returning. I don't know if it's going to result in better stories, better characters, and all that kind of stuff, but there should be a few surprises, and SummerSlam is going to be big this year. So, yes. Yes. Ronda's biggest rival by far was Miesha Tate, says Ryan. Miesha Tate or Kat Zingano, but I would say definitely Tate, says Dariel. Shout out to all of you. Yeah, I think so as well. I think that loss to Holly Holmes probably the biggest moment in Ronda's career. I don't think her losing to Amanda Nunes was as big, to be honest, because I think the Holly Holm loss hurt her more. And yeah, the Nunes loss is still a big deal, don't get me wrong, but I think that Holly Holm one, that was the end really for me. That's the night Ronda Rousey kind of stopped being a fighter. I think, did she only have, after Holly Holm, did she only fight Nunes after? She might have only fought Nunes after. I can't think of anyone she faced in between. So, anyway, either way. Miesha Tate's a big fighter, big name. Right, we are going to second fight, which is Figueiredo taking on, and what's great is we can go on to BT Sport, and that makes my life better. So, Figueiredo, Francisco Figueiredo, the brother of Davison Figueiredo, who, of course, recently lost his flyweight championship to Brandon Moreno. So, this is his brother. Figueiredo is 31, strong grappler who likes to get takedowns. He's the brother of Davison Figueiredo. He is very hittable, and he does keep his hands low. He's 3-1-1 in his last 5. He likes to stalk, and he looks for big strikes. There are a few cardio questions. Gordon has definitely got a path to victory. I don't think he wins, but he's got a path to victory. Gordon is actually 0-2 in the UFC. Not good. Should have the advantage on the feet. He's a Muay Thai striker. We don't think he's UFC caliber from what we've seen. Looks for takedowns and submissions. But if he does take Davison down, he's going to be in trouble. So I don't know if that's his path to victory. I think that what Gordon needs to do, he needs to try and keep the fight standing. He needs to get some shots through and try to take this into round 3. I think Gordon strikes round 3 is definitely possible, but its chances of coming off are quite slim because I think Figueiredo is a much better fighter, and I think he's got a much bigger chance of winning. So my official pick is going to be Figueiredo. So I'm looking at Figueiredo to get the victory. But there are a few cardio questions. This might be decision. But Figueiredo wins. If not, then Gordon in round 3 with strikes. I mean, there are some serious question marks around Figueiredo's cardio. So, but I am going with Figueiredo. I think he's got more paths to victory. So I've gone that way. Yusuf, shout out to you. Mitchell said it's brother Figgy. ESPN Plus isn't working. Is that true? Is anyone watching on ESPN Plus right now that are having problems with it? Conor doesn't deserve another fight with Dustin unless he wants to be KO'd again, says Susan. Janice said, did you hear that Conor put his bum in Dustin's face after the press conference? He put his bum in Dustin. What has this stream become? I did not hear that. Is that breaking news? I did not hear that breaking news that Conor McGregor put his bum in Dustin Poirier's face. That is ultimate disrespect. ESPN is working for me, says Austin. Oh, okay. It seems like it's an isolated incident then. Somewhat Sensible David said it's working great for me. All right, you ain't got to brag. Somewhat Sensible David. It's working great for me. I know it's never been better. It's never been. The picture is so sharp. Rub it in, why don't you? Shout out to you, Somewhat Sensible David. Eric says, welcome. Who you have in the main? Makhachev, bud. Eric, I've got Makhachev. I just think he's on the verge of something big. We said 12 months title fight for Makhachev if he keeps winning. I think Khabib was looking at end of the year, to be honest, but with everything that's going on with Conor and Dustin and that whole mess and it not being done, I think that Makhachev's going to have to play a little waiting game until we get that sorted, because I think it'll be Poirier versus Oliveira. I really fancy Poirier in that fight. So I think Poirier beats Oliveira, and then I think we get Conor Poirier for the title. I mean, can you? That fight is going to be huge. That fight is going to be huge. Conor Poirier 4, potentially for the title. That's going to be huge. Do you think it's weird Aljamain Sterling is being promoted by the UFC with the P3 ad? Maybe UFC are rooting for him in the rematch. I don't know. I don't know if I think that's weird or not. I think I would imagine P3 have probably selected the fighter that they want, and UFC have gone fine. I don't know what that arrangement is. I don't know if UFC have turned around and said, look, can you use this kid? This is the kid we're pushing. I don't know. I'm not sure how that arrangement would work, to be honest. So I wouldn't really read anything into it. I want him to lose that belt. I've got no problem with Aljamain Sterling. I really liked him before the Peter Yan fight, but the way he won the belt just left a bad taste in my mouth. Like, I understand that it was illegal, but I just think, you know, I don't think you should win the title that way, personally. Right, we're about to get going, and we are underway. As we said, this is Figueiredo taking on Gordon. Second fight of the evening. It's lovely. I am so loving this week. Apart from ESPN being douches and their website being a disgrace, but in a great way because it gives us great stats. I am loving this week. 10 fights, nice and chilled. It was brilliant. And now we've got Davison Figueiredo's brother in there, and it's always interesting watching him. It's always interesting watching him, trying to compare him to his brother, because they do fight a little similar. Oh, lovely. Moving out the way, some great striking here by Figueiredo. Gordon grabbing Figueiredo, driving him against the cage. We're about a minute in, and these two have really gone at each other. This is the kind of fight you would have imagined that would have started the card, actually. This is the sort of fight, but in all fairness, that last fight was on Fight Pass. It wasn't on BT Sport. And so this is the first fight that, you know, most fans will be watching. So Figueiredo and Gordon. And we've got Gordon down on his back with Figueiredo on top. And Figueiredo is in half guard at the moment. So he's on top of Gordon. And he's trying to get to side control. It's very, very good side control. If you can get into side control, it's a very dominant position. But at the moment, he's in half guard. He's absolutely controlling this. So Figueiredo looking very good. Looking very good. Not much in the striking, but Gordon just getting the edge of that striking. We know that Gordon was going to have that advantage. We said that if Gordon was going to win, he was going to have to keep this on the feet. And at the moment, they're down on the ground. So he's not done a very good job of that. So he's on his side. He's got Figueiredo all over him. Figueiredo is sort of in side control. I mean, he really is all over Gordon. Gordon is on his side, over by the side of the cage. Guillotine being applied by Figueiredo. A few strikes coming into the head as well. So Figueiredo looking quite good here. Strikes coming up by Gordon. Elbow coming down by Figueiredo. So 2 minutes 10. They're still in the same position they was. Figueiredo is in full mount now. And he's working so hard. He's so frantic. Gordon's trying to keep it chest to chest, but Figueiredo has done a really good job, actually, of not allowing that. Throughout a lot of this fight, it has not been chest to chest. Throughout a lot of this fight, like, it's been Figueiredo really raining down his shots. Obviously, if you're on the bottom, if you can keep your opponent close, it limits like what they can do. Like, they really can't swing them shots as much. But so Gordon trying to keep this chest to chest, but Figueiredo doing a good job of not allowing that. And right now, look, I mean, he's basically in full mount. He's actually in full guard, but the way that he is, like, raining these shots down, it's like he's in full mount. Now Gordon is grabbing him and keeping him close. Gordon, you can see, trying to grab him round the neck, trying to keep him chest to chest. Gordon's grabbed a leg now. This is interesting. There's you can't really see who's got what, but there's he's got a heel hook applied. Heel hook applied by Figueiredo. Gordon manages to get out of it. Gordon is now on top of Figueiredo. So Figueiredo actually went for a submission hold there. He went for the heel hook. And not a bad little attempt. Not a bad thing to go for, but it just means that it's not worked. And now this round is going to end with Gordon on top of Figueiredo. I think the damage is done, though. 2 minutes 46 control time. You can see total strikes 12 to 10. Figueiredo round all day long. So whatever happens here, unless it's something really big and significant, this for me is a Figueiredo round. So he's on his back with Gordon on top. Strikes coming into the side of the head. Hammer fists coming down. Elbows, some big nasty shots. Gordon's doing all right here, you know. Hammer fists and whatever. And again, Figueiredo's the one that's got to grab Gordon right now. I will admit Gordon made that quite interesting at the end. He really did get some shots off. It was a fun little round. But for me, I still think that's a Figueiredo round. I still think that's a Figueiredo round. But not bad. That's a nice heel hook. It was a nice reversal, says Ryan. Figueiredo wins that round. Cross-eyed trick shot champ. Shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Appreciate you joining us. Yeah, for what is a really fun night of fights, man. I know like a lot of people will disagree, but I do enjoy cards that are like 10 fights. I've come to that conclusion. 5 fights on the main card, 5 fights on the prelims. I just feel like it's the perfect number. Like, when it's like 13, 14, it's just fight. Right, now this. Like, there's no time to breathe. There's no time to, like, talk about what you've seen because, right, we're on to the next one, we're on to the 14 fights is good if you're betting, in all fairness. If you are placing bets, then it gives you more to play around with. So, I understand people enjoying, like, that, but as someone that doesn't like place bets and someone that just enjoys watching fights, I kind of really want to see some replays and hear from the fighters, and I kind of feel like 10, 11 fights allows you to do that. So, I'm enjoying tonight. It's good. Right. Right now, Figueiredo is minus 285. He actually came in with odds around that. So, seems like that first round pretty much went the way that people thought. This fight is still on the feet at the moment. Couple of jabs coming in by Gordon. And as we said, they are wearing what they're wearing in the pictures on the ESPN website. Lovely strikes, though, by Gordon. I tell you what I like about Gordon's strikes. He really uses his full reach. When he throws his shots, like, you see a lot of people throwing, like, jabs, like, you know what I mean? They'll throw it out and, you know, they won't fully extend. But, like, watching Gordon then, I felt like I was watching Dalsim out of Street Fighter. Like, he was, like, proper leaning into his, really can't use this arm, proper extending, really coming forward with his jab. And I really like his jab. He's a good striker. He puts everything into it, really uses his reach. He's got Figueiredo up against the side of the cage right now, so Gordon just getting a little bit of control time. This is a round that Gordon needs to win. But Figueiredo managing to break free. Ooh, lovely. Again, that big jab, long jab. Causing Figueiredo some problems. Nice front kick. Kick to the side there by Figueiredo as well. That front kick to the body is a good weapon for Figueiredo. It's just allowing him to keep Gordon at bay, but Gordon still moving forward, swinging away. Nice low kicks coming in by Figueiredo. Swing and a miss there by Gordon. Lunging in. Couple of strikes. We've got Figueiredo on the back foot a little bit here. Yeah, man. Oh, look at that. Again, that I suppose is the slight problem. If you put everything into your shot, if you really are extending forward, like so, you can throw yourself off balance. Like, when I say he's putting everything into it, I really mean it. Like, he threw everything then that he actually stumbled a little bit, Gordon. He put too much into it. You've got to find that balance. You've got to find that sweet spot. But Gordon showing that he is quite impressive on the feet here. Nice kick to the body by Figueiredo. Oh, my God, these jabs by Gordon. seemed to snap back Figueiredo's head. Figueiredo, though, can take some damage, is still moving forward. Gordon does seem to be gassing a little bit. To me, this is a Gordon round. I think his striking has been so impressive. He even got a little bit of control time in this round. So far, for me, this is a Gordon round. Nice kick coming in. This, what we're seeing from Gordon is what he needed to do in the first round. I mean, I know that's a no-brainer, but we were saying before that he's going to have that advantage on the feet. And we're seeing just how much that advantage is. Figueiredo has got to get this fight to the ground. He's got to find a way of taking this down. I think Figueiredo, though, is someone that believes in his own striking ability. So he'll be all right standing and exchanging. He won't want to give up on that. But I think he'll have a lot more of an easier path to victory if he does get the fight down. So I'd like to see him going for some takedowns, to be honest. I'd like to see him going for some takedowns. 45 seconds left in this. 3-round fight. You guys have got to go for it. This is still an entertaining fight. Nice kick to the body by Figueiredo. 30 seconds left to go. When is Islam fighting? He's in the main event, so he probably won't be fighting for 5 o'clock. Probably 3 hours 40 at the earliest. 3 hours 40, 4 hours, that kind of ballpark. Then we'll be at the main event. Right, Figueiredo is down on his back. He's got Gordon on top, and that is the end of round 2. I think that's 1 round each, personally. I was really impressed there. I was really impressed with Gordon. I think he did a great job to come back. Really got some good-looking shots off. And took the round. Mitchell said, do you think Kyle O'Reilly would do well in UFC? No. No. There's levels to this, and I haven't seen anything from Kyle O'Reilly that would make me think that he could hang with a top. And make no mistake about it, if you're in the UFC, you are top. I mean, I'd be interested in seeing Kyle O'Reilly on like a regional scene. I know Thunder Rosa competed in Combate America. She actually had an MMA fight, and she lost. But when we were watching NWA, they actually documented. There's a small documentary of Thunder Rosa, like going and preparing for her fight, having the fight, and her, backstage after the fight and everything. So if you're interested in seeing Thunder Rosa, go to the NWA thing. You'd be able to find it there. But I would say Kyle O'Reilly is, obviously trains in MMA, and he'd be better, but I still don't know that he's any better than a regional scene. Right, Figueiredo, right at the start of this round, goes down. Gordon has managed to catch him, and some strikes raining down. What a way to start round number 3. What a way to start round number 3. Figueiredo on his back with Gordon on top. For me, it's 1 round each. I've got Figueiredo winning by decision. That was my pick before the fight started. We're into round 3. I've got it 1-1. This round is critical. So, Gordon on top of Figueiredo. Strikes coming into the side of the head by Gordon. If he can just control him here, if he can just keep Figueiredo on his back, he's going to win this fight. Gordon will. But Figueiredo is working hard. Figueiredo is decent down on the ground. On his back, he's not going to panic. Time is ticking away, though, so he can't wait forever. He is going to have to make a move at some point. Look at that forearm to the side of the head by Gordon. Hammer fists coming in by Gordon as well. Oh, he's trying to get up to his feet, but couldn't quite. Gordon still on top. So, Gordon still on top of Figueiredo. Yeah, 1 minute 30 gone already. And Gordon on top of Figueiredo. It's in full guard. Chest to chest. He's just kind of smothering him. So it's not the most exciting round in the world, but if you have got money on Gordon, I should imagine you're feeling quite excited because, granted, you've got to do something with it, but I don't see how you give Figueiredo this round at the moment. You've got to give Gordon this round. He managed to get the takedown. He's managed to keep and control Figueiredo. And Figueiredo has got to do something here. He's really running out of time. He knows it as well. Look, he's trying to scramble. He's managed to get to a seated position. And Gordon with some wrist control. Love that. Love to see. Look at that. Grabbing a hold of the wrist. And he's trying to tuck it behind so that he can roll and control Figueiredo. Strikes coming into the side of the head by Gordon. Figueiredo's managed to get back to his feet. And he's managed to get round the back now. Now he's got to go. He's got a choke applied, actually, out of nowhere. That was a great reversal. Out of nowhere, he went from being punched in the side of the head to having his arm wrapped around the throat of Gordon. And these two are going at it right by the side of the cage. Figueiredo round the back of Gordon. We got less than 2 minutes to go. And Gordon just kind of leaning into Figueiredo at the moment. Lots of wrist control. They're both grabbing each other's wrists all the time, trying to dictate the next part of the fight. Gordon looking for another takedown. He's managed to get Figueiredo pinned up against that cage again. Figueiredo just can't get any space to work. He can't get any momentum. He can't get a foothold in the fight. Gordon is doing such a good job of limiting Figueiredo's options and opportunities. He's just really, really frustrating him. Really frustrating him. And Figueiredo over by the cage. Looks like it's going to go to decision, and it looks like it's Gordon that's going to win that decision with 1 minute to go unless Figueiredo can find something. He does get a takedown, Figueiredo. He's on top of Gordon. He's on top of Gordon at the moment. He's got to go. He's got to go. 50-odd seconds. He's got to go. He's got to go. Gordon down on his back. Figueiredo's got to just start wailing, man. He's got to just start smashing him. Yeah, right now, Gordon minus 600. Figueiredo plus 370. Oh, he was looking for an armbar. He was looking for an armbar there, Figueiredo. He almost got it as well. It's brilliant watching these two scramble. This is high-level technical stuff that we're seeing right here. Really enjoying this. This is an absolute grappling paradise. Really good. Some great wrist control. That's the end of it. Yeah, that won't be to everyone's taste, but I really enjoyed that. I think that's going to be a Gordon win. Come on, Figueiredo, says Sonny. Gordon for the win. Tate back in the ring. That should be interesting, says Mike. Yeah, man. Tate back in the octagon. It's not something we thought that we was going to see, but I'm definitely here for it. How many people do you think are at this show? Do you think it's about 100 people? Well, I don't think officially there's any crowd. So the only people that would be there would be like the judges, the doctors, the corners, the so on. So, yeah, with that, with all of them added in, it'd probably be about that kind of a mark, yeah. When does the main event start? Not for a while, bud. Not for a while. We've still got an hour and a half left of the prelims. So, still 3 fights left of the prelims. Right. Days, I have to ask you about Keith Lee. Did you see his tweet? I did not see his tweet. Was it a tweet today? Right, we're waiting for the official decision. I can see that the stats have decided to be a nightmare again. Hopefully they fix themselves. Here we go. Here we go. Unanimous? Yeah. Yeah, Figueiredo's applaud him. So, 30-27, 29-28, 29-28, and Figueiredo started applauding before it was even read out. So, well done to Gordon, who wins via decision. Right. Let's change this over and move on to our next fight. Ronnie said, I'm in Europe and it's 2:30 in the morning here. Where are you, bud? France? Spain? Sweden? Norway? Germany? Holland? One of those, I think. I'm trying to think where's an axe right now here in the UK. It's 1:30. So, I'm guessing you've got to be just a bit further over. Belgium. It's a good shout. Oh, is that where you are? That's cool. I've never been to Belgium. I'd love to go. They've got great chocolates. Yeah, I'd love to go. I'd love to go to Belgium. Right. It's going to be our next one. Mike says, Charles versus Dustin will be a crazy fight. Who have you guys got as the winner, says Mike. Mike's cutting me out now. So, he wants to hear from you guys. I'm done. I'm done, guys. The party's over. I'm just here to moderate. That's all I'm here for. So, Mike would like to know from you guys, who do you think's going to win in Charles Oliveira versus Dustin Poirier? Right, we've got Heidi Androl. Isn't Androl like some kind of a medication? Heidi Androl. Basically, the poor man's Megan O'Leary, right? Someone had to say it. I've got Mitchell says, Mike, I've got Dustin. Yeah, guys, let Mike know. Big Boy Daddy said Keith today teased a jump to SmackDown. Okay. Gold Cup Qatar 3, Granada 0, says Ryan. Susan said Dustin all the way. Mike says, no, what are your thoughts as well? No, it's don't you try and butter me up, Mike. I've met your kind before. I know how this works, Mike. I'm here to moderate. It's fine. Mike says, I'm going to go for Charles. Cheese Whiz says, maybe Dustin. Daryl said, I went back in 1990 to Belgium. I remember swimming in the North Sea and getting to see the fountain of the wee boy weeing. What? What are you on about? Is there a famous fountain of a small child weeing? A small child urinating? I don't know. The only things I can tell you about Belgium is I think I can find it on a map because I think it's next to Holland. It's in between Holland and Germany, or Netherlands and Germany, like to the north. And so I think I could find it on a map. I know they've got a great football team. I can tell you quite a few of their players. I know they make killer chocolate. And that's about it, to be honest. I mean, that my knowledge of Belgium pretty much ends there. So, yeah, I would love to go, learn some more, have a little look around. I bet it's just like one of those cool European countries. I bet the weather's quite nice. I bet you can sit outside, have an ice cold beer. I bet the architecture is amazing. I'd love to go to Belgium. It's not like I don't know where my number one place in the world is, to be honest. I don't know where I'd love to go the most. Where would you love to go the most? I know it's a really weird question, but why not? We're at commercial break. So where in the world, where would you love to go the most? Where would you love to visit the most? Because I don't know the answer to that. I don't know where I would love to go the most. Stella Artois is Belgium. I didn't know that. I didn't know Stella Artois was from Belgium. Alfie said, I've been to Belgium. The weather isn't great. Oh. That's a shame. We've got delicious potatoes, Belgium fritters. Oh, I've heard of them. Okay, I'll add that to things I know. Morozov is going to win by doctor stoppage. Tahar is going to break his leg. Gary said, England is my number one place. It's good. It is good. London. If you go to London, you're guaranteed a great time. Don't come to the UK for weather. No one does. I mean, in all fairness, our summers are good. Like, right now, it's very hot. Well, I say very hot. It's kind of comparable to, like, you know, Florida in wintertime. So it's like in the 70s and 80s. But we can touch, you know, high 80s. But so I wouldn't come here for the weather. But if you go to London, there's so much to see and do. You could have an incredible week. You could have an incredible week in London. And then if you wanted to go to Liverpool and go to like the Beatles Museum, or if you wanted to go to somewhere quite picturesque, like go down to Devon, Cornwall, really beautiful places where you can just, you know, incredible views, or you could go like the Lake District, which is incredible views as well. There's quite a few places that you can go to. I would love to go to Japan. Oh. Says Mitchell. I'd love to go to Japan and try real ramen noodles. Anywhere but Australia, says Big Boy Dally. Somewhat Sensible David said, I live in my favourite place. Colorado is amazing. What's amazing about Colorado? I couldn't tell you much about Colorado. I can probably tell you more about Belgium than I can tell you about Colorado. So what's amazing about Colorado? Mike says, Tahiti or Indonesia, amazing waves and food. Quite the combo. I would love to go to France, says Butters Stotch. Daze, do you like the United Home Kit? I do. I didn't at first, but it's really grown on me. At first, I was like, wasn't into it, but now I think it's really nice. I really like the white collar. It's kind of a throwback to our old, like, kind of 60s kind of look. I really like it now, yeah. At first, I didn't. Shout out from Jax, Florida. Charlie, shout out to you. Is that Jacksonville? Been there. Been to Florida quite a bit. Love it. Love Florida. One of my favourite places. Tibet. Wow. By the way, we are at commercial break still. If anyone's going, what's this? We are at commercial break. We do need to preview this next fight, though. So... let me just go down to the latest ones. Colorado has got all seasons year round. Colorado, mile high club without getting fined. I would love to go to Los Angeles, says Legend Killer. Brian said, I went to France for my honeymoon. It's the only international place I've been to. Oh. Lauren said, I'm going to England in 2 weeks. The only sad thing is that I'll miss SummerSlam. Oh, dude, you'll love it. If you've never been before and you like... You know, you want to see, like, the Tower of London, Buckingham Palace, all that kind of stuff. You'll have a great time. Ryan said, I'd love to visit Guadeloupe. Guadeloupe, yeah, same. I'd love to go there. Is it Guadeloupe? I don't know how you pronounce it. I couldn't even find it. It turned out I found a place that was called it, and it wasn't the place. 26 in Shropshire today, says Daryl. Oh, I don't know how that translates to the other one. I must admit, I don't work in that one, whatever that is. I work in the other one, and I don't know what that is. One's Fahrenheit, the other's Celsius, and I never know which way around it is. Because I never really care about temperature. I never look at it. I never check it. The only time I've ever looked at it is when I went to Florida, and it was so hot, I wanted to know what the temperature was. And I remember it being 77, and ever since then, I benchmark it against that. I remember it being like walking down the street in shorts thinking, oh my God, this is hot. And it was 77. So that's my mental note. So when you say 26, I don't know what that means. I'd have to do, like, converting and all this, and oh my god. Do you know what I mean? I didn't come on here to do scientific calculations. Mitchell said, would you fight Brock Lesnar if they offered you all 4 railroads, both dark blues, and Marvin Gardens in Monopoly? Right, first of all, what the flip is dark blues? Oh, you mean the 2 best ones? And what the hell is Marvin Gardens? Is that where Marvin Gaye lives? Marvin Gardens. Sounds like a retirement home. On the UK board, yeah, the real board, the proper board, right? Our 2 most expensive ones are Mayfair and Park Lane. Mayfair, Park Lane. Our cheapest one is Old Kent Road. And we've got things like Trafalgar Square, Leicester Square, Piccadilly Circus, those kind of places. So I don't know. If someone said, do you want Marvin Gardens in Monopoly, I'd be like, no, because I ain't playing with that board. I ain't playing with that sham of a board. That's what I would say. Sham. Anyway, we've done enough of abusing other cultures. Let's move forward now to our next fight. Khalid Taha taking on Morozov. This is in the bantamweight division. And Taha is a striker in his last 5. 2 wins, 2 losses, 1 draw. Very tough, likes to move forward. Very explosive, heavy-handed. Power from everywhere. Kickboxing as well. Quite short, and he can give up takedowns, but he is a very, very good grappler. He's taken on Morozov, who is 4 years older. He's a wrestler that's got great ring IQ. Also looks for takedowns. Good counter striker. Decent jiu-jitsu. Can I tell you, this is close. This is close. Like, the favourite is Taha at -150, but I'm looking at Morozov. I'm looking at Morozov thinking, hey there, girlfriend. There's an opportunity here to make some dollar. So they've got Taha as favourite. I'm leaning towards Morozov. But, you know, it's so close. They've got Taha at -150 and Morozov at +130. So, obviously it could be closer. They could be a pick'em. But I do like the underdog. Definitely got a chance. Right, here we go. We are underway with fight number 3. And we are up and running. Okay, so I like Taha here. Absolute tank with good power, says E. Spencer Kite. He has got power. He's got power everywhere. And as we said, he's a little bit smaller, but he's just absolutely solid. Low kick coming in by Taha. Oh my god. These stats this week. Doing my flipping head. Time for Herb Dean to stop the fight early again. His name is something that you would say after you've done a magic trick. Taha! Yeah, well, he might do a magic trick in a minute. He might put Morozov. He might make Morozov unconscious. Right. I'm making this big. There we go. So, we've got the stats. Both guys on their feet. They're just kind of standing off each other a little bit at the moment. So, yeah, they're just going to a little advert, which is a bit dull. Like, these two really are standing off and just being a little bit tentative. Misha or Marriott. I've got Misha. I love the fact that Misha's back. Morozov charges forward, manages to drag Taha down. Look, I'm changing this. I'm making that bigger, so if it does jump around, we should have it boxed off. Oh my god, look at that. What a genius I am. What a genius. Right, so Morozov has got Tate down on the ground. You can see not loads of activity. Significant strike-wise, 4 strikes for Morozov, only 3 for Tate. And so it's not really been much in the way of striking, but they have gone down to the ground right now. And we do have Tate on his back with Morozov on top. And he's in half guard at the moment. And he's just using his shoulder, just driving his shoulder into the face of Tate. Tate trying to get a few fists into the face of Morozov. Strikes coming into the side of the head. He's trying to turn over to his side. Morozov doing a decent job here. As I said, I did fancy him as a little underdog. In this one. Obviously, it's just the first round at the moment. But he's doing very well. He's ahead on significant strikes. He's ahead on control time. He's managed to get the takedown as well. And he's giving a good account of himself. 1 minute 30. If he can control the rest of this round, I think he takes this round. You can see total strikes, though, 23-10. So total strikes are definitely with Tate. He's packaging him up here. He's doing a great job of getting him into a small package. He should work for Amazon. Putting things in small boxes, as small a package as possible, is obviously going to save on shipping costs. And he's proven himself to be a very, very skilled person at doing this. The way that he's managed to really tie up. He's grabbed the head, he's grabbed the legs. He's got Tate in this little package. He hasn't got Taha's little package. He's got him in a little package. And, see, look, it's jumped again. It's jumped again, but we were ready for it. We were ready. Okay, so he's trying to get back to his feet. Yeah, he's got a heel hook, has he? Has he managed to grab a heel hook? Looked like he was going for a knee bar there, Tate. Yeah, he's definitely going for that leg, but there's not enough time, and that's the end of the round. So Tate was going for the submission, but couldn't get it. This is his audition for Amazon. It's a great audition. I think he's done really well in that first round. They're going to be, like, super impressed. Oh, we need to talk about technology as well. We need to talk about technology after this fight. I know that's not why people are here, but there's something going on that I'm really excited about. And I just thought of it because of Amazon. If Aljamain wins he is the biggest heel in the sport. If he loses, Jan comes out a hero for righting a wrong. It's a win-win for the UFC, says Shola. Well, look, if Aljamain wins clean, I think he's fine. I just think there's a bad taste in the mouth at the moment. That's all. It's definitely a fight I'm looking forward to. Definitely. I feel so sorry for Jan. I mean, he did it. You can't knee an opponent that's grounded, so, he did it to himself, but I do feel sorry for him. He was the champion, he was winning. Like, if he was losing, then that'd be a different conversation, but the fact he was winning, and the fact he was the champion, and he had all that to lose, you would look at it and just think, it's a mistake. Why would you do that? Why would you throw that away if it wasn't a mistake? Right, we are underway with round number 2. If McGregor was to win the 4th fight, would they go for a 5th time? Oh my god. It's just going to never end. It's going to be like Drew McIntyre, Bobby Lashley. I don't know, to be honest. I think the fans would have enough. I think that would be it. I think they'd probably end at 2-2. I don't think they'd do a 5th. Unless their paths crossed in a few years' time, but I doubt it. Big strikes by Morozov. Morozov really unloading on Tahar right now. Mitchell said the 4th fight should be between Dustin's wife and Conor. How about Dustin's wife versus Conor's wife? How about we have the 2 wives go at it and that's how we settle the 5th? That'd be amazing. If a fight goes into a 5th fight, the wives have to step in, even if they're not trained. One of them's just a lovely lady that, like, sits at home with the kids. Get in that octagon now. Get in that octagon. Do you think fighters would start thinking about marrying female fighters then? Like, they would do it for their careers? That'd be amazing. Like, imagine all these, like, fighters getting together. Pat Berry would be all right, wouldn't he, eh? Pat Berry. His partner, of course, Rose, Thug Rose Namajunas. Lovely strike there by Morozov. Morozov looking good again here. Looking good again. So impressive. He's done really well on the feet. He's lunged in and grabbed Tahar round the waist. Trying to tie up the legs a little bit. Oh my god. This flipping website. I don't know what's gone wrong this week. I don't know why this week it's decided to be an absolute douche. But, yeah, this ESPN website just keeps moving around. Nice work here by Morozov. He's managed to grab the waist of Tahar, and he's got Tahar up against the side of the cage. So he's going to get quite a bit of control time here. McGregor should have took that challenge from the bus he beat up. There's too much heat between them, says Susan. These two are trading now. What are they trading? Pokemon cards. Yeah, he's doing a great job, Morozov. He's managed to get, like, round the back of Tahar. Both guys on the feet. He's trying to drag Tahar down to the mat. So, yeah, he's really controlled him. If you look at significant strikes, it's 19-14. Look at that control time. He's nearly controlled him for a whole round. 4 minutes of control time. He's doing good, man. Morozov's doing good. This might be 2 rounds to Morozov, you know. He's just, at the moment, he's just got him pinned up against the cage. He's just throwing in a few knees. He's got him around the side. He's round the back. He's not going for, like, rear naked chokes or anything. He seems to be quite happy to just control him. And Tahar is trying to break out of this. Another big knee coming in by Morozov. And Morozov there. Now he's going for the rear naked, is he? Head and arm. Das. What's he going for? I can't quite see. So he's grabbed a hold of the arm. I thought this was a head and arm, but it's not a head and arm. He's just grabbed the arm. Oh, he's doing really good. He's managed to get a couple of a couple of the hooks in. Yeah, he's got both hooks in. So Morozov doing really, really well. Strikes coming to the side of the head. Hammer fists by Morozov as well. 5 seconds to go and we'll get to the end of this, but that's another round for Morozov. Tell you what, if you did put some money on the underdog, you're going to be feeling quite good. I've got him 2 rounds to 0. Swear you said to hard. I always want to see a gut wrench suplex or a Bailey to belly. That would be epic, says Ryan. She's got more power than Rose. I think she's got a more rounded skill set. Who are we? Are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Zhang? Who are you talking about? Mike says Susan Wright crazy. Thug Rose versus Valentina. Wow, what a fight, man! What a fight! I'd love that. Yeah, I think Valentina wins that, but Team Rose. Team Rose. You know I love Rose. She might be my favourite fighter ever. I love Rose. Do you remember last time she fought and she was like, I'm the best. I'm the best. And Joe Rogan said to her, he was like, you kept saying you're the best. And she went, that's because I am the best. I am the best. And the crowd went, yeah. I'm the best. I'm the best. There's a lot of, like, mental games that go on, like... There's a lot that goes on with Rose. She was really having to get herself into, like, a zone. I love her. She's brilliant. But, yeah, I do think Valentina would be a problem. I'm the best. I'm the best. All right, there we go. There's the stats back again. Right, round number 3. Mike said, we all love Rose. She is no joke. Susan said, that was awesome for sure. I love it. It's one of my favourite moments of the year, man. Just before she came out and she's standing there going, I'm the best. I'm the best. Right. It's characters in it. Do you know what I mean? Like, you see so many fighters that you just don't really feel a connection with. That when there is, like, someone that comes along that you feel that connection, you really do root for them. And then you kind of go on that journey with them. And there is probably a little lack of characters in UFC. It would be good if UFC were able to do a spotlight on the fighters. Like, I don't really get why don't they do, like, spotlight on Taha? And it's just a 5-minute spotlight on Taha on the UFC. Tell us where he came from. Tell us what his family life is like. Tell us what he likes to do. What teams does he support? Blah, 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 blah. Just so there might be something that you hear that you go, oh, that's cool. Yeah, I like this guy. He might do a load of great charity work or, I don't know. I don't know. So whatever they do, like, you know, you feel that connection. They could just be churning out one of them a day. Easy. A few of them a day. And I think that would be something that would be really good for the UFC to do. Right, right now, Morozov is he's managed to get Taha up against the side of the cage, and he's controlling him. And this is going to be Morozov by decision. Morozov's going to win this. Knees coming in by Morozov. He was the underdog. He was plus 130. I've really enjoyed this card. Morozov getting the win here. I think this fight's been decent. Like, it's been nice to see the underdog, like, just go to work and get the job done. Heavyweights were all right in that first fight. The Bordeaux Nascimento fight was decent. The Figgy Gordon fight, I really enjoyed. Morozov, 19 significant strikes in this round. Taha, 5. So, yeah, Morozov's done a great job of just grabbing Taha, putting him against the cage, controlling him. This has been about control time. With 1 minute 30 to go, the 7 minutes 40, which is half the fight, more than half the fight, Morozov has had control time. He's been able to control half of this fight. And the other half has been on the feet, and he's looked very good. Let Valentina fight Kamaru next. Morozov has put it on Taha. He has worn him down. Dean says, that's a great idea. It would be better insight into the lower-ranked fighters. I agree. I think that's, you know, I do think there's some stuff that UFC can still learn from, like, pro wrestling and other sports. And I think a little bit in the way of, like, character development and a bit in, like, you know, getting people to know the fighters. I think that would help. ESPN could learn to not have their flipping website jumping all over the place all the time. That would be great. Right, 30 seconds left to go. If you are watching, you can see the stats on screen. 48 significant strikes to 20. 64 shots to the head by Morozov. 89 total strikes to 52. 6 takedowns, guys. 6 takedowns. We haven't even spoke about that. 8 minutes 37 control time. Morozov, unless he gets knocked out now in the last 5 seconds, is winning this on decision. Back elbow by Morozov, and that is the end of the fight. And that is going to be an excellent result for him. If he don't get that, if he don't get awarded that, then this is one of the biggest robberies ever. He will, and he should. So shout out to Morozov for getting the job done. Kaya, shout out to you. I'm sorry to hear that, bud. Going Go said you missed my super chat. Let me have a look. I did. There it is. Thanks for letting me know. Going Ghost said, I do not want to see Dustin versus Conor again. Dustin beat him in that third fight and was winning in the most recent fight. Conor's body is breaking down. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that would agree. The only thing I would say is that it's the second biggest selling pay-per-view of all time. Even if there is a lack of interest for the fourth fight and that interest drops, you're still probably talking about top 10 biggest pay-per-views of all time for UFC. I mean, Conor's drawing power is immense. And I think that there's a story there. And who knows, fourth time they fight, there might even be a title there. So, you know, if Poirier beats Oliveira, I think that's the UFC's dream scenario. I think the UFC would love Poirier to beat Oliveira. Because if he does, then that means that McGregor-Poirier would be for the title. What is his hat? Look at his hat. That hat's amazing. Did his mum make it? There we go. Is that the Kazakhstan flag? Someone says to me that's the Kazakhstan flag. Is he from Kazakhstan? I actually don't know where Morozov's from. Let's have a look. I feel like we saw that flag before, and it's the Kazakhstan flag. Morozov. I could be wrong. Morozov. Morozov. Where are you from, mate? He is from Kazakhstan. Yeah! Check me out. How many people on the YouTubes can identify the Kazakhstan flag? This community can. That's our greatest ever achievement. Won 6 of his last 7. How much would you pay for that Sleepy McGregor chain? Pff, nothing. I'm not bothered by it. I'm not bothered by it. It's just a bit of bat. It didn't even look that good. Didn't even look that good. I don't know. They're auctioning it off, aren't they? Jake Paul had it made and he's giving it to Dustin Poirier, and Poirier's going to sell it. So, I'm not bothered by it. Gary said Conor doesn't deserve the title fight. That's a nice pirate hat. It's a crazy hat. It doesn't look that warm. Oh, well, it looks warm, I suppose, but it doesn't look as warm as, like, Khabib's hat. Kazakhstan, let's go! Yeah! I wonder if he's ever seen Borat. I bet he hates Borat. I bet he absolutely loathes it. Isn't Borat from Kazakhstan? Yes. That's a nice. I like you. Yeah, man. I heard Khabib call you out for his next fight. I've already said I'd do it. I don't know why people are making this out to be a big deal. I'd smash him up. Do you know what I mean? I'd mess him right up. I'd do what Conor couldn't. Pfft. Don't bother me. Scared. You see, the thing is, he always steps in with real athletes, people that train and, you know, give their all and everything. He's never stepped in there with anyone like me. Out of shape slob that's not trained a day in my life. That's the secret. That's the secret. That I don't give a flip attitude to life is the way you beat Khabib. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. Days would smash Khabib, says Mike. You know it, mate. You know it. Days, what's your MMA record? Mitchell, only undefeated. Only undefeated. Only the same as Khabib. And that's insane, isn't it, when you think about it? Oh my God, we need to talk as well about the new Steam Deck. Oh my God, did you see it? Brand new computer that's coming out. That's I mean, everyone's seen it now. I've pre-ordered one. But it's not out till next year. Technically December, but it'll be next year. And it'll play Steam games in a handheld Switch-sized console. And it's basically like a high-end gaming PC in a handheld console. Amazing. Amazing. So we've been talking a lot about games, actually, on the podcast, and that was something I meant to mention the other day. And you could finally pre-order them, and I've pre-ordered one. You can pre-order them on Steam right now, and I saw it trending on Twitter and everything, and I'm not surprised because it plays like AAA games in a handheld computer. This is like what I've been waiting for. Fantastic. Sonny says, "Ooh, yeah." I'm excited. I'm excited. Right, hang on. Yes, I do need to change this over. There's people talking about the next fight. Let's go to it. Oh my God, this stupid thing. Right, there we go. Lemos. I'm going for Amanda Lemos next. So, Lemos against Montserrat. Who is? Days, do you smell what the Rock is cooking? Not right now. Not right now. Who won with Morozov? Morozov won. Unsurprisingly. Right, so Lemos against Montserrat. Amanda Lemos is 3-1. She's got a wide stance. She looks for control time. She's very strong. She's got good boxing, good ground skills, good takedown defense. Dark horse in this division. She's got hard kicks. She's got knockout power. She's got really good jiu-jitsu. She should be able to create the space that she needs to, get those kicks going. The kicks are going to be key for her. So Amanda Lemos, I think, should win this. She's coming in as minus 550 favorite. Minus 550 favorite. She's taking on Montserrat Ruiz, who is a dominant grappler, very tough. She looked good in her UFC debut. She was a replacement for Kay Hansen. She's got 10 victories, 8 of those on the Mexican regional scene. 1, I think, in Invicta, and then 1 in UFC. So she's still a little bit unknown. We still don't quite know much about her. But she looked good the last time out. She isn't really much of a striker. She only lands like 1 significant strike a minute. Like, her volume's just not there. But as we said, she's a grappler. She's going to be looking for takedowns. And she's definitely got a path to victory. But I expect Amanda to win this. Amanda, minus 550. Montserrat, plus 400. Amanda's also a ranked fighter in the strawweight division. She's ranked 14th. This is really moody, man. Montserrat came in last minute again to fill in for Kay Hansen and won. And now they're feeding her to like a ranked fighter. It's a little bit moody on her. But I suppose, this is the UFC. if you're good enough, then you're good enough. So we'll see. Can she get into the rankings? A win here would put her in the top 15. So I'm interested to see. I don't think she will. I think Amanda gets the win. Preston is built like a Mack truck. I've got money on Amanda. There's Montserrat. Carrillo is a tough cookie. Sonny has got Amanda Lemus knockout round 2. Rick said Tate has signed a 2-year contract while Reneau is looking to retire. Yes. I didn't know Tate had signed a 2-year contract, to be honest. As we said, it'll be very interesting to see how tonight goes. I think tonight would have to be an absolute disaster for tonight to be her only fight. Like, to be one and done. I think she is going to... even if she, like, loses, if it's close and competitive, I think she can go away and make some changes. So, yeah, I'm looking forward. I'm really looking forward to that fight. Guys, I'm a Miesha Tate stan. I think you all know this. I'm more of a Rose stan, but I am a Miesha Tate stan as well. Why am I excited for tomorrow? It's weird. Crowds make a difference. Niles says, Talker Guy is talking the same as the bookies. No predictions from himself. Oh, that's weird, because I literally just called the underdog as winning, and the underdog just won. So, looks like Talker Guy knows his stuff. David Hall, it's Monster Rat. Please show a bit of respect. What is your favourite video game, says Mitchell. What is my favourite video game? I was geeking out a little bit over Age of Empires the other day, which I do enjoy. I haven't played it for a while, actually. But Age of Empires 2, I get really addicted to that. If you've never played it, it's really good. You start off with, like, these villagers, and you have to tell them what to do, like collect wood, collect stone, all that kind of stuff. And then you start building houses, churches, barracks, blah, 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 blah. And then you, like, start attacking other armies and blah and all this. It's good. It's really good. Takes a good few hours to play a game, of course, but I do enjoy that. But to be honest, I mean, I don't really get much time to sit down and play games. But that's why that Steam Deck looks amazing, because I love the idea of, you know, wherever I am, if I'm traveling to London and I'm on the train, or, you know, I go away for, like, you know, on holiday or something, you can take it with you. Small, portable, beautiful, beautiful. Just play some AAA games. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It's a shame that it's so far away, though. Like, it's next year that it comes out. But I was very excited by that announcement. It's quite funny because Steam Deck announced a new item, this console, on the same day that Stream Deck announced a new item as well. So there was a little bit of confusion with people looking for Steam Decks but finding Stream Decks and vice versa. And they're totally different things. Right, we've got Amanda Lemus and Montserrat. Lemus 34, Montserrat 28. Last week for UFC 265, those graphics, those tail of the tape graphics were moving. For some reason, they haven't had a move in here. Right, Montserrat's coming in at plus 400. That's what we had her at. Getting your final thoughts. Who do you think would win between Usman and Stylebender? They're saying that Usman is moving up in weight. They won't face each other. They won't do it. They've been asked about that for a long time. I mean, I personally think Usman would win, but I don't see the fight happening. Wrestling wise, Usman wins. I agree. Suns or Bucks? Oh, is that tonight, is it? It's 2-2, isn't it? Where's the game being played? It seems to be the winner is where the game's being played. So it depends where tonight's at. Oh, this is the 500th women's fight in UFC history. Right, we're about to get underway, and we are underway. Kanhiho wins. She has the call of tattoos. Days used to be in UFC. This is true. Williams speaking some truth there. Right, we are up and running. We are underway. Oh my god, this website. If there's a way, there's got to be a way that I can fix this. Whoa! Amanda Lemus! That's it. That's it. Wow, Lemus. Just throwing it in. The referee stopped it. Did he stop it early? Did he stop it early? Just like, we're only just getting going here. I mean, she caught her. Montserrat went down. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'd want to see a replay because Montserrat got straight back up and, yeah, it's a lovely strike. Right on the chin. She goes down and look, the referee calls it. But look, she's not out. Montserrat's not out. I don't think she really knew where she was. I think she gets back on her feet like, a little bit like, do you remember when Amanda Hebus did it? Against, Rodriguez. She just got back up and she was a little bit out on her feet, but she just knows, I've got to get back up, I've got to defend myself. It's just like, you just know. I don't know. I mean, if he hadn't stepped in, she would have followed up with for the kill, wouldn't she? But look at that. There's a reason why she was minus 550 favourite. And there we go. That's a bad stoppage. Mitchell said that was a worse stoppage than Herb Dean. Well, she caught her, she clipped her a few times. Montserrat goes down, and as soon as she hits the ground, the ref's straight in, and that's it. He calls it. But she's not out. She's not out cold or anything. She doesn't even look like she goes out and then comes back. Like, she goes down, she still seems to be there, and she gets back up, but like, you can see that she's wobbly and she's not, in a great place. I think Amanda Lemus would have. I think Amanda Lemus would have finished that. Winner by knockout. Done. She was watching her as she was on the ground. It's a KO on someone that didn't get knocked out, says Mitchell. It's a weird one. 35 seconds, that fight. So they're saying that she's the biggest power threat in this strawweight division. Look, forget the early stoppage and all of this. This woman is making herself to be a problem. She's 10-1. She's got a 4-fight win streak. She's ranked 14th. Now, granted, she's just beaten someone that we're not sure how good she was. But there's no denying that she's clipped her and caught her. And if that fight's going to continue, Amanda Lemus is winning that fight. I'm going to be UFC champion. Who do you want next? You can call anyone right now. Call out Ngannou. Call out Dana. I want to fight anyone that's in the top 5. I love the translator. Here's her coach. she is your champion. Dana White, she is your champion. The coach that's like the translator, he's putting in as much emotion as what she is. She's like saying it all in Brazilian or whatever. He's then like translating to English, but he's like putting in that same emotion. It's brilliant. Normally, if you get like just a normal standard translator, they're like, he says that it's an honor to be here, and like they're quite flat. Not him. Dana White, she is your champion. She is your. We'll take anyone in the top 5. She's good, man. I like her. She's a problem. Longest active win streak, 4 in a row for Amanda Lemus. Who's in that top 5? Let's have a little journey into the top 5, shall we? Have a look at the women's strawweight division. See what potential fights. She ain't going to get a title shot just yet, but we can have a little look, couldn't we? Women's strawweight. So, obviously, champion is Rose. Zhang Weili, Joanna. Oh, my God, there's some killers. Some great fights that she could have. Carla Esparza, Joanna, Mackenzie Dern, Marina Rodriguez, Claudia Gadelia, Michelle Waterson, Tisha Torres, Amanda Hebus, Angela Hill. I mean, in all fairness, they're calling out top 5, so they want like Dern, Esparza, Joanna, something like that. But there's some good fights there. I'd be down for seeing like Amanda against Michelle Waterson, or Marina Rodriguez would be good. Tell you what, that women's strawweight division looks quite good at the moment. Looks quite good. Ronda Rousey is done. Guys, we've got breaking news. Ronda Rousey is done. Right, let's go back. Boom. I don't speak Portuguese, but I think she just called out Jake Paul, says Ryan. Listen, I'd take her in that fight. I'm really looking forward to... Oh, that's stupid. That's stupid. Can we just say how stupid it is that they're betting that the loser has to put that tattoo on? That is just stupid. I understand there's kids out there that are going to think that's the coolest thing ever. Like, there's an audience out there that are going to think that's amazing. The loser has to put a tattoo of I love the other person onto themselves. But it's just so stupid. It's just not about... It's not about sport, is it? Like, Jake Paul's talking about how he wants to be a champion, and he's talking about how he is taking this seriously, and he's talking about how, you know, he's really dedicating himself to boxing. And then he keeps doing stuff like this. Keeps doing stuff like this, and stuff like this keeps coming up that just is... It counters what he's saying. I'm really serious about boxing. I really respect boxing. I want to be a champion in boxing. I'm here to treat boxing right. If you lose, you've got to put I love Jake Paul. You've got to tattoo it on yourself. How do them two marry up together? They don't. It's stupid. I have no idea why Woodley agreed to that. No idea. Because could he get caught with some? Absolutely. Of course he could get caught with some. Could get clipped with some. I don't know. He might take Jake Paul a bit light. I mean, I think Woodley wins. But he could get caught. And then he's got to get I love Jake Paul. I mean, that is the end of that man's career. That man goes into the history books as a joke. Like Tyron Woodley, like this fantastic UFC fight, a former champion. You know, he was a bad man at one time. A lot of people had a lot of respect for him. And what if he ends up getting a flipping I love Jake Paul tattoo? It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. Some solution says Tyrone just won't lose that fight, trust me. Yeah, I fancy him to win the fight. But what Tyrone doesn't win with that bet. Do you know what I mean? Like, the bet is the loser has to put I love the other person on them. Have you seen how many stupid tattoos Jake Paul has got? Do you really think Jake Paul's going to care? Do you really think that another stupid-looking tattoo is going to be a problem for Jake Paul? He'll just add it to his collection of stupid-looking tattoos. So, like, I don't feel like if Woodley wins, it's really that much of a punishment. If Woodley wins, Jake Paul's got to get another stupid tattoo. But if Jake Paul wins, then, you know, Woodley now has got to get I Love Jake Paul, and it's going to be all over social media. Everyone's going to be bantering hard. Really, really hard, and it's just going to be a nightmare for his legacy. I just think he's got so much to lose. He's really gambling with the reputation that he built up and the respect that he earned. And I get it from the sense of, yeah, you know, this is why people are, you know, it's added a bit more interest to the fight, but it's just so stupid. It just doesn't do much for the prestige of boxing. I don't think it paints this fight I don't think it makes it look great in my eyes. I don't think it's added to the fight. I mean, was anyone like, oh, I don't know whether I'll get it or not, but now because of this, like, yes, I've got to see who's going to get the tattoo. I don't know. It's not added anything. It's just a circus, isn't it? It's just a circus. Exactly. Jake has got that gotcha hat tattoo for Mayweather, says Ryan. Aiden, English is going to Impact, says Rated R Wrestling. The tattoo idea was stupid. I thought it was stupid. If I was Tyrone Woodley, I would be like, how does that make sense? You've got so many stupid tattoos that adding another one just wouldn't mean anything. People laugh at you anyway. Jake, people laugh at you anyway. So you're not going to feel any embarrassment or shame on social media by having that. I don't win anything in this arrangement. You're a clown. People laugh at you anyway. So I would have said that. I certainly wouldn't have gone, yeah, okay. It's just weird. It's just really weird. I'm definitely watching it. As much as I'm sitting here complaining, we're definitely streaming it. But I was streaming it anyway. The tattoo thing hasn't, convinced me. Mitchell said, I think the Gecko should fight Jake next. We don't have that here. So, I've seen it. I'm aware of it. I'm sure it would stand a great chance, but, yeah. I wonder if I was Tyrone Woodley, I'd be like, all right, if I win, I don't want you to get I Love Tyrone Woodley tattooed on you. I would want... What would really embarrass Jake Paul? Is there anything in the world? What would really upset Jake Paul? What about the face of KSI? Or something like that. I'm trying to think of something that would really genuinely embarrass Jake Paul. Because if Jake Paul was like, I want you to get I Love Jake Paul tattooed on you, then you could play that game. But you'd be like, all right, if you want to go down that road, we can. But if I win, I want you to get KSI's face tattooed on you. And it's got to be a decent size as well. Yeah, deal. Susan said, that's a good point. Jake never said it had to be permanent. Oh, well, to be honest, I didn't think about that. I thought someone would get it, and they'd take the picture, and then they'd instantly cover it. That's what I thought someone would do. If I'm Tyrone Woodley, I'll get it, get the picture taken. If I've lost, you know, you've got to fulfill a bet, and then I'm instantly going to cover it. But I didn't think about it not being permanent. Not a real boxer tattoo, says Mike. Not a real fighter tattoo. I don't know. He might be able to look at that and say that he looks down at it and it gives him motivation to prove people wrong. Like, he'd spin it, wouldn't he? He'd spin it. If I had to have not a real fighter tattooed, I'd be like, every time I look at that, I see what everyone's saying and it just motivates me more. I don't know. I'd want something really bad. Ohio sucks. Would that upset him? What's a shoey? That's when you put beer inside a shoe and you drink it. Tai Tuivasa does it. He was doing them last weekend. Not a real man. Have you got any tattoos? No. I've never really been tempted to get any tattoos, and I was tempted to get a tattoo once, and it was when I was young, right? I was about 16 or whatever, and I was tempted to get like a star here, and I'm really glad I didn't do it. I'm really glad. I never seriously considered it, but there's a guitarist in a band I like that had it, and I thought it was like, that's cool. And, you know, when you're young and you're kind of impressionable like that, you're like, oh, that's cool. I kind of like that. It's kind of a little bit hidden. It's a bit out the way, but it kind of shows your support for the band that you like. And I was like, I sort of like that. But I'm really pleased I didn't, because I don't like it now. Now that I'm a bit older, I would be like, I'd want to get rid of it, or I'd want it covered or something. And I think that's why I've never got a tattoo, because I've thought about like a few that I could have got over the years. And pretty much a year later or whatever, I'm always pleased I never did it. So I've come to the conclusion they're just not for me. I changed my mind too much. I'm too indecisive. So, where are we in the fight? We are nowhere. There is no fight happening right now. We've got, one more prelim fight? There's only 10 fights tonight. We're already at fight number 5. So we will be going over to our next fight soon, in about 5-10 minutes. Days, what does it mean if a fighter wins by points? Is that a decision, whenever that is? Sky betting using that system, McGregor points. Well, if a fighter wins on points, then yes, it is decision. I don't know why it would say McGregor points, because I don't know what that means, because he didn't win on points. He hasn't won on points in a long time. So yeah, it would be it would be that the fighter's gone to decision. Ryan says, where are you now? I'm in the UK. I am near Telford, quite close to the Welsh border, in the middle of the UK, over towards Wales. That's where we are. Days, what do you think about the friction between Dana and Ngannou? I knew something was up when he tweeted, "What are we doing wrong?" after the Jake Paul fight. Yeah, I think that, you know, there is friction. I don't know how bad it is. But, you know, Dana's put in the interim heavyweight title up for Lewis and Cyril Gane. He wanted it to be Lewis and Ngannou, but Ngannou couldn't make that date work. And I don't know if money was part of the reason of that. But I do think there's a big conversation happening about money, more towards obviously the top end of the sport. And I think they're looking actually at what Jake's earning, and I think they're looking at you know, what's going on in the pay-per-view kind of world, and I think they're sort of, you know, a bit frustrated that they're not getting a piece of that pie. For example, I was listening to Ariel Helwani the other day, and he was saying that this Crypto.com that now sponsor all the front of the shirts, they're spending 170 million across like 5 years. And he said, do you want to guess what percentage that goes to the fighters? 0%. The fighters get 0% of that 175 million. It's not as if it's now resulted in the bonuses getting increased or the actual just base pay going up. I'm not saying all the fighters get like $1 million each or anything like this. I'm just saying, like, where someone gets paid, say, 10 grand, could they get paid 12? Do you know what I mean? It's not much to ask. You could take $1 million and make a big difference to how much the fighters are receiving. Obviously, there's always a limit, and you always have to draw a line because people are always going to want more and more money. Obviously, everyone's out to get as much as they can, obviously. But, yeah, it is a bit moody. I do agree. 170-odd million contracts signed with crypto across 5 years, and nothing, not a cent, goes towards the fighters. And that's just one deal. Add in the Venom deal, add in, you know, all the other sponsors that they have, add in the TV money that they're getting. UFC are rolling in it. Now, I'm sure if you was to ask them, they'd say they're not. because, you know, they're not getting any live gate money and all that kind of stuff. But they are back to having live gates now. Granted, not tonight, not for the fight nights yet. We're not quite there. But obviously for the big shows, like with Conor, you know, they're getting money back in. Even so, I do understand. I do think there's a degree of that from Ngannou. So, yeah, I think he's got a point. I don't know that... I mean, no one fighter is going to have enough power to make a big change. They're going to have to, like, come together, really. And, you know, a few fighters are going to have to throw their weight around and refuse to fight. But even then, you know, they'll look at making interim champions. And it's difficult. It's difficult. I mean, I think the fighters are paid okay, but considering they put their lives on the line, considering this is, you know, a very dangerous sport, the top end get paid okay. Not brilliant in relation to like what Jake Paul's earning or big boxers earn. It's still out of sync with that. But lower down the card, you know, I mean, they're always desperate for those bonuses because it makes such a big difference. I mean, don't forget, if you're an MMA fighter, this is one of your only forms of income. And not only that, you've got to pay all for your training, you know, your corners, your training partners, like everything, your meals, your bills, like your income is coming from what you get from UFC. So it is a bit moody. It is a bit moody. The fighters should be paid more, says Joe. How long is the low blow going on for, says Ryan. There was only the one. I've only had the one tonight. I was hoping for a bit more. The fighters still sign the deal on paper. That's true. That's true. I mean, it's not a problem to the point where UFC's in big trouble, like the fighters are all walking out. But I'm saying it probably would need to get to that if there was going to have to be real change. But it is true, you know, the fighters do sit down and they do sign, you know, with the deals that are in front of them. But they sort of have to because there's not really an alternative. There's not a big alternative to UFC, is there? There's no other... I mean, you've got Bellator, but it's just not that level. So they are a little... They have got a bit of a monopoly at the moment, UFC. I don't know if anyone's going to ever come and rival them, to be honest. Be interesting if there was. Be very interesting if there was someone that came along to rival them. But they haven't shown themselves yet, anyway. I think Dana is underpaid. UFC needs to pay Dana more money, says T995. Ryan Garcia is the biggest draw in boxing, and Canelo also, says Mike. Everyone's got expenses in life. UFC doesn't pay you to train. They sort of have to because you don't earn any other money. I mean, there's not really the time to have another job and to train to the level of being a UFC fighter. So if you're a UFC fighter, you need to be full time. You need to dedicate your life to being to the training. So it's kind of like, in order to pay for that, in order to pay for you and then your expenses, you need to be earning X amount of money. And I think it's there or thereabouts. Like, we don't hear too many stories of, like, fighters that just have to give up the sport because they can't afford it. Like, I'm sure that happens to the fighters that aren't successful. But to the fighters that have got skill and are able to, you know, get a few fights in each year, like get in, say, 2-3 fights a year, ideally 3, you know, they should be okay. But I kind of feel like it's on the line. I kind of think that there's not much in it. And you're absolutely right. Everyone's suffering. Everyone's struggling. But it's just like, you know, I do get the conversation. I do understand the argument that, like, fighters deserve a little bit more for what they do. I'm on their side. Plus, also, they're big and scary. And if any of them are watching this, I just want you to know I've got your back. I just want you to know that, yeah? Don't come hunting me down. I'm on your side. Tyson Fury is a huge draw. He is. Right, we are about to get underway with our main event of the prelims. Rodriguez versus Parsons. So they've done the ring walks. Rodriguez, first round storm. A few cardio questions. He's 4-1 in the UFC. Boxer, jiu-jitsu. He's got a good chin. He's taking on Parsons, who is making his UFC debut. He's a short notice replacement. So I'm leaning towards Rodriguez here. Rodriguez is minus 310. Sometimes these short notice replacements can really step up and make a name for themselves. We saw that Moutinho guy taking on Sugar Sean last week, and what a performance that was. He got absolutely battered, but he showed such great heart, and that actually won Fight of the Night, so he ended up going away with a really, really useful bonus. So, I do like some of these short notice replacements. Sometimes they can come in with nothing to lose and just really go for it. So we'll see. We'll see how he does. He's a good fighter as well. He's 9-2. All 9 of his wins have come by submission, Parsons. So I do like him. He's a good fighter. He could definitely win this. But I just think Daniel Rodriguez, 4-1 in the UFC, has got that experience. And I am leaning towards the favourite here. Right. Let's get going. This is our main event of the prelims. Amazingly, we've already been streaming for over 2.5 hours. We're about 20-odd minutes away, 24 minutes away from going to the main show. And as we said, there's only 10 fights on this card, but I think it just flows a bit nicer. Right, boom, we're up and running. Joe said, I went with Preston for this fight, but I'm not confident. Well, let's see. Parsons charging forward. He's definitely got skills, and he's very dangerous with his submissions. He is making his UFC debut, so there is a degree of we don't know what to expect. Sometimes that can work in their favour because there might not be tons of tape or even time for these fighters to get a good read of the replacement. So we'll see what he can do against Rodriguez. I just think that Rodriguez is he's been there, he's done it, he's got the experience. He's a very good fighter as well. I do like him. And he does bring, he's got boxing, he's got jiu-jitsu. He does tend to bring a bit of a first-round storm. So if I'm Parsons, I'm just being a little careful in this round. Just being a little bit careful. Right, Rodriguez on his feet. He's got Parsons back against the side of the cage. Low kick coming in by Rodriguez. Parsons edging forward. Couple of jabs. Nice right hand. Nice right hand again by Rodriguez. Low kick coming in by Parsons. Kick to the body. Into the clinch. So, in the clinch, in the center of the octagon. Lovely strikes coming in by Parsons. Very interesting. Very interesting so far. You can see the stats on screen at the moment. Where we are with strikes. So, at the moment, Rodriguez just slightly ahead. Not much in it. 11-8. And Parsons has tried for 3 takedowns at the moment. He's not been able to get any of those. Low kick coming in by Rodriguez. 7 strikes to the head, 1 to the body, 5 to the legs. So, low kick coming in. This is the first time, actually, that the pictures don't match the fighters in the sense of what they're wearing. So, Rodriguez is wearing black on this picture. He's actually wearing blue. Obviously, they can't both fight in the same colour. So, yeah, we've got Rodriguez in blue. Nice strikes by Rodriguez. Parsons coming forward. Oh, just got caught with a beautiful left hand. I don't know if that was an eye poke, but he's certainly not complaining of it. But I think he got smashed in the eye because he really went back and he was like really struggling. And he's getting tagged a lot there. This is great work by Rodriguez. Parsons is in trouble. Parsons trying to grab the leg of Rodriguez, driving him back against the cage. Rodriguez unloading a few shots, wailing away at the moment. Parsons covering up. He's definitely taken some damage. Big left hand straight down the middle. Look at Parsons' face, man. He's getting tagged a lot. 17 strikes to the head and he's taking that damage not well. He's not wearing that damage well at all, Parsons. Oh, another big shot. You feel like he's going to go down at some point. He looks like he's there for the taking at the moment. More strikes coming in. Parsons goes back. He's down. Referee's got to stop it. He's got to stop it. Hammer fists coming down. Stop it! And there it is. Rodriguez wins. My God, he should have stopped that earlier. He was just absolutely wailing on him. Yeah, that you could smell. I mean, it was blood in the water. He's absolutely unloaded on in there. Just waiting for him to stop the fight. Stop the fight! He's got a family, damn it! 36 strikes to the head to 13. 44 significant strikes. All in the space of around about 4 minutes or so. 3 minutes 38, I think it clocks in at. 3 minutes 38. Oh, absolutely just really started unloading there. Really started unloading. Parson got smashed. Mitchell said that was an eye poke for sure. Look at them strikes, man. Beautiful. Oh, my God. Right. Left. Just drives him back. I mean, he just doesn't seem to have much of a striking defense. Goes down and he just absolutely unloads on him. And, yeah, you could see that coming for a long time. Well, there we go. That's that, innit? That's that. We've still got 18 minutes till we go to the main card. So I should imagine there'll be a few more video packages. We'll probably get to look at Miesha Tate again. Herb Dean would have stopped that 2 minutes ago. Dude, Herb Dean would have stopped it before it even started. All right. He looked good, though. He got punched right in the eye. He did. Juan said Rodriguez is getting better and better. He looked very good there. He looked very, very good. I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? It's very difficult to say how good he looked because that was against the short notice replacement. And I didn't fancy Parsons to win it. It was a bit of an unknown. I didn't know tons about him. It was a little bit of an unknown, but I thought Rodriguez would get the job done. The graphic on screen is our main event of the evening. Islam Makhachev taking on Thiago Moises. And look at some of them stats. Absolutely fantastic. Significant strike accuracy. 70% for Islam Makhachev. 43% for Thiago Moises. Takedown average, 3.4 for Makhachev. 1 for Moises. Takedown accuracy, 68% for Makhachev. 33% for Moises. He does beat him on average submission attempts. Thiago Moises 1.2, Makhachev 1. So yeah, I'm all over Makhachev on that. I'm all over Makhachev on that main event. Looking forward to it. I'm probably looking forward to the co-main more, if I'm being honest. I really want Miesha Tate to win. I want Miesha Tate to win and to put a little run together. Do you remember when Overeem was on his final little run? Overeem was, he'd managed to put a few wins together. It looked like he might get there or thereabouts again. I think, did he face Lewis? He might have faced Lewis and then, that was the end of his run. He ended up losing. It was quite a bad loss. And then he was cut, wasn't he? Overeem. So I sort of feel like, this is very much Miesha Tate's final run. So, didn't expect to see it again, to see Miesha Tate fight again in the UFC. Never thought we would see it. She's been away for 5 years. I can't believe it's I can't believe it's just the co-main, to be honest. Maybe she doesn't have the name power or the star power that I'm thinking, but I'm very excited for that. Those two fights, to see Makhachev in the main event, hopefully he wins. To see Miesha Tate in the co-main, hopefully she wins. You've got an absolute veteran legend in Jeremy Stevens taking on Gamrot. Should be a really good fight as well. So I do like tonight's card. And we're just looking at Benitez against Billy Q. This will be an absolute war. This will be an absolute war. Loads of experience here. Benitez, 22 wins, 9 defeats. Billy Q, 15 wins and 3 defeats. This is going to be a lot of fun. That's going to be a really fun fight. There's a reason as to why that's going to open up the main card. It's going to be a lot of fun. Quarantillo, a great fighter, a great striker, works hard. He's got decent grappling, very aggressive, very technical. Needs to try and bully Benitez. He needs to try and take Benitez's kicking game away because Benitez has got dangerous kicks. Benitez also got a lot of experience. He's got multiple finishes on his record. Nasty body kicks, as we said. Very technical. I'm leaning to Billy Q, but the bookies have got Benitez. And there's Miesha Tate. Miesha Tate backstage. The Apex didn't exist last time Miesha Tate was around. So Miesha Tate says, even though this building is new, this is still the UFC. Former UFC and Strikeforce bantamweight champion. She's got a record of 18-7. As we were saying earlier, she's probably Ronda Rousey's greatest ever rival. It's been 1,709 days since her last fight. She's just talking about how she's in a really good place. She's just talking about how she's a mother now and... Reneau will be walking home. Miesha Tate versus Rousey 2, says Brian Lopez. No crowd. No crowds. No crowds. Rodriguez decimated his opponent. Yes. Do you think she'll come out to her usual song? I would think so. I mean, I don't know. She's spoken a lot about change, and she's spoken a lot about growing up, maturity, being in a different place. That might reflect in her fighting style and her walkout song and all of it. I don't quite know what to expect. No one really knows what to expect. I mean, it's unusual for someone to walk away and be gone for 5 years and then to come back. I mean, this is one, I don't get it. I kind of feel like the Conor card has stole all the headlines. And the Conor card has been, everyone's been focused on that, and rightfully so. And then following in its wake, we've got this really nice little sleeper fight night card, which I was really looking forward to. And Miesha Tate, I honestly thought she was going to be on a big show. And then when it turns out she was on a fight night and she was the co-main, I don't know, as I said, maybe I'm just like in the minority that's excited to see her return. But I think any former champ that comes back that's been away for a good few years, as long as they're in good shape, and as long as they're of decent age, and as long as they're still going to put on a good competitive fight, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Granted, that might be quite a small pool of people. But, yeah, Miesha Tate, former women's champ. Been away for 5 years, coming back in a really good place. She's still only, 34, is it? Can't remember how old she is. I've got it written down. 34. She's 34. In all fairness, she's taken on Marion Reneau, who's 44. So this is definitely Reneau's retirement fight. And Miesha Tate at the age of 34, coming back, coming off 2 losses in 2016. I think it was Amanda Nunes and Raquel Pennington that she lost to. So she's coming in off those 2 losses. She got to the point where she was, I don't want to say she was done, but she was done at the top. She could have carried on for a little while longer and picked up some wins and whatever, but I think she was done at the top. So she's coming back now, and she's making noise about going for the title. I was saying earlier, I would just take it a step at a time. Step at a time. Don't even think about the title. Just win your comeback fight. Let's see who they give you next, and just take it a step at a time, man. If you get to the point where you are seriously in contention, then let's start thinking about it. But I think that I'm just taking this as a little bit of a legend coming back. It's it's going to feel like it's going to have a bit of a big fight feel for me, this. I'm really, I know I keep saying it, I'm really excited. We're just seeing the weigh-in and the stare down. There's a lot of respect. A lot of respect between them. And it looks like we are just going to go over to the studio for 5 minutes or so. Because obviously some of those fights have had some early finishes. Dana said he didn't want her to come back because she got her nose fixed. He always tells fighter to wait until they're done before fixing their noses because it makes it so easy to get knocked out. Miesha has not gained any skills, so tonight might be a problem. Days, my UFC dream... That's a good point, by the way. We don't know what to expect. I don't think she's been away for 5 years. Like, do you know what I mean? Learning, like, being in, like, deepest Tibet. Like, learning all this, like, mental mixed martial arts. I think she's been a mother. And I think she's just been doing mother things. Like, whatever mothers do. And I think that, she's got back to training. She's coming back. She's still got something that she wants to give. And... I'm down. Even if this is just one more match, even if it's just tonight, I'm all for it. Can I get a shout out? Michael, shout out to you. Susan says Tate has been preparing for a year. Shola says, do you remember the good old days when fighters could wear whatever they wanted? Yeah, they just showed that with Tate, actually. Not only did they make them more individual and promotable, but they were paid more. What? Because of, like, who they were wearing, they were getting paid sponsorship and whatnot. I agree. I mean, the only thing I would say is I can understand UFC going, we would like that money, right? I can understand UFC going, right, let's try and uniform this a little and let's bring in Venom and we'll get everyone wearing that, right? So I understand that. But what I don't understand is why are why is the attire so bland? Why is it like just black and white and with like a few little marks on? Like there's no personality in it, is there? I don't mind Venom doing it all, but I think that they could, the fighter could request what they want. And then, like, you could have some patterns and whatnot. You could still keep it within some sort of template. But I think it would be cool if, like, fighters could have whatever they wanted. And as you said, it would make them more marketable, more promotable. But I understand why UFC did it. I mean, they wanted that money, didn't they? I think Tate is going to get mauled. Shaquem says Thunder Rose is in Impact. Okay. What is there like? Is there what? Was it like mystery opponent thing, or how is she in Impact? I remember her grappling. It sucks. It's her last fight. Zach says Thunder Rosa is on Impact. Seems like quite a few people are excited by this. How is she on there? Like, this wasn't announced beforehand, was it? So Is it a case that she's fighting? Is she fighting? Or is she just made an appearance? Or what's happening? Here comes the yeet. We are 5 minutes. It's a mystery opponent. I didn't know. I haven't seen the card, to be honest. I think, isn't it like Sami Callihan versus like Kenny? Isn't she facing Diana? She was the mystery opponent. Okay. Rated Art Wrestling. Right. We are sneaking our way. How long we got? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. If Moises can stuff the takedown, he's got a chance to win. Barnacle says, Jeremy Stevens or Gamrot? Who do you think wins? I am leaning towards... it's difficult. It's difficult. I'm leaning towards Gamrot. Stevens is a legend, and he's like 28 wins, 18 defeats, 35. But he's also winless in 5. Like, his current record is 4 losses, 1 draw or no contest. Can't remember. So Stevens is actually winless in 5, and I do have to look at that and just think that maybe like Gamrot, he's got improving striking. He might have enough to get past Stevens. It's a close little fight, actually. It's an interesting one because Stevens definitely has got skills and potentially the ability to win that fight, but it might be too. It might be too far gone. He might be done. Stevens might be done. So if Stevens is done, then Gamrot wins. Money's coming in on Gamrot. I think Gamrot's coming in as like a -200 favourite. So the money seems to be coming in on Gamrot as well. It's all just based on Stevens' recent record. So I'll go Gamrot. Days, do you think PSG could win the Champions League? Yeah, they've definitely got the players to do it, but I don't know if they've got the team unity to do it. They're bringing in some big personalities, and it's all going to come down to whether they can gel. If they can get into a rhythm and like these big stars can work together, then brilliant. Yeah, they can absolutely get the job done. They can absolutely win the Champions League. But sometimes they just struggle to put it all together. They've got great individuals, but sometimes it doesn't click. So, I don't know. I wouldn't say they're favourites. Let's put it that way. But I'd say that they're definitely in the conversation. ESPN is not in my country, says ha 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 ha. Days Gone or Lewis? Who wins that? I'm going Gone. I think Lewis is one big punch, but that one big punch is so deadly that it's got him many, many victories. So I think that Gone could get caught. Cyril Gane could absolutely get caught, but I think he's young for a heavyweight. He is potentially the future of this division. And I think that, he's got a little bit of Anthony Joshua look about him. He's very marketable. And I think that he's got a very, very good chance against Derek Lewis. He's just got to nullify that big right hand. And I just think that that's going to be a bit problematic for him. But I think he will get it done. So I'm leaning to Gane. I haven't seen the odds. I don't know who's favourite, but I'm leaning towards Gane. Yeah, Sonny, I know, bud. I have BT, so I'm good, says Youssef, the YouTube dude. Mitchell said Dustin is auctioning the chain off for his charity, says Mitchell. Alex said, I've got the left dude to win. I've got the left dude as well. This card is like a second-hand Solar Stout powered bus lamp. Guys, where can I watch the event? ESPN is not in my country. Well, they're still showing it in your country on a different channel. Like, we don't have ESPN, but it's on BT Sport here. So it depends where they're showing it in your country. Makhachev can't lose. Well, I think he wins. I think it's going to be quite a comfortable victory for him. But I suppose he could lose. Definitely Thiago Moises got a decent record. He's got 3 first-round finishes. Great jiu-jitsu. High level black belt. So, yeah, he definitely has got stuff, Thiago Moises. Ranked number 14th in the lightweight division. Very stacked lightweight division. So, it's a great main event. And we will be going over to that main card right now because we are about to begin with it. And we know that Billy Q against Benitez is going to be the first fight on that main card. Let's change this over now. Austin said, I've got Quarantillo on this next fight. Benitez versus Billy Quarantillo. Francis versus Garn will determine whether Francis will be a champ for the rest of his career or if the new age will inevitably take over. I just made... Put the fight in the background. We won't snitch, says Ryan. Sadly, YouTube will. I can see Jake Paul becoming a promoter after he loses to Tyrone, says Ryan. Andy thinks that Woodley is going to lose to Paul. Will you watch United versus Derby? Oh, is that one of the preseason games? Probably not. Just because I don't think any of the... I'd want to know the result, but I'm guessing there'll be a lot of academy youngsters that play that game, which is always interesting to watch, but I've seen so many of those games where you're so excited about some of the people you see, and then they just don't get any game time during the season, and so it's a bit redundant. But sometimes you can get some little gems that come through that then go on to, feature in the season as well. But there's a good chance that's going to collide with some... And what with the Olympics starting, we're all over the Olympics, by the way. All over the Olympics. Every single day we're going to do coverage. And obviously it's going to be a little bit tricky because we're going to have to keep an eye on everything. So I already know the chat's going to be telling me to go to different sports and check this out and this is happening. You need to watch this. I already know the chat's going to be like that. And we're going to just do what we can do, basically. We'll do the best we can do. But every day we're going to be watching the Olympics and doing streams. Really, really excited for that. Right, we've got Felder, we've got Bisping, we've got Anik, we've got... it's a good little lineup, this, actually. So we are at the main show. We are getting closer towards our main event and, of course, our co-main event. We've got 5 fights to go. 5 fights to go. And we've seen it's been some good action. The problem is with tonight, there's only been 10 fights and we've had a few early stoppages. So there's been just a lot of time. A lot of time. Of all the nights to have early finishes, tonight probably wasn't the best. Because there's not tons of fights to go through. Austin says, how long is the Olympics? Is it all in one day? Yeah. Yeah, they do all the Olympics in one day. It's called Olympic Day. So, yeah, they start early, finish at night. So you got the opening ceremony in the morning, closing ceremony at night. Just one whole day of the Olympics. Comes around every 4 years. It's mental having to get the rowing done and the wrestling done and the judo done and the gymnastics done and the athletics done and the sailing done and the cycling, all in one day. It's a lot. It's a lot. I was lying. It's actually spread across 2 weeks. You can watch the Olympics anytime. Yep. When it's on. The opening ceremony is 4 hours, says Mitchell. I love the opening ceremonies. I love the opening ceremonies. There's 43 sports. 43 sports. It's one big extravaganza all in one day. Combat Academy says Islam is going to be special, but he is no Khabib. To think that he can achieve the level of competition and dominance and a captivating person that... Combat Academy, get a room. Get a room. He does not have the magnetic sex appeal of Khabib. Who is this sham of a fighter? No, I think you're right. I don't think he's not going to get to like Khabib levels, but he could be a champion, you know. He could be a champion. I mean, listen, I don't think Khabib is just saying stuff for the sake of saying it. He's going around saying that this guy's good. This guy could beat people in this division, you know. I mean, if you think Khabib is the measuring stick, if Khabib's training with Islam and, you know, Islam Makhachev's causing Khabib problems in training, then, you know, we've got a problem on our hands, haven't we? We've got a problem. The Philippines have qualified and send in 8 athletes for the Olympics. Yeah, Daniel, I know, but I know. Sex appeal, perfect for naked attraction. Right, we are about to go to... Let's move this up. We are about to go over to, hopefully, our first fight. We are just at a commercial break at the moment, if you are just joining us. We are at commercial break. Days, if Islam and Oliveira fight, who would win? Well, I can't give you that answer because I still don't quite know where Islam is, to be honest. I think he has constantly been improving. I mean, I feel like right now I might be leaning Oliveira, but Khabib says that right now he would beat Oliveira. Khabib says right now he beats Oliveira for the title and he would maul Dustin Poirier. So Khabib's like, he's ready. He's ready now. He's really confident that he's ready now. That's why tonight is so big, because Khabib says he's ready and he'd beat these people. What if he goes out and loses tonight? So, you know, the pressure's really on Makhachev at the moment. It's really on him because he's got to like get another couple of wins to kind of get in and around that top 5. And as I said earlier, I think once you're there, you can take a loss and you're not going to drop out the rankings or anything. You might drop down to, like, you know, 7th or whatever, but that's all right. I mean, right now he's 9th. If he loses this one, he could actually go out the top 15. Because Thiago Moises is 14. So if you're going to lose to the 14th ranked fighter, then your rating is going to suffer, isn't it? Your ranking is going to suffer. So we got to get past this one first. We got to get past this one first. But I think he has shown constant improvement. He's on a really good win streak. And I feel like right now he would lose a title fight. But 12 months' time, it's really just the experience that he's missing, to be honest. I think he's probably got the skills. But it's just go out there and do it against big names. I think that's just what he's missing at the moment. Some big performances. Hi, Days, and everyone in the chat says, Dave, shout out to you. Alex says, I remember watching the opening to the 2020... Don't. I've been watching it recently, and I can't watch it without shedding a tear. I just can't even. I love it. I can't. There's a 3-hour, 40-minute version of the opening to 2012, or there's a 5-minute version that just focuses on like the end of the first section. Oh my god, I love it. I was talking about it the other day. Because the story of the opening is how England went from being like green countryside to how the Industrial Revolution came along and how we like led the world in the kind of late 1800s with, you know, manufacturing and everything. Because we were producing a lot and we were sending it all over the world, and it changed the world. So it's all about how our beautiful green lands turn into like chimneys and everything, and you actually see it like morphing over time. And the music is done by Underworld, that did Born Slippy, Trainspotting. Amazing music, amazing like visuals. It's incredible. It's incredible. I stand by. That's one of the best things I've ever seen. The opening to 2012. It's brilliant. So yeah, I keep watching it and it's just like keeps getting me every time. It's brilliant. I love the Olympics. I can't wait for the opening for Tokyo. I don't think there's a crowd though. That's the problem. I think the pandemic means there isn't going to be people there, but I want to check out Simone Biles. I want to watch the USA basketball team. I want to what's her name? Sky Brown, I think 12-year-old skateboarder that's the youngest ever summer Olympian that's been sent from Great Britain. She's skateboarding, and yeah, there's loads of things I want to check out. Men's 100-meter final, of course. That weightlifter, the weightlifter that's transgender, that's been really controversial. Obviously want to check that out. Gable Stevson, USA wrestler, who we think will go to WWE after. I want to see him. Obviously, I want to see who wins the men's boxing, because they tend to do well. Obviously, if you win an Olympic gold, you tend to go into professional. So, man, there's so much I want to watch. I'm so excited for it. And we're going to be all over it, guys. All over it. Right, that's the future anyway. That is the future. We're not going to focus on the future. We're going to focus on the now. This is Billy Q against Benitez. So Billy Q, as we said, striker, works hard, decent grappler. He's coming in as a slight underdog. This thing's going to be a real war. I've got Billy Q winning this. Even though he's a slight underdog, I've got him winning it. Jordan Patu said these two are about to give us fight of the night, and they absolutely could. Billy Q with some really big, heavy hands. Kick to the body as well. Wailing away at the moment on Benitez. Oh, Benitez goes down, and Billy Q is all over him. Big strikes by Quarantillo. Quarantillo's down, but he's not out. And he's trying to grab the arm, and Billy Q with a single-arm power bomb. And strikes coming into the side of the head. We're only a minute into this. It's absolute scenes at the moment. Billy Q is just wailing away at the moment. Strike coming into the side of the head. Lovely roll. Great work so far by Billy Q. Great work so far. He's managed to take the back of Benitez. Benitez has got blood coming down. He's got the body triangle applied as well, Billy Q. You can see how he's got the leg across and the other one hooked over. It's excellent work. Strikes coming into the side of the body by Billy Q. He's punching Benitez in the face. He's doing a really good job. He's got his arm under the chin. He's looking for a rear naked choke. It's really difficult here. It's right in the middle of the octagon. And we're only 2 minutes in. There's still 3 minutes to go. Benitez is having to work so hard just to stay in this fight. Just to stay in this fight. Benitez having to work really, really hard at the moment. Billy Q on his back, punching him in the face. Look at that. 23 significant strikes to 5. 31 total strikes to 5. It's excellent work by Billy Q at the moment. He was our pick before this. Obviously, he's not won it, but he's doing very, very well. He's really working hard trying to put Benitez away. So he's got the body lock applied, strikes to the side of the head, blood coming down the face of Benitez. There's an argument this could be a 10-8 round if he keeps wailing away on him. The only thing I'd be concerned about if I was Billy Q is that I'm using a lot of energy trying to put Benitez away, and I'm not doing it. So, you know, he's working really hard. He's throwing a lot of shots. 33 shots. We're only 3 minutes into the fight. So he's averaging about 10 strikes a minute. Oh, that cut's getting worse. And now he's going for that rear naked again. Billy Q is looking so good here. Look, just absolutely smashing Benitez. Benitez is still in it, though, and he's trying to punch backwards. They're still in the middle of the octagon. They're still not over by the side of the cage. This is bad. It's bad. It's all bad for Benitez. It's all bad for Benitez. Rear naked choke, trying to apply it again. Benitez doing a really good job of surviving this. I mean, to be in this situation for like 2 minutes, it's like crazy. The fact that it's on again. It's properly on. Benitez doing a good job though. Boom. Just punching back, trying to power his way out of this. And he does. And he's got just over a minute to survive. And again, look, Quarantillo going for it. He's got it applied, but Benitez spins round and he's finally able to get a little bit of control time of his own. Now he's throwing down some hammer fists onto Billy Q. Both guys up on their feet. So now it's gone back to a striking exchange. Knee to the body. Benitez seems like he's got angry. Benitez, like, is back on his feet. He doesn't seem like he's that drained. Billy Q looks like he might be a bit more drained. He's kind of throwing there, and he kind of leaned into it. Billy Q has gone down. It's not going to be a 10-8 round, but it's definitely a Billy Q round. Both guys go down, and both guys looking for heel hooks at the moment. We got 18 seconds to go on the clock. And, at the moment, Benitez is looking for that heel hook. Billy Q able to get out of it, though. Benitez is down, and Billy Q is throwing some big strikes. And that is the end of the round. What an incredible, incredible round that was. What a brilliant, brilliant round. The only thing I would say if I'm Billy Q is I'd be really frustrated at the fact I've not finished it. I'd be really annoyed that I've not been able to finish that round. But it's brilliant. Great action. Watch those kicks. This is a 3-round fight. Yes. Right. We have what a round. What a round. Right, we're about to go. I know the stats keep jumping all over the place. It's just been a bit of a nightmare with this ESPN thing tonight. Right, we're about to get underway with round number 2. That for me is obviously a Billy round. 10-9. I don't think it's 10-8. I think that it was a really good recovery from Benitez to get back into this fight. But you can't take your eyes off this. This legit could be fight of the night. Billy Q driving Benitez against the cage, jumping up and throwing a big knee. Right now, Billy Q is minus 300, Benitez plus 210. It was a lovely takedown. He's managed to get round the back of Benitez. And, he's trying to get his arm wrapped around the throat. He's got the body triangle applied. Oh, that looks like a tight. That looks tight. He's going for a rear naked there. This doesn't look good for Benitez. Benitez already down on the ground. Body lock applied. He's right back in the place where he was in the first round. The only difference is this time they are over by the side of the cage. Nasty, nasty swelling right on the cheek of Benitez. But Benitez, again, having to work so hard to try and survive this round. Control time for Billy Q at the moment stands at 4 minutes 12. And we've only been fighting for just over 6 minutes. So, Billy Q has absolutely dominated this, and he's dominating this round right now. But, again, Benitez able to get out of it, get up onto his feet. Knee strike coming in by Billy Q. So both guys back up onto their feet. Really impressed with Benitez's ability to take punishment. I don't know if it's that Billy Q lacks a little power, or if it's a case that Benitez is Iron Man. I'm not too sure what's going on. Knee strike to the body there by Billy Q. If I was Billy Q, I'd be annoyed that I couldn't get that rear naked choke either. You can't knock him out. You can't, like, ground and pound him. You can't put him away with submissions. He's just really struggling to put Benitez away. And Benitez is still throwing some stuff. So, a couple of big strikes coming in by Benitez as Quarantillo is moving forward. He's managed to drive Benitez up against the cage. And now some big blows coming down. Now he's trying to work a bit of ground and pound. A couple of strikes to the side of the head. And Benitez doing a decent job of covering up. But some lovely shots raining down from Quarantillo. He's smashing him into the face of Benitez. Benitez on his back, and Billy Q is in full guard. At the moment, ground strikes 54-6 to Billy Q. Billy Q showing his absolute dominance here. He's been as dominant in this second round as he was in the first. He's been absolutely brilliant so far. Again, though, still not able to put Benitez away. Benitez getting up to his feet. Billy Q over by the side of the cage. And he's looking like he was going for a trip there, but he ends up throwing a knee to the body. Lovely right hand, straight down the middle. Benitez looking for a guillotine, though, and Billy Q gets out of it. The two break apart, both on their feet. We've got 1 minute 20 odd. Oh, big right hand by Billy Q that looks a little tired to me. Some of these shots by Billy Q look a little bit laboured. The way that he like threw that and kind of leaned his body into it, I think he's definitely feeling it. I think Billy Q is like wore himself out. Look, he slips over, tries to grab a hold of the legs as well. We got just over a minute to go. There's no denying this is a Billy Q round as well. He has got to be very careful of these guillotines though, because Benitez looks like he wants to try and grab one of them when he can. Oh, a couple of shots getting through. He's really tagging him up, though, Billy Q. Billy Q was getting some shots through to the head. And I think we might have another low blow. Is that a low blow? Yeah, I mean, look at his face. Look at Benitez's face. It's bruised and battered. He's not in a good place. Is it a low blow, or is the referee wanting him to look at the eye? Doctors come in to have a look at the eye. This might not be a low blow. That eye is getting worse and worse and worse. Are we about to restart? Are we? I don't... Yeah, so doctor came in. Right, we're back in. We're back in. We got about 30 seconds to go. Oh, Billy Q is really unloading. We know the ref is worried about that eye. We know that the doctors had a look at it. With 30-odd seconds to go, that gives you an idea of the damage. The fact that his head is glowing red on the ESPN website gives you another idea of how much damage is taken. 77 shots to the head. 77 shots to the head. That is unbelievable. That is unbelievable. 83 shots to the head now. But God, he's just jabbing away at the moment, swinging away. Benitez has got a smile on his face. It's the only thing he's got on his face, because the rest of it, other than one giant bruise, it's bruised, it's swelling. He looks like he's been absolutely mauled by a bear. He's got a family, damn it. He's got a family, damn it. Serious hematoma. That's a place in Japan, isn't it? Come on, Benitez. No DQ. It's just wild, isn't it? It's absolute scenage. It's a great fight. Billy Q is beating him like a piñata. The Bob said, are they just waiting for this guy to die? If he dies, he dies. I think that is that is the approach the UFC have taken now. Yeah, this is going to a third round. I mean, like, he's still standing, he's still fighting. The doctor's had a look. Doctor's happy for this to continue. Who is this doctor? Third round. There could come a point where the ref's going to call this. There could come a point where the ref calls this because he's been punched in the head 94 times. His eye is swelling shut. He's not going to win this fight. Certainly not on points. Billy Q has taken the first 2 rounds. Unless Benitez can find a finish. Oh, he might have done... Benitez with a left hand and Billy Q goes down. What? What is this fight? Billy Q went down. Hammer fist now by Benitez. Wow, he caught Billy Q. This is awesome, man. This is a great little fight, this. Just as we said, Benitez is going to need a finish. He puts down Billy Q. Billy Q's got to be so careful. What a round. These two really throwing at each other. 127 strikes to 45. Billy Q really moving forward, but Benitez not backing down. Benitez has been punched in the head nearly 100 times. We've got just over 3 minutes to go. I think the referee's always looking at Benitez to see if he needs to call this fight. The two break apart. Benitez still seems to have quite a bit about him. Like, he's still defending well. He's not wobbling or anything, but he is just getting caught a lot. He is getting caught a lot by Billy Q. Knee coming into the body. We've got 3 minutes 30 left to go. Some lovely strikes. You can see control time. Not really the story right now, but he's got control time. He's managed to take Benitez down, and he'll be able to get a bit more control time now. So right now, Benitez is on his back. Billy Q is on top. And, I mean, this might do for both guys, actually. Because, honestly, if they can just wind the clock down, this might be the humane way to end this fight. Billy Q raining down some big strikes. Ground and pound. You know, he's just taking away the threat of Benitez catching him. And Benitez, he's got the triangle applied. Benitez needs to try and survive 2 minutes 40 odd. Oh my God, there's blood. The eye is swollen. There's blood everywhere. The rear naked choke has been applied by Billy Q. We just saw a graphic that said that this is Billy Q's most significant strikes in a fight ever. It's a new personal best. So Billy Q right now, 94 significant strikes. Benitez down on the ground. Billy Q on his back. Body triangle was applied, the body lock. And a few strikes coming into the side of the head. It's been a great fight. So much fun. So much fun. Not for Benitez, but certainly for us. And this is definitely how you start a main card. This is definitely how you start a main card. Thought this would be a war. Thought it was going to be a banger. Thought it was going to be fun. And it's been all of those things. 1 minute 44 to go. Both guys are down. Billy Q has got the back of Benitez. Benitez just like rolling around, trying to get Billy Q off of him. But, yeah, I mean, I can't really see a path to victory now for Benitez. Certainly he's got to get out of this. And he's just eating a lot of strikes to the side of the head. Few hammer fists. Looks like the ref's even thinking of stopping it, and he does. He does. He does. The ref does. The ref steps in. So, there we go. Billy Q gets the win in a fascinating, gripping fight. Really enjoyable stuff. Really enjoyable stuff. 164 strikes. 94 significant. 126 shots to the head. 126 shots to the head alone. 31 to the body. 7 to the legs. Over 8 minutes control time, 3 takedowns. It's just absolute domination. Whew. Austin said that almost went to a decision. Yep. It's brilliant. Benitez allowed Billy to stand up in 2 rounds instead of holding control of position. Good shout one, yeah. Definitely not a perfect fight from Billy. But it was dominance. I mean, he took every round and battered him. Mitchell said, look at the sunburn. Shout out to you, Mitchell. The Bob, shout out to you as well. Juan says, Benito allowed... Oh, we read that one. Does an O'Malley celebration, yeah, with the flip. Ryan said, I say Benitez needs to fight Moutinho. Yes. Yeah. That'd be amazing. It would never end. Make it 5 rounds as well. Literally the first one to, you know... Oh, I just don't even know if you could knock either of them out, actually. Moutinho, what great heart he showed against Sugar Sean. Fantastic heart. I mean, you've got to appreciate what Benitez did there. It was a great fight. It's a great fight. If you are just joining us, we are building our way towards the main event of Makhachev versus Moises, Thiago Moises. And obviously, Miesha Tate returns in the co-main. We've got 2 fights to go till we get to that co-main. Next, we've got Vieira taking on Stolzfus. There we go. There we go. Right, we're just getting the official decision right now, if you are just joining us, of the first fight on this card. So, there we go. Billy Q wins via TKO. Fight of the night, says Ryan. Yep. Dave, shout out to you. Have a good shift. Yeah, so Billy Q says, Dana, 50 G's, baby. He's finished 12 of his 16 wins. 7 by knockout, 5 by submission. He's looking, he's won 9 out of his last 10. He's got a record of 16-3. He's definitely a problem in this featherweight division. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. I mean, 16-3 is a good record, man. Good little win streak. And he looked really good here. Really good. Next fight, Benitez versus Calvin Kattar. I don't know what they'll do, to be honest. It's quite a fun division, this one. Is there anyone out there you want? He said, first of all, I'm going on my honeymoon. So Billy Q says Charles Rosa. He's calling out Charles Rosa. That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. Billy said, this is my 5th fight inside the Apex. So I'm just talking to Dana, and I'd really like to fight in front of some fans. So we might get Billy Q in front of some fans soon. He deserves it, man. He's only competed in front of a crowd 1 time. He's only competed in front of fans 1 time back on his debut in 2019. Other than that, he's been in the Apex. That's rough, isn't it? That's rough. A lot of the older fighters in UFC are getting trounced by new talent. William, shout out to you, bud. Oh, what's this? Who's this lady? Oh, look at this lady. This lady. That's cool. I never saw this. Oh, is she in? Is she, so there is a crowd. Khabib Nurmagomedov fan. That's amazing. So there's a lady that's a Khabib fan, and she was actually outside the Apex with a sign that said, "Khabib, please stop for a photo." They saw her with that sign outside, and they were like, "Come on in," and they've invited her in. She's sat there. She's watching the action tonight. She got her picture with Khabib. He signed her sign as well. That's amazing. That's really cool, man. Lovely old lady. Do you know what I mean? Looks like she plays the slots in Vegas. But she was hanging around outside. And Bisping said he was talking to her earlier. Just because she went down to the Apex with a sign. It's amazing. How many people do you think will be there next week? Now that they know that works, there'll be like 100 people outside with signs, trying to get inside. Dana White Contender Series starts August 31st. Season 5. She was outside the Apex begging for a picture. Dana let her in and organised to let him meet her. It was cool, man. That was really cool. Days, it's your turn. Please, can I get a photo, Misha? You're right, dude. I need to do that. I'd want it with Rose. I'd want Rose. I would not turn down a picture with Misha Tate either, let me tell you. Knowing my luck, I'd get Dana. Knowing my luck, do you know what I mean? I'm standing there with a sign for Misha Tate, and instead I end up with Dana. Nah, I'd be all right with that. Legend, isn't he? UFC audience is growing with all ages. Yeah, it's really cool, isn't it, to see. I remember, I used to work in a shop, and our cashier was a woman who was in her 50s. She was the biggest UFC fan. Would never miss a show. Loved Chuck Liddell. Loved him. I think she probably had a crush on Chuck Liddell, which is why she got into it. But she loved the UFC. So I think it's always been able to, for whatever reason, reach a wide audience. Specifically the 50-year-old women demographic seems to do very well in that kind of ballpark. If you're 50 or 60-year-old woman, there's a chance you might enjoy UFC. Because I know of a few people in that age range that enjoy it. So, yeah, that lady there as well. Very cool. Days, we all know that you'd be the most respected fighter. Mm-hmm, that's true. Wilfredo, shout out to you, dudes. Speaking some gospel. But do you think you could win the heavyweight belt? It's probably the division that I'm suited for. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit of timber here. That's I don't know what I weigh. I haven't weighed myself. I couldn't tell you what I don't know what I'd weigh. So I'm probably am around. Probably at a guess I'd say I'm around light heavyweight. So do you know what I mean? I might have to go up against Jan Blachowicz, teach him a thing or two. Do you know what I mean? Polish power against the Telford terrorizer. I don't know. So, yeah, I'm not sure. The Midlands Mauler. So, yeah, I'd feel confident. I'd feel very confident. I've already called out Khabib and I haven't heard any response. So, scared. I need to fly down to Vegas and stand outside. They'd probably tell me to leave, though. Big Boy Dally, are you a cute old lady? If so, and for some reason I think you are, then I think you'll be fine. I think you'll be absolutely fine. Daniel Cormier versus Derek Lewis in the fridge weight division. Daze the Anvil. That's a nice name. I like that. Polish flags in the chat. Love to see it. Polish power. Love Poland. Been there, as I said, quite a few times. Listen, we can't talk about how I would be maybe the greatest fighter the UFC has never seen. We need to move on to this next fight of Vieira versus Stoltzfus. Vieira, it can be a little bit one-dimensional. He's a very good jiu-jitsu fighter. He's coming in after suffering his first loss. His record isn't great. It's 7-1. He's not faced like many names. He tries to get takedowns. He gets them. He's very successful. And I can tell you that he's coming in as a -250 favourite. Dustin Stoltzfus is 0-1 in the UFC as a grappler. He's got jiu-jitsu as well. His last fight ended a 10-fight win streak. So he'll want to get back into that win column. He's got good strikes. His kicks are great. Fireworks, man. He can bring some fireworks, definitely. He's got good strike variety and he hits hard. This is a tricky one because I think both of them are a little bit limited, to be honest. I think both of them are a little bit limited. I'm looking at Stoltzfus thinking he's got a bit more experience, or a few more fights under his belt at least. Both have got jiu-jitsu. I mean, Stoltzfus is 0-1 in UFC, so we still don't quite know that if he's UFC caliber. But, I mean, we don't really know that about Vieira either, so I don't know, to be honest, I don't know why this is on the main card. I feel like it's an interesting fight, but this probably should be a prelim. So, I'm interested in it. I might be leaning towards Stoltzfus, but this isn't one that I'd be betting. I think this is a battle of unknown entities for me. I mean, one's got a record of 7-1. The other is 0-1 in the UFC. Like, I don't know. We need to see a bit more of these guys. But I just look at the fact that Stoltzfus has had 15 fights compared to Vieira with 8. And I just think, is there anything Vieira's going to bring that Stoltzfus hasn't seen before? Probably lean in Stoltzfus. But Vieira is a healthy favourite, -250, so you have to bear that in mind. Scout81SD said, if you was a fighter, what would your cage name be? What would my cage name be? Well, I'd have to use Wrestling Days. You have to use your actual name. And everyone knows that's my real name. But it's nickname, isn't it, that you have to change? It's the little nickname. I don't know what the nickname would be. I mean, in all fairness, isn't Misha Tate the cupcake? I feel like you can just pick any word. Do you know what I mean? Flipping dirty laundry. Dirty laundry. Wrestling dirty laundry day. I don't know what you'd call it. The obsolete DVD. I don't know. I think if people are calling themselves flipping the Happy Warrior and the Cupcake, you can just go with anything. Mitchell says, John Jones versus Khabib, and they weigh the same. Who wins? I don't know. I can't see them getting close to weighing the same. I mean, John Jones is a big light heavyweight, and he's now a heavyweight, and like Khabib is a long way from that. I can't see them getting close in weight, and that's sort of important because you kind of, the size difference is so great. I can't picture how it would work. So I think skill wise, I'd be probably looking at Khabib. I think Khabib it's difficult. I mean, the way Jones fights is he uses his reach, his height. He's got his kicks. So he's got to have all of that. So that means that you're making Khabib bigger for them to get to the same weight. And I don't know how a bigger Khabib's going to operate, to be honest. Is he going to be slower? I don't know. I can't do it. I don't know. I can't. They're too far apart. I've got a tattoo of a cupcake on my arm. I'm Misha's biggest fan, says David McIntosh. Okay, we're about to get underway with this. This is our second fight. We are building towards our main event, of course. We are getting ever closer. Got a little bit more to go. The almighty Wrestling Days has got a good ring to it. Take that. I mean, maybe I need to learn how to fight first. I don't know. I don't know if we're doing this the wrong way round. Do you pick the nickname first before you train, or how does it work? Right, Stoltzfus getting his intro. After this, we've got Jeremy Stevens in action. After that, it is time for the cupcakes. Or the cupcake. There's only one of her. Hello from Chicago. Shout out to Chicago. Hope you are well. Imagine having wrestling as a first name and then not being a wrestler. Imagine that. Imagine being called Wrestling Days, but you only strike. Brilliant. Right, Herb Dean is the referee for this one. About to get underway with our next fight. Okay, so we're up and running. And Stoltzfus in red. And Vieira is in black. Not crazy for this fight, in the sense of I think there could be some fireworks at times, but I'm not expecting anything to what we just saw. Some nice strikes coming in by Vieira. Nice kick to the body as well. Stoltzfus with left-hand jab. Vieira edging forward. Nice body shot. Nice right hand there by Stoltzfus also. Couple of strikes straight down the middle. We're almost a minute into this one. So these two sort of just standing off each other a little bit at the moment. Not loads of activity, but a few shots getting through. Couple of left-hand jabs by Stoltzfus. This is the kind of fight where someone just gets one big shot off and the other person goes down. It's very... Oh, that was nice. That was nice. That was a great right hand. Great right hand by Vieira. And a couple of jabs coming in by Stoltzfus. Low, heavy leg kick there coming in by Vieira as well. Stoltzfus still in this fight. I mean, as we said, they've kind of been standing off each other. Vieira just slightly starting to edge ahead. Couple of jabs. Oh, getting caught. He went for a kick to the body and he got caught there, Stoltzfus. It's very calculated, this. Good defense there by Vieira, getting his hands up. A lot of what Stoltzfus is throwing is just landing onto the arms of Vieira. Nice. Straight down the middle by Stoltzfus. So, yeah, little bit of a sleeper, this one. Little bit of a sleeper. At the moment, we're waiting for the fireworks. Here they come. Nice kick to the body. Couple of left hands coming in by Stoltzfus. That kind of woke people up there. This is better by Stoltzfus. Couple of left hand jabs. Yeah, Dustin doing well. He got tagged a little at the start of this, but coming back into it. Still 10-6 though. Nice shots coming in by Vieira. Lovely left hand by Stoltzfus. Oh, right hand connects by Stoltzfus. Couple of left hands jabbing forward from Vieira. 1 minute 30 left in this one. It's not a hive of activity, but there's some lovely stuff. High kick coming in by Stoltzfus. Bit of blood on the face of Stoltzfus as well. Oh, big body shots by Stoltzfus. Both guys are showing a bit of damage. More damage on the face of Stoltzfus, though. Nice left hand straight down the middle. Phoenix was up at 16. Now they're down. Oh, okay, right. Yeah, I was wondering how that was going to go. I don't know if it's at Phoenix or if it's at the Bucks. My thoughts were wherever it was, that's who would win. Because I think that's how it's been going so far. Lovely spin kick there by Stoltzfus. Lovely spin kick. 30-odd seconds to go in this one. Yeah, this is a tricky one to call, you know. I kind of feel like Vieira took the early part of this round, but I think Stoltzfus is taking the end. I mean, if we look at the numbers, it's 22-19. There's really not much in it. 24-19 now to Stoltzfus. There's not much in this at all. Knee to the body, and Vieira goes down. I think this is a Stoltzfus round, you know. I think Stoltzfus takes that round. I thought Vieira was looking really good at the start, but he couldn't capitalize. They're just jabbing the beep out of each other. Right. Come on, Stoltzfus. Jay White, really? That's big. That's big. If Switchblade Jay White is an Impact, that's big. Wrestling the Screamer days. Yeah, that's big, man. If Jay White is in Impact, I wonder what that's going to mean, though. Because he ain't leaving New Japan. Right. It's fake news. Jay White is not on Impact. Don't know. There's a lot of people saying it. There's people saying that. Oh, takedown by Vieira. There we go. Jay is there. Okay, there we go. Jay White then. That's big. That's definitely big. I think Jay White being there is big because that's New Japan and Impact working together, and don't know, have we seen that since Okada was there? I'm not sure. Jay White is someone that WWE were very interested in. Anyway, we'll come back to that. We've got both of these guys on their feet. We're almost a minute into round 2. Stoltzfus taking the first round for me. Nice left hand by Vieira. Lovely 1-2 by Stoltzfus. Swing and a miss by Stoltzfus, though. 28 strikes to 20, so Stoltzfus is comfortably ahead. I must admit, I am sort of waiting for this fight to end. Quite up for the Stevens fight, but I'm really up for Miesha Tate. And, of course, the main event. Nice big shot to the body by Stoltzfus. Couple of left-hand jabs. High kick coming in by Stoltzfus. And Vieira edging forward. 3 minutes left on the clock here. Swinging away. Stoltzfus doing well. Both of these guys are in it at the moment. Vieira, I think, just doing a little bit better. His jabs are just snapping back Stoltzfus's head. Yeah, he is looking very, very good. Low kick coming in by Vieira. And left hand jab by Vieira. Looking for a takedown, Stoltzfus, but he wasn't able to execute it. Swing and a miss by Stoltzfus. Vieira edging forward. It's very calculated stuff, this. I think Vieira's winning this round. That gap is down to 34-31. And again, they're both standing off each other. You're waiting for someone to like really take the fight, really start unleashing. It's just a lot of jabs. Big, lovely left hand there by Stoltzfus. This is a jabber's paradise, isn't it? Might as well call both of these Jabba the Hutt. They are both just jabbing away. You can see the majority of those strikes out of 35-28 to the head by Stoltzfus. Out of 36-31 to the head. Lovely takedown defense there by Stoltzfus. Knee to the head as well. That gap at the moment, it's only down to 1 now. Round 2 significant strikes. 18-11 for Vieira. Yeah, this is definitely a Vieira round at the moment with 50 seconds to go. I think we're going to be 1-1 going into the third. Nice. Again, they're both just jabbing away. A lot of blood on the face of Stoltzfus. 30 seconds left. 30 seconds left. Both guys in the middle. Looking for a takedown by Stoltzfus. He drives Vieira up against the side of the cage. Vieira switches on him. With 10 seconds to go, it's Stoltzfus that's up against the cage. 5 seconds. We're going to see out this round, right? We'll be done with that. I reckon it's 1 round each. I reckon it's 1 round each going into the third. As I said, not the greatest fight. They are just jabbing away at each other. It's very technical. They're looking for openings. There's some good movement in there. I've got it at 1 round each. They're both in a fight here. But Stoltzfus just getting a little bit at the end. Just getting a little bit at the end. But I still think that Vieira takes that round. Jay Swiss says they're going to set up Elite versus Bullet Club. Elite have got all of the gold now. That'll be good. That'll make Dynamite very interesting on Wednesday. Right. About to get underway. I actually don't know what P3 is. I've never had it. I don't even know if we get it here. Yeah, J-Swiss, that'll be good, that will. That's the kind of thing they need to do. Right. Stoltzfus has got Vieira up against the cage. Takedown for Vieira, though. Takedown for Vieira. That's a big moment in this fight. Whoever wins this round, I think, wins this fight. This in the middleweight division. Of course, champion here, Israel. The last style bender, Adesanya. I'm not sure there's anything here that's going to worry Adesanya, but But yeah, Stoltzfus taken down. He goes down, and Vieira on top. He's controlling Stoltzfus at the moment. Vieira goes down. That was good work by Stoltzfus. Manages to get back to his feet. Vieira went down. He was on his back for a moment. And Stoltzfus couldn't capitalize. So now we've got ourselves in a situation where Vieira's on one knee. He's got Stoltzfus pinned against the cage. Stoltzfus has managed to grab a guillotine. He goes down. He's trying to put on the squeeze, but Vieira's able to pop his head out of it. We've got just over 3 minutes 30. Just over 3 minutes 30. It's very, very close stuff at the moment. Very, very close stuff. Vieira's managed to hit 3 takedowns out of 4 attempts. Stoltzfus 0 out of 3. At the moment, significant strike. Stoltzfus is still leading, but control time is growing all the time for Vieira. Both guys are back up onto their feet, and Vieira's got the back, and he's choked him! He's choked him! Vieira's choked him! Wow! Vieira managed to get round the back, and he's managed to choke him. Oh, man. They were proper scrambling away. Look, he's really disappointed. Stoltzfus has given a great account of himself there. He's done himself proud, but, I mean, we've been down on the ground, back up on the feet. That is in tight, actually. I didn't realise it was that tight. Rear naked choke, really, really in, really applied. And he's completely done him. He's completely choked him out. Yeah, I mean, wow, he really got that on and he really applied it tight. Fair play, man. Fair play. Fair play. Vieira gets the win. Round 3. And, you know, I had that 1-1 going into that 3rd round. Fight over. Fight over. Vieira wins via rear naked choke in round number 3. Jay Swiss says, this goes out to all of you people without cable. The Swissman leather knives. Jay White is in the impact zone. Yeah, it's big. Team Queens. Right, let's change this over. Stevens versus Gamrot. So, 3 fights left. 3 fights left. That's all we've got. 3 fights left. And, of course, our main event with Islam Makhachev is going to be amazing. Really looking forward to that with Khabib in his corner. And our co-main event. Yeah, I'm leaning TJ Dillashaw. I mean, Sanhagen's ranked number 2, but Dillashaw, with his experience, former champ. Anyway, I'm just getting the official decision for this one between Vieira and Stoltzfus. Let's go Stevens, says one. Okay, so Vieira getting the win. Just saying a few words between Vieira and Stoltzfus. I love you, Megan. What's happening here? Shout out to Megan. I love you as well. So they're just talking about the jab and how effective it was. Bob says the Suns are crawling back. All right, we're just hearing from Vieira. So, our next fight, Coco main event, is Jeremy Stephens versus Gamrot. So, Stephens is 28 wins, 18 defeats. Gamrot has got 18 wins and 1 defeat. This is in the lightweight division. Stephens is a little bit hittable. His chin is failing him. He's a pressure boxer. He's been in quite a few wars. He's been around for a while. He's 35. He's actually winless in his last 5, as we mentioned earlier. Likes to move forward. Likes to throw bombs. He's dangerous, but he is coming in at plus 175 underdog. Gamrot is a good grappler. He's got good ring IQ. He's 1-1 in the UFC. Good wrestling, as we said. He looks for takedowns, looks for ground and pound. He's got really good top control. He's improving on his striking. He's got good control on his scrambles. He can go. His cardio's fine. He can go 5 rounds if needed, but obviously this is only 3. He's not a finisher. That's the only problem. He's not someone that's potentially going to finish. So Gamrot by decision might not be the worst shout. Gamrot coming in at minus 210. I think Stephens is failing now. As we said, 4 losses and 1 no contest in his last 5. I just kind of think Stephens might be at the point where it's, old Yeller. Might be time to put him down. So we'll see how this one goes. He needs a win here, Stephens. He needs a win here. Your dong? When's your dong fighting? Your dong is facing Casey Kenny. Oh my God, guys. Your dong is on the way. Your dong is on the rise. And Nunes versus Pena. Oh, is all of this is at UFC 265, is it? August 7th. Saturday, August 7th, which I think the flipping Olympics is still on. Well, we have to prioritize UFC. I've got Garn in this. We'll prioritize UFC, but we'll keep an eye on the Olympics also. It might be the closing ceremony or something that night. Oh. Why is everything, clashing? Making me super sad. Your dong is coming, says Mitchell. Totes. Daze, do you think your dong watches your stream? Please don't talk about my dong. Thank you. Your dong gets all the attention. Dude, I'm a massive fan of your dong. I actually run a Yadong fan club, and we just I send pictures out of Yadong to all the members. So yeah, I'm a big fan, big fan. But Spark said at UFC 265, you will finally get your own Yadong. Gamrot's gonna KO in round 2, says Sonny. Your dong is hard to beat. Nice. William says, I'm not drunk. I've just forgot how many beers I've had. UFC 266 and UFC Hall of Fame induction ceremony is going to take place from T-Mobile. Right. So, T-Mobile Arena, UFC 266 and UFC Hall of Fame. It's an alright little stadium, that, isn't it? T-Mobile. UFC 266 then. Valentina Shevchenko taking on Lauren Murphy. We've got Volkanovski taking on Brian Ortega. Nick Diaz returns after being away for years and years and years. Nick Diaz comes back to face Robbie Lawler. Jessica Andrade takes on Cynthia Calvillo. It's a good-looking card, that. Good-looking card. Who's inducted? I don't know, actually. I don't know. I don't think they've announced who's in the Hall of Fame this year. We'll obviously find out as we get a little closer. But yeah, I don't know yet. Your dong is stronger than he looks. I agree. Shinjo said UFC 266 is a nice looking card. Why was the one fight cancelled? That was the Dos Santos Jones fight. I don't quite know, actually. I didn't see. I just saw it got cancelled earlier today. Right. We are waiting and building towards our Coco main event. Jeremy Stevens taking on Gamrot. Days, you should fight Velasquez. I wonder what he's doing. I don't know what Cain Velasquez is doing at the moment. He was in WWE for a short time. Who struts better, Vince or Conor? Vince. Conor goes OTT with it. OTT. Vince keeps it real. I once walked into a bar and ended up assaulting everyone while swinging my D in there. Okay. Thank you for sharing that with us. Days, will Jeremy ever live down the who the is that guy moment? No. I don't think he will. I think it'll always be connected with him. And I think whenever you talk about him, it's one of the first things you think of. So no, I don't think it will. It was a devastating put down. It's Santos team tested positive for the beer bug. When is the Islam Thiago fight? It is going to be in about an hour. I reckon each fight will get about half an hour. So this Jeremy Stevens versus Gamrot will get half an hour. Misha Tate fight will get half an hour. So, you know, an hour to 45 minutes around that ballpark. But depends how the fights go. But yeah, I think we're looking about an hour. Kane was used wrong in WWE. He's AAA. He looked great with the moves. Yeah, I think his physique let him down, to be honest. I think what they needed to do was to hide his body a little bit. Like, WWE always like people to have, like, be ripped and look, like, if you're going to be fat, be fat. Right? If you're going to be chiseled, be chiseled. Cain Velasquez, his physique doesn't look great, does it? He's not fat. He just looks a bit chubby. Like, he's never been ripped. He's never had, like, this killer physique. And I think in WWE, that became just a little bit of a problem. And it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't make any difference. He's a former UFC heavyweight champion, but I don't think many people knew that. Like, I'm not sure Cain Velasquez is a name that really resonates with the casual fans. Yeah, his physique wasn't looking great, so just didn't work. Let's go up. Mitchell says, what do you think of Pat on commentary? You know, Mitchell. If you've been watching these streams, you know. Legend Killer said, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. If Islam wins today, I think he will get Tony next. That's interesting. Yeah, he's going to get some sort of name. Tonight might be the last time we see him on a fight night. I think Islam Makhachev versus Tony, you'd put that onto a pay-per-view card. And then really after that, it's if he beats Tony, he's got to be in like a number one contenders fight. He's got to be in he's got to be in the mix. I mean, Charles Oliveira beat Tony and his next fight was for the title. So, I know that beating Tony might not mean as much now as it did, like, you know, this time last year. But, because Tony's on an awful run. But, still, if he wins, it's got to be that he then faces Gaethje or someone. It's got to be that he then is fighting for the, number one contender. I reckon, and Dana's going to help him out as well, because obviously Dana's got a big affection for Khabib. I think they're good friends. I think Khabib's going to use his influence to make sure that Makhachev's getting the opportunities that he should get. And I think Dana will look after him. So 12 months, title fight. That's what I'm thinking. But I think you're right. I think someone like Tony could be next for Makhachev, but he's got to win tonight. Are you forgetting that Tony is washed? No, he is washed, but he's still ranked. He's still ranked higher than Makhachev. He's still a name. Makhachev needs to beat someone higher than him that can help him break into that top 5, and Tony could do that. I think if you can face Tony and beat Tony, then, you're starting to get towards that top 5. At the moment, Makhachev's ranked 9th. So a win over Tony would push him more towards that top 5. I think, there's a few people that have had title shots recently, and I don't know they're going to get another one like Gaethje. I don't know where Gaethje is at the moment. Dan Hooker seems to be quite a distance away. I sort of feel that Makhachev, couple of wins, he's right in the conversation for a title shot. I really believe that. Stevens is going to win with a knockout in the first. Makhachev versus Dariush. That would be good. What about Gaethje versus Makhachev? Yes, it's just a little bit of a step up. That's the only thing. I mean, Ferguson's struggling at the moment. And I kind of think, you could face Ferguson and potentially beat Ferguson and then go on to face Gaethje. I don't know if, facing Thiago Moises tonight and then your next fight is Gaethje is... I kind of feel like you need something in between. Right, ring walks are done, and we're about to get underway with Coco main event. Stevens versus Gamrot. Do you think Hooker could beat Yadong, says Bob. Well, we'll leave that there, shall we, Bob? The Bob. We'll leave that there. Right. Stevens, plus 200. Looks like there's been a bit of money coming on Gamrot. Islam is probably the next Khabib. I'm just saying, says Gatsu. I'm not sure he's quite that level. Right. How about Long Duck Dong? I think the chat's lost its mind here. Right, let's. We are underway with this one. I just sent a tweet out and I just saw something interesting about Money in the Bank. Brady's telling me that apparently Alexa's favourite to win for the women. Anyway, takedown for Stevens. Sorry, Gamrot. Stevens is down. Let's have a look and see if the stats are on screen, because I know they can jump around a little bit. Right, okay, we're all right. So, we've got this. Then we've got, next, Miesha Tate. Miesha Tate next. Yeah, I just want to get this out of the way. I don't mind. Stevens is a legend. Veteran. I've got Gamrot winning this. Gamrot has got Stevens in a bit of trouble here. Is he going for a Kimura or an armbar? Looks like he might be... Kimura. He's going for the Kimura, and he taps him. Oh, Gamrot wins! Gamrot wins! Stevens is done. Who the F is that guy that's tapped out within a minute? Gamrot wins. Stevens done. Wow. He just Kimura'd him. Just Kimura'd him. He was battling on the arm, and he got it round, and that was it. I mean, he made him tap. Made him tappity tap. Made him tappity tap. No time wasted. Bish, bash, bosh. Oh my God, that was amazing. Short work indeed. Stevens is done. Needs to get out the UFC. Get out! I think surely he's done, and surely Dana will say he's done as well. It's time for the cupcake. Match done. Kimura. Yep. I predict Tate's match ends in round 1. Tate for the win. Gamrot got an easy payday. He did. Well, there we go. I mean, and there we are. Miesha Tate, is she fighting in blue, is she? She's got big hair, isn't she? She ain't going to fight like that, of course, but... Bisping always making things about his self, mentioning his fight with GSP. Gamrot wanted to hurry and watch as badly as we do, says T-Mac. Yeah, I've been banging on about this next fight all night. When she announced she was coming back, I thought she was coming back on a pay-per-view. She's actually said that she's pleased it's not a pay-per-view. She said she's really relieved that she didn't come back during the Conor card. It might be a little bit too much, but Miesha Tate is a former Strikeforce UFC champion. Obviously, jiu-jitsu, returning from... she retired. Her last couple of fights were 2 losses back in 2016. She needs to try and be careful against Marion Reneau because Reneau's a finisher. So Tate needs to make sure that she's, pacing herself well. She don't want to find herself with nothing left in the tank in like the 3rd round, and Marion Reneau just puts her away. So she's got to be very, very careful. She is fighting a good fighter that's got skills, but the thing with Marion Reneau is that she's 44. She's on a 4-fight losing streak. I kind of feel like this is a really interesting fight because Marion Reneau is done. She's retiring after this fight. She is done, right? And she's going out taking on one of the absolute legends. So it's a brilliant fight for Marion Reneau to go off into the sunset with. But it's a winnable fight for Miesha Tate to return with as well. Marion Reneau... decent, 9 wins, 7 losses, 4-fight losing streak, retiring. She's going to give her all, but Miesha Tate should win this. I've got Miesha Tate winning this. The only thing is, we just don't know what to expect. She's been away since 2016, so we don't know what to expect. She could be one and done if she looks a bit out of her depth, as we said. She's in phenomenal... She is in the shape of her life. She is in phenomenal shape. If you've seen her, training... She is just absolutely ripped at the moment. She is just absolutely in a great place physically. Obviously, that doesn't mean anything skill-wise. And she might have lost a step. I would imagine she has. But she's been getting ready for a long time for this. I'm really excited for this. This is one of the fights I'm looking forward to this year. I'm pumped. Finally, a female fighter that's nice to look at. Oh, Doug, taking us back to the 1970s. Miesha has become a mom. She has. That guy went straight for the takedown. He knew that Stevens' game is stand-up. Suns are down by 6 with 1:45 left in the 4th. Ryan, where's it being played? Is it being played at the Suns or at the Bucks? I don't know if that's... I don't know. If it's being played at the Bucks, then I'm thinking they're going to win. But if they're beating Suns in Phoenix, then that's interesting. Excellent. Robert, shout out to you. So we got Gamrot just walking around with his arms in the air. He was just having a little bit of fun with Felder. Felder flinched like a little girl. Gamrot was like, and Felder was like, no, he said, I'm going to get out of here before I get beaten up. Right, we're just looking at a little video package for what's going to come, obviously, in the coming weeks. Let me know in the chat, who do you think is going to win? Who do you think is going to win? Have you got Marion Reneau or have you got Miesha Tate? Who do you think is going to win? Big shout out to all the dongs, says William. Tate's pictures were a real coming-of-age story for me. Tate's pictures were a real coming-of-age story. The Polish guy has got good energy. Marion Reneau is going to win. Tate in round 1. Tate by submission. Austin says, I've got Tate. If she lands the takedowns, she wins. Tate TKO. Moises with the upset in the main event. Hedy said, I never knew a female fighter could be so beautiful. A lot of people saying Tate. Sonny says Tate. Suns have got this game, says Big Boy Dally. Suns are up by 1 now. Suns are down by 3. Oh my God, it sounds dramatic. Tate's going to win because she's hot. We're all hot at the moment. There's a heat wave. I won't smoke your dong, but I will smoke your bong, says T-Mac. Did Gamrot win? He did, in convincing fashion. Yes, submission in 1 minute. Tate has got the best grappling. Tate loses by motherhood. Wow, what a devastating way to lose. Loses by motherhood. Tate looks plastic. The way she's standing there, she does look a bit like a figure, doesn't she? She's got a lot of hair. There's a lot of hair going on. Yeah. Well, they're going to make us wait, of course, till we get to this fight. Tate can grapple my radiator hose. Okay. Rousey's going to win by armbar. Couldn't finish that. I don't know. Tate left Emmerdale to become a UFC fighter. She looks like a Barbie doll. Okay. Well, I think we've definitely boxed off the looks. I think we've definitely dealt with that. The Bob, shout out to you with a unicorn in the chat. Love to see it. They're just showing us some stats between Sanhagen and Dillashaw. And that is the card next week. I tell you, we might even have a little bit of a problem there because it might clash. I don't know when the Olympic opening ceremony is, but I think that's next Saturday. So, just saying. Right, coming up next. I wish the pictures moved. They moved last week. When they showed the images of, like, you know, coming up next. The pictures moved, but we're not getting that now. 44-year-old Marion Reneau. Ranked 12th. She is retiring tonight. How does she stack up against Miesha Tate? Tate 2.0. This is Tate 2.0. We're just seeing Tate grappling. 1 point game. Bucks are up with 37 seconds. Marion by deflation. Let me know when it starts so I can click over. Opening ceremony is next Friday. Oh, well, that's even worse. That means we're going to be in the thick of the Olympics next Saturday then. We'll still be here for UFC, but there's a chance we'll be watching some other stuff at the same time. Austin said, I think we all predicted the same for Money in the Bank. That's not the ladder matches. I think we all predicted the same for Money in the Bank. I don't know. I'd never look at the emails till after. How many rounds is this fight? 3. Where can I watch it? Depends what country you're in. Misha is my gal. Hedy, haven't you only just seen her for the first time? Right, and now she's your gal. Why does it say 1 low blow when the fight hasn't started? That's for the night so far. Not just for this fight. You don't tend to get lady low blows. We have seen them. They are rare. They are super rare, but don't you ever tell me they don't happen, because we've seen them. So, lady low blows are definitely a thing. I'd love it. If we get a lady low blow in this match, in this fight, greatest fight ever. Hope this all goes okay at the Olympics. What do you think about Ryan Garcia versus Lomachenko? Is that next, is it? Is that the next? Is that lined up? Haven't seen. Isn't Garcia taking a bit of a break because of mental health? Or something. I think that he was scheduled to fight and he stepped away, didn't he? So I don't quite know what's happening with all that at the moment. Booker just blew it for the Suns. Blame it on Kendall Jenner. Don't know what that means. So for the Suns, I hate the Bucks. So the Bucks have won. I still don't know where this is being played. The Jenner Kardashian curse is real. Yeah. What? Where I don't know where it's being played. I don't know what's happening. I don't know who's won. I'm guessing it's the Bucks. Days Olympic ceremony is at 11:30 our time next Friday. It's going to be messy. I want you to know it's going to be messy because we are going to try and watch Olympics, and of course we're going to watch UFC, and of course we're watching SmackDown, but it's going to get messy. It was in Phoenix. Oh, it was in Phoenix. Wow, that's the Bucks then. Bucks have won it. Well done, Bucks. Bucks have won the finals. That's it. Guys, I know all about basketball. I think Phoenix won twice in Phoenix. Bucks won twice in Milwaukee. Now the Bucks have won in Phoenix. That's it. It's done. Well done. Bucks win. I didn't know that. Olympics will be messy. Would you rather watch SmackDown or UFC? Depends who's on. Isn't it? I'd say 99% of the time UFC. But it depends who's on. I do like the Roman story, but it can really go a bit rubbish in the middle. They're just showing us a few results from earlier. Bucks win. Oh, Bucks by 4 with 9 seconds left. It's not over. It's over. It's over, mate. It's over. You can't get 4 points in 9 seconds. It's over, mate. Bucks haven't won yet. They've won, mate. They've won. Days, the Olympics football starts on Wednesday. Yep, and we're doing it as well. It's not over yet, says Volve Nation. Yeah, it's done. It's over. Right, we're just seeing a little video package for Misha. Last time we saw her. Fighting is a part of me. The competitive nature has been lit inside of me again. Are they stalling the Tate fight for the end of the game? Not really, to be honest. I expected it to start at about past. So, No, I think each fight tends to get a half an hour window, and if there's a fight that ends early, then they just go to video packages, so... Suns only need 2 baskets in 9 seconds for overtime. Yeah, it's not happening. Bob says it's over. Now the game's over. Those girls have got to knock each other out. Bucks win, says the Bob. I have to be UFC lightweight champion and business mogul at the same time. Elon Musk, shout out to you. Did Jeremy Stevens lose? Yes. Bucks win 1-2-3 to 119. Tate versus Nunes. Do you think it will happen? It might happen. It might happen. It depends. I mean, she's good, man. Tate's good, but I don't know. We need to see what she looks like. We haven't seen her in 5 years, so we need to see what she looks like. But it could happen. She's coming back for that reason. The new BF lit a fire in her. Tate has drive, desire, and determination. She's also got a long video. I like that they're building this up, though. This feels like a flipping pay-per-view fight. This is a long, long build. It's a long, long build. There they are backstage. Misha, Cupcake, Tate. She comes in at minus 160 favourite. Misha is going to flip her over and pendulum her. All the Suns fans are crying right now. Listen, I felt that pain. I felt that pain. I had to watch England lose the Euros in the final. I felt it. I feel for them Suns fans. Mitchell said, please watch Suffering one time for me. It's awesome. Suffering, what is that? Is that a TV show or a film? Or Big Boy Dally says, Suns in 7. Shinjo said, when do the Olympics start? Wednesday for softball and football. Same on Thursday, and then Friday's the opening ceremony, and you get a lot of other sports as well, and then you get the weekend, and boom, we're off. Only 3 rounds, yes, because it's not for a title and it's not the main event. They have started to try 5 rounds for non-main event, non-title matches, but not this one. Tate learned from Rey Mysterio. There's going to be a 619 early in round 1. Brad G said the series is not yet over. It's over. It's over. They lost at their home. It's done. I would like to officially congratulate the Bucks on winning the NBA Finals, winning the championship. Shout out to all the players. Tony and Chesney and George. All of the players that have done so well to get that victory today. I swear, the breaks between the fights have been super long. Yeah, they have. They have been long. It's because there's only 10 fights on the card, which I don't mind. But if those fights end in the first round, we've had quite a bit of that tonight, then it means that there's quite a lot of filler. Mitchell said, autocorrect got me. I meant surfing. Oh, yeah, we'll probably try and check out as much as we can, yeah. I reckon there's a good chance we'll watch surfing at some point. Diaz versus Edwards 2. Could you see that fight happening? No. No, I think Edwards is moving on. Who have you got? Misha Tate. Big Boy Dally says, no, stop it. The Suns need to win 2 games to win it all. Still 2 games left. Yeah, but am I right in saying that if the Bucks win one of those 2 games, they win? I am right in saying that, aren't I? So, well done, Bucks! God, I'm just look, if you're a Suns fan, all I'm doing is I'm just helping you. I'm only helping. You might as well accept it now rather than living with hope. It's the hope that kills you. But Suns fans, honestly, as an England fan that had to suffer in the final, I'm helping you out here. I'm taking that hope away. It is absolutely the hope that kills you. You might not thank me for it right now, but you will after. Right. Miesha Tate is inside an octagon again. This is awesome. We've never done a watch-along for Miesha Tate. What has she got that's kind of like sticking out in her stomach? It looks like she's got like her belly button pierced and it's like sticking out a little bit. I don't know what that is. Right, anyway. I was a Suns fan back in the 90s, says Heather. I was a Suns fan when I thought they were going to win, and now I'm not. Nah, I'm joking. I'm a Raptors fan. I support the Raptors. Raptors for life, baby. I'm a Miesha Tate stan. That's what I am. She's loving it. Look, she's staring over, nodding. Yeah. She's ready to go. She's ready to go. Fighting out of Las Vegas, minus 160. Miesha Tate. There is a little crowd behind. Oh, I didn't even notice there's a little crowd there. I'm only just seeing them now. I knew that old woman was there, but I thought the old woman was like sat next to Dana or something. I didn't realise there was a little crowd. Right, here we go then, guys. Super pumped for this one. Right. Dave in real life, shout out to you. Why are you a stan of Miesha Tate? I just love legends. I got respect for legends. She's a legend. Do you know what I mean? I love the former champion. She was always cool. I always liked her. And it's great to see her back. Right. Here we go. Loving this. Loving this. Plug this straight into my veins. Okay, so Miesha's being a little bit cautious to start. She's wearing a white kind of like vest top over the top of her like blue top. Just want to get the fashion news out there first. Lovely striking. Lovely striking by Miesha Tate. She's really throwing with some bad intentions. I do like the strikes. Kick coming in there by Marion Reneau. Yeah, I like the striking at the moment. It's falling short, but it's very crisp. And that wasn't falling short. A couple of jabs right onto the chin there by Miesha Tate. Oh, lovely. Lovely right hand. Straight down the middle. Left hand as well. Getting down the middle of Reneau. I mean, don't forget, Miesha Tate is facing Marion Reneau. Reneau is ranked 12th. So, you know, this is a winnable fight for Tate. It'll get her into the rankings. There's a lot at stake here. Like, her comeback could be derailed straight away. Lovely. She's really throwing these shots in. I love she's really extending into them. We've not seen any kicks. We've not seen any groundwork at the moment. She seems to be quite happy to stand and strike and exchange. It's been very cautious, which you can understand. There's probably a little bit of ring rust. I mean, she's been away for 5 years. 5 years. Ugh, and that's what you've got to be careful of there. Marion Reneau with a big, like, overhand right. Crashes into Miesha Tate. Low kick coming in now as well. Yeah, I think Bisping said those leg kicks weren't around 5 years ago. This is something that Tate's going to have to deal with. I like her striking. It's just falling a little bit short, but she's throwing it with bad intention. She's looking for a takedown. She drives Reneau up against the side of the cage. So Misha controlling Reneau at the moment. She's got her up against the side of the cage. It's good work at the moment. They're exchanging knees. Knee to the body. Few strikes coming in. Again, knee to the body by Miesha Tate. If we look at the numbers, 8 significant strikes to 4. I like it at the moment. Knee coming back by Reneau. Foot stomps by Miesha Tate. She's been watching a little bit of Kamaru Usman. Another knee strike coming in. Into the clinch. The two break apart. Tate moving forward. Reneau looking to counter. To me, this is a Miesha Tate round. It's not fireworks, but it's just it's good to see her back in there, getting some shots. She's thrown a lot that's fallen short. I mean, she's thrown 34 and only landed 12. So she's only landing like 30%, 33% of her strikes. But, right on the chin by Miesha Tate. This is good. Turning the burner up now. Going for a takedown. She manages to get Reneau down. We got 50 seconds left in this round. And Reneau is down on her back. It's good work this so far by Miesha Tate. Few elbows, though, by Reneau. Reneau's not going down easily. Big strike looks getting straight in, straight on top. 25 seconds to go. And she's in half guard. Reneau is down on her back. Tate is on top. And a few strikes to the side of the body. Strike coming in from Reneau. Late takedown. I mean, I think she took this round anyway. She was winning the striking exchange. Now she's been able to get Reneau down and hold her there. I mean, she's managed to pick up like 1 minute 30 odd control time. Good. Considering she's been out of the octagon for so long, that is a really solid, really good first round against a ranked fighter. I mean, respect. Respect to Miesha Tate. I don't look at her as a problem at the moment. Certainly not a problem for Nunes. It's not worth having that conversation, to be honest, but good first round. Sonny said, you can do it, Tate. Love watching, says David. Okay, both are just getting back up off their stalls, and we're about to go to round number 2. So, Miesha and Mariam Reneau. Good first rounds. I don't know that Mariam Reneau is going to be too down. All right, nice kick. Live odds right now. Tate is minus 600. Reneau is plus 370. So right now it's looking very, very good for Miesha Tate. And Miesha Tate, again, throwing a lot. I feel like it's falling a touch short again. She's still got to work out her range. Lovely movement, though. Yep, looking very sharp. Everyone's saying Tate gets that first round. No surprises there. Charging forward. Nice left hand straight down the middle. Reneau back into the center as well. Both of these women on their feet. Almost a minute into this second round. Couple of left-hand jabs by Miesha Tate. Low kick there by Miesha as well. it's just fascinating. You're kind of just waiting for someone to pull the trigger. You're just waiting on someone to, like, really go for it. Because at the moment, there's a lot of movement. There's a lot of jabs. There's a lot of head movement. There's a lot of side movement from Miesha Tate as well. And she's managed to connect with Reneau. And now, here we go. There we go. Lunging in. Couple of left-hand jabs by Miesha Tate. She looked like she was looking for another takedown. Yeah, just upping her work rate a little bit. 1 minute 40. She's still looking good. She's not looking gassed. She's not like her cardio's failing her or anything like this. Like, Miesha Tate's still looking pretty good in there. We're coming up to the halfway point in this round and this fight. And at the moment, it's 25-12. She's managed to grab Reneau. She's looking for a takedown. She's desperately trying. She's got Reneau up in the air. Slams her down. It's a great takedown by Miesha Tate. Good takedown by Miesha Tate. And Reneau is down. With Miesha on top. So, takedowns, 2 out of 4 that have been attempted. Yeah, still very dangerous, this. Reneau, very good down on the ground. Go, Miesha. I love you, girl. You've got this. Those takedowns are key for Miesha in this fight, says Austin. 26-13. She's got to be careful because Reneau is very good on the ground. You know, Miesha could give up a Kimura here. I mean, it's certainly what Marion Reneau's going for. And Miesha's going to be in trouble if Marion can get it. But I like what Miesha's doing. She's working. She's got the arm tucked in. And with the other one, she's really striking away. She's managed to get that arm out. And strikes coming down. She's back up on her feet and she kicks out at Reneau. And again. Oof. I mean, there's some nasty up kicks coming from Marion Reneau. Again, Miesha just trying to go for the kill. She goes down. She's in half guard. She's throwing down some forearm strikes. Hammer fist to the side of the head. So she's working. I mean, she easily could have walked away and allowed Reneau to come up. But I do agree this is a good opportunity here for Miesha. 50 seconds left. A lot of blood coming out the face of Marion Reneau. It's coming out the nose by the looks of it. So those nasty forearms that are just smashing into the face of Reneau. Definitely doing some damage. It's a second round for Miesha Tate, this. It's going to be a second round. We got 20-odd seconds left to go. Yeah, I mean, 61 strikes to 31. She's managed to get 2 takedowns. 4 minutes control time. If I was Miesha Tate, I'd be tempted to, you know, not get too close at this stage. Don't want to get caught with something with only 10 seconds left in this round. She does go back in, though. Get past the defense of Reneau. That's the end of that. That second round went fast. Did. She's bleeding. She is. So far, she's winning. She is. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing here that Amanda Nunes is going to be watching thinking, oh, my God, we've got a problem. Like, it's nothing like that, but it's just great to have her back. It's great to have her back. I think she brings something to this division. She brings certainly experience and knowledge and... With this one last run, the Lioness would eat them both alive in the same night. Austin says 2-0 Tate. How many rounds? 3 rounds. Right, about to get underway with round number 3. After this, of course, got our main event. Islam Makhachev taking on Thiago Moises. Of course, Khabib is there in the corner of Makhachev. And I think just having Khabib around automatically makes this card bigger. Like, just the fact he's going to be there makes it a bigger deal. Nice. This is, it's turned into, like, Rocky and Creed. Like, Khabib was Rocky, and now he's working with Islam Makhachev and Makhachev's Creed. That's how this works. Okay, Tate coming out and driving Marion Reneau up against the side of the cage. So she's got her pinned up against the cage at the moment. It is great pressure, this, by Tate. Tate goes, oh, she needs to be careful. She's gone down. We know that Reneau is dangerous. Reneau is dangerous down on the ground. It'd be such a shame if Miesha Tate got caught now. I mean, Miesha Tate, her last 2 fights were losses. Be brilliant for her to get back into that win column. She's definitely winning this fight. But Reneau, you know, this is Reneau's final fight. She's not going to want to go out without a fight. Strikes coming in. Miesha Tate just unloading what she can. Smashing Marion Reneau in the face. Reneau gets her arm over to block those shots. Referee's having a look at this one. Referee's having a look at Miesha Tate. Unloading. I think the ref's going to stop it. He's having a real look now. Miesha Tate is... there's nothing. That's it. That is it. There's nothing that Marion Reneau... Nothing Marion Reneau could do. And a big scream by Miesha Tate. Miesha Tate wins by stoppage in round 3. Back into the win column. She looks good. She looks good. I mean, that was dominant. She looks good. Granted, it was only against Marion Reneau, but you've got to come back against... She's been away for 5 years. You want to talk about potential ring rust? I mean, absolutely she could have had it here, but she looked very good. She looked very good. Oh, I'm so pleased about that. I was so excited for that fight, and it didn't disappoint me. I think Tate looked absolutely dominant. Looking forward to hearing what she's got to say. Makhachev versus Moises. She is back. Look at that. Look at the chat, man. That's nice. That's nice. Confidence is costly, but I've paid my dues. You go, girl. Miesha, my lady, you are the champ. I mean, technically Amanda Nunes is the champ, but I get where you're coming from. Miesha looks like a fairy from Lord of the Rings. Isn't that the look that we're all going for, in all fairness? I kind of feel like she's, you know, she's just living the life that we all wish we could. Boom. She's back, just not top 10 worthy, says Ryan. Don't want to bet on Tate because the odds were low. Yeah. I mean, honestly... Seeing a legend come back and showing off their skills and showing that they can still do some stuff, I love it. I'm not interested in the title fight. I'm not sitting here going, oh, we need Nunes Tate. I'm not interested. Maybe I will be, but right now I'm not interested. I like that a legend has come back and has put on a really good performance like that. I like it. And I'm looking forward to hearing what she's got to say. We'll get the official decision, and then I think Felder will have a word with Tate. She is absolutely Look at the smile on her face. She is buzzing. I wonder if they'll speak to Marion Reneau, considering she's retiring. Misha, Cupcake, Tate. I'm back. I'm back. Where is he? I'm so happy. It's been a lot of hard work. I'm here. I'm back. Yeah, she looked great. She says, my conditioning is next level. 4 wins by knockout, 7 by submission. I'm not here for a fight. I'm here for a belt. She says she's just focused on this, but I'm not here for a fight. I'm here for a belt. Days, I'm 1 win with Makhachev away from winning my ACA for 329. Mates, I think you're looking good for that. I fancy Makhachev in this one. They are talking to Marion Reneau. Yeah. She calls her the Phenom. Oh, look, Marion Reneau, look, places the gloves down. That's nice. That's respectful in it to the sport. Fair play. She's a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. She leaves with a record of 9, 8, and 1. You're a warrior. That's nice. That's nice. Well done, Marion Reneau. I really like the fact that they spoke to Marion Reneau. And it was lovely seeing her put the gloves down. Misha Tate looks good. I like it. Okay, main event. So, Islam Makhachev has got wins via knockout and submission. Works at a constant pace and pressure. He is a combat sambo world champion. That's pretty serious. I think, isn't combat sambo like a martial arts that was developed by the Russian army as like hand-to-hand fighting when needed? So, combat sambo is serious stuff. Is improved on his striking. He's got great shot selection, good takedown ability, strong inside the clinch. Habib promised his father that he would help Makhachev reach the level that Habib reached. Obviously, it's going to be hard to reach that level, but he's certainly going to help him and work with him and, you know, do whatever he can to get him as high up as possible. He said that at this point, he should be top 3, not top 9. They're really looking at moving now. They're looking to move with Makhachev. His record is 19-1. Yeah, they're looking to go. So I'm really, really interested in this fight. This is a big main event. There's a lot of people that think Makhachev is a future champ, the next big thing. Thiago Moises is no pushover. He's got great jiu-jitsu. He's got 3 first-round finishes. He's got a high-level black belt. He's dynamic in his kicking. He's improved his wrestling. He's got excellent grappling. Good counter strikes, hard hooks, crosses, powerful calf kicks. He's got loads. I mean, like, Thiago Moises is a really good fighter. It's just Makhachev might be the future champion. So, big fight. Looking forward to it. This is number 9 versus number 14 in the lightweight division. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. We'll have the video package. And then we will go to the main event. Christina Aguilera is in LA. She must be doing a show at Planet Hollywood. Yudong started fighting when he was 15, says Shinjo. Go for gold, Misha, says Susan. I don't think Makhachev is all that, says Trent. Interesting. I've got Islam all day, baby, says Thomas the Great. Right, well, we're going to that video package right now. It's been a good night. It's been a lot of finishes. Quite a few first-round finishes as well. I think tonight has been a really fun little card. I think some of the fights, you know, maybe could have done with... look, I think that Billy Q fight is fight of the night. But great performance from Misha Tate. And, yeah, some good early finishes. I mean, Gamrot with, like, was it a minute or something that he got a finish? So it's been an interesting night. And main event, can Makhachev carry on? Will the hype train keep rolling? Because there definitely is hype train going here. Come on, Islam. Islam is going to finish him in the second or early third. Islam, I hope, wins, but Thiago Moises is no slouch. Khabib said he will not fight again, and he is waiting for a pro contract to play soccer. I haven't heard that. Bit late in the day, innit? I can't remember how old Khabib is, but I think, is he like 30 or something? Well, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe some club would sign him. But let's go. Makhachev says legend killer. Islam round 1 right hook. Isaac said, I'm just tuning in now. Is it time for the main event? It is time for the main event. Main event coming up now. It is main event time. Big main event. Tonight's had a really good feel to it. Really enjoyed it. If you've enjoyed it, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We are here every single week. Right, here we go. Khabib said he won't play for a team. He's too old and inexperienced. So what's he doing? He wants to be a professional footballer that doesn't play for a team. That's a challenge. I'm not going to lie. Right, here's Thiago Moises making his way down. Big Boy Dally said, I have never been up this late. Best fan of Khabib. Are you that old lady? Best fan of Khabib? Because there's an old lady there that actually waited outside with a sign. And she got to go into and watch the show. Here's Thiago Moises. Says, this isn't even a fight for Islam. Just saw Islam get floored in his only loss. It was a great punch. JBC, we can't, unfortunately. We would get taken down. Islam by flying triangle choke. Joseph says, straight after 2 women beat the beep out of each other. Right, here we go. Thiago Moises making his way in. Tonight's had a really good feel, says Joseph. Yeah, I agree. 3-fight win streak for Thiago Moises. 5th highest submission attempt average amongst active UFC lightweights. Quite the mouthful. Islam is going to win by prayer. Why is the low blows on 1? Because we've had 1 low blow tonight. Islam is a future champ, says EJ. The Lioness would take back home the belt and her head. Yeah, I don't think Miesha Tate's beating Amanda Nunes. Lot of power from Thiago Moises, and he is inside the octagon. We're just waiting now for Islam Makhachev to make his way down. Khabib says that he could beat Poirier and Oliveira right now. So he needs to win and also look good. Khabib's putting pressure, extra unnecessary pressure on Islam Makhachev. People are getting a bit excited here. Saw a few people get up to their feet. Islam first round. Islam Makhachev can beat him for sure. Right, there he is, and there's Khabib behind. Born in Dagestan, Russia. Do all the boys that get born in Dagestan get given to, like, the Nurmagomedovs or something? So many fighters coming out of Dagestan. No face masks as well, by the way. So we can see Khabib. Look at the crowd all waving at Khabib. He's such a massive star, isn't he? Just the fact he's there in someone's corner just drives up the interest in this fight. I wonder if Khabib went for like lunch with Dana. They're saying that Islam is better on the feet than Khabib. Khabib still looks in great shape though, doesn't he? I mean, he's clearly still training hard. Clearly still looking after himself. Islam Makhachev versus Mrs. Makhachev. Thiago might get this done, says TaylorMade. Maybe it's just everyone from Dagestan are born natural killers, says Darren. Well, there is always that. Yes, you could be right. Right, here he is inside. Right, we're about to get underway with our main event of the evening. Felder says, let's see how he handles the pressure. And there's no denying there's definite pressure here. If he wins this, it's just big names after this. It's just big names. Makhachev 29, Thiago Moises 26. Makhachev coming in minus 700 favourite. I can't remember another main event of a fight night or any card where there's been like a minus 700 favourite. They're a totally different breed of human. Short, stocky. They're forged from stone. That was Joe Rogan, probably. What are the odds on an upset? Not great. Not great. I'm certainly not looking at this as a potential upset. He's a good fighter, Thiago Moises. I mean, he's definitely got skills. I just think we're looking at the next. We're looking at a future champ. He's going for it, Bruce Buffer, isn't he? He's going for it. It's time. 5 rounds. Moises is going to KO Islam. Right, Makhachev gets his intro. We're about to get underway with our main event of the evening. Right, here we go, here we go, here we go. Both guys have had their intros, and we're about to get underway. All comes down to this. I don't think this is going the distance. It can go 5 rounds if needed. Okay, and we are up and running. So, Makhachev in black, Moises in white. Okay, so Makhachev likes to put pressure on and move forwards. He's taken the centre ground, and Moises in white on the outside. High kick coming in there by Makhachev. Low kick misses by Moises. He's just really solid, isn't he, Makhachev? And he's bigger as well. You can see in size he's taller. I didn't see what the reach was, but I would think he's got a reach advantage. He's got Moises backed up against the cage. We're not seeing loads of stuff being thrown. There's lots of feints. Lots of feints at the moment. Salma, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support, buddy. Low kick coming in by Makhachev. Couple of jabs coming in, and tries to throw a right hand. Yeah, there's a lot of pouring. A lot of pouring. Just trying to get distance, and lots of feints, trying to see how the other person's going to react. But we're not seeing a lot of shots actually connecting. Nice kick to the body, though, by Moises. Nice heavy kick there by Makhachev as well. And Moises charging forward. Couple of strikes. Again, they're just pouring, constantly trying to throw something into the clinch. It's got like a frantic energy to it. They're always doing something. Like, there's always stuff going. They're not just, like, standing there. There's a lot of, like, you know, feints and checking reactions and pouring, and there's lots of stuff like that. Right now, Moises has grabbed Makhachev, and he's got him up against the cage. So this is it's good for Moises at the moment. I don't think Makhachev's going to be too worried. And he actually breaks out. Again, they go back to pouring. Nice kick to the body there by Moises. Nice kick to the body by Makhachev. Nice left hand straight down the middle by Makhachev. Straight through the defense of Moises. Moises had his hands up. Makhachev found a way straight through the centre. He's got him backed up now. Knees coming in into the clinch. He's quite dangerous in the clinch. Nice knee to the body again by Makhachev. Makhachev up against the side of the cage. Moises all right, though. Trying to grab a leg. Moises getting a little bit of control here. It's very close. I feel that Makhachev is edging it for me. He's leading when you look at total strikes, significant strikes. He's a little behind when it comes to control time, but there's not much in it. I mean, technically he's being controlled right now, but he's the one that's getting some knees off, look. So he's doing some good work. He's staying active. Yeah, there's about a minute to go. Right, nice takedown. Good takedown by Makhachev. That's a big moment there. So Moises is on his back. Makhachev on top. Days, did you hear about Jay? What I did, but yeah. Strikes coming into the side of the body by Makhachev. Yeah, he's taking this. I felt like he was edging this round anyway, but that takedown and this control time right now is definitely taking this round. It's really good work by him. Really good work. It's really impressive stuff from Makhachev right now. Just going about his work, really. We're in the middle of the octagon. He's on top. We've got 10 seconds to go. A few elbows coming in by Moises. And that's the end of that round. Let me know your thoughts. I've definitely got Makhachev for that. Definitely got Makhachev. I think it's not spectacular stuff. It's not like pulse racing. He's just going out there destroying him, but he's just solid. He's going about his work in a very solid manner, and I think he's looking pretty good. I think this will be round 3, says Esteban. Islam has got to end him, says CCSYT. Makhachev 1-0, says Austin. Islam 1-0, says Gokul. 5 minutes over already. Yeah, first round done. Makhachev is very disciplined. Yeah. Right. Okay, we're underway. Round number 2. Okay, let's see what he can do in this round, because I think that first round was laying the foundation. That first round was downloading a lot of information. There was a lot of feints. And when you feint, like you look to see how your opponent reacts, because then you can find the openings. He did a lot of that in the first round. He should have a lot of information right now. There's still a lot of pouring going on. There's still that kind of frantic movement. I'd like to see Makhachev just turn the screw. Just go to, a different level now. Because he's got it in him. Nice strikes there by Moises, though. Moises coming forward, getting a few shots off. That was nice. That was good by Moises. Low kick coming in by Moises. Nice straight left. Kick to the body as well by Moises. Bit of blood coming down. It looks like it's coming from his eye. It must be a cut around his eye, Moises. Makhachev has grabbed him, driven him back against the cage. So if you are just joining us, Makhachev 1-0 up round-wise, we believe. Second round, we're a minute into this, and he's got Moises pinned up against the cage. Little bit of an even affair up until this point, but, knees coming into the body by Makhachev. Another knee into the body. Did anything surprise you in round 1? Not really. Not really. I think it kind of went the way that I thought it would go. I think what surprised me in this round, I'm more surprised in this round that Makhachev is getting taken down. Moises managing to pick up and take down Makhachev, and he's managed to get round the back. So I was looking in this round for Makhachev to build on his dominance in the first. And, we haven't quite seen that yet. We're almost halfway through this round. I'd say it's 50-50. Big takedown for Moises. So, Moises definitely getting opportunities here. Makhachev, though, has got himself into a great position. He's managed to get round the back of Moises. This is a really good position. This is the kind of position that Khabib loves being in. This is the kind of position that Khabib can do real damage in. And it'll be interesting to see if Makhachev can do that damage as well. Bisping said he needs to stay calm, Moises, not panic. You do not want Khabib or Makhachev or anyone like that being round the back of you, their arms round your throat. I mean, yeah, there's a few things that he can do here. That's the first time Islam has been taken down, says Jason. Is that really the first time? I mean, I wasn't expecting it. I really wasn't expecting it. He dealt with it well. I mean, you know, he went down. He managed to get up and out of that position very quick. And, you know, he's managed to be around the back of Moises for quite a while now. He's not doing it. I'd like to see some more strikes. I don't think he's asking enough questions. Yeah, here we go. Some nice strikes coming in. I'd like to see a bit more of that. I'd like to see Makhachev work in the body, even if it's just like to the body. I'd like to see something. I'd like to see some progress being made. Right now, like, Moises is kind of curled over and Makhachev's around the back. And it's doing a few bits, but not enough for me. Bisping says, Moises can't make any rash decisions. You've just got to defend this position. Oh, he rolled. He rolled, and that's not good. Makhachev right now, 30 seconds to go. This is a great position. Looking for that rear naked. It's a great position, this, for Makhachev, but there might not be enough time. Moises is in trouble. He's trying to defend it. He's got 20 seconds to survive. The body locks in. This is Makhachev's bread and butter right here. This is absolutely his bread and butter. Yeah, now he's got full mount. Full mount. He's looking for an armbar. Couldn't get it. If he had another 30 seconds, I reckon he would have got him. Another 30 seconds, and I think he'd just got into full mount. He was looking for an armbar. Just wasn't enough time. Makhachev takes that round. In a UFC octagon, it was the first time he was taken down. Islam's first round highlight, a real knockout. He needs a big finish. CCSYT said, I've got a bad feeling that I'm going to lose money. I've got Islam winning by technical knockout, submission, or DQ. He's done a few bits. Big R, I agree. Shout out to you. Austin says 2-0. Yeah, no, I think this is a really interesting fight. It's a really interesting fight. I like it. But there's a lot of excitement. I think it always helps when there's a lot of excitement around a fighter, and there is a lot of excitement around Makhachev. We've spoke about him a few times. Obviously, Khabib has spoke about him a lot. That second round ended all right for Makhachev, but by the time we got halfway through, I kind of felt that it was still in the balance. I'd really like to see Makhachev go up a gear. I don't think he went up a gear from round 1 to round 2. Granted, it's a 5-round fight, so you've got to pace yourself. Yeah, I mean, this fight is slowly being taken away from Moises. That is also true. Makhachev doesn't have to take risks. Moises does now. Makhachev told an interview that he's going to submit him in the 3rd round, says Afroz Alam. Shout out to you, but I didn't hear that. Well, we're in that round. Let's see if he can do it. High kick coming in by Moises. I certainly don't doubt it. Ooh, that was a lovely counter right. Lovely counter right by Makhachev. Moises, I feel sorry for Moises. It's hard to know how you beat Makhachev. I mean, look at him. Put yourself in Moises' situation right now. What do you do? Yeah. Few strikes coming in now. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it looks one-way traffic. So, Makhachev unloaded then on Moises. Moises got battered. As he went down, he grabbed Makhachev and he was able to drive him against the cage. He kind of grabbed him as a way to stop the strikes. It was just a shame that Makhachev couldn't do a bit more damage whilst he had him in that, had him backed up against the cage. Moises did really well to get out of that situation, but he did eat some shots at the same time. Makhachev up against the cage, then Moises leaning onto him. We're 2 minutes gone in this third round. Lovely trip. Nice trip by Makhachev, but couldn't quite get it. You can see Khabib shouting some stuff on the outside. Knee coming into the body there by Makhachev. Moises has got to just swing for the fences. I think Makhachev would be too prepared for that, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's his only path. It's just like the paths to victory are narrowing for Moises. I mean, we are getting to a point where it's like he is going to just have to swing and hope he hits him with something. But in all fairness, that's going to be my strategy if I go in there with Makhachev. So you would expect maybe a bit more from Moises than that strategy. This is why it's been such an impressive performance by Makhachev. He's just kind of like slowly broken Moises down. Again, look, on the feet. He's got there's blood coming down the face of Moises. Makhachev's got him pinned up against the cage. Big knees coming in now by Makhachev. Big knees coming in. Strike-wise, there's been 100 strikes from Makhachev. 100 to 18. 100 to 18. Granted, only 28 of them from Makhachev have been significant. But still, he's round the back once more. I can't see him getting that submission now, but he has managed to get him down. He is on the back of him. He is trying here. He is going for that rear naked. And he's got a minute. I mean, look, out of nowhere, he's managed to get him down. Little scramble going on. He's got to be careful about not giving up the heel hook. Moises looking for a heel hook at the moment. 38, 37. Right, few strikes. This is all right by Moises. He's doing a good job here. He's asking some questions of Makhachev. Yeah, there's a heel hook applied. Moises has got a heel hook applied to Makhachev. He's not in too much bother. Ugh, he's really twisting the foot, though. Oh, that's nasty. Yeah, it looks like he's twisting the knee, twisting the ankle. That's the end. He really caught him with something there, Moises. He really gave him something to think about. Wow. Islam is mauling Moises. He's definitely winning, and I think he might even have took that round as well. But maybe a little bit of concern right at the end as that heel hook was being applied by Moises. That's how he got Michael Johnson, says Jassam. Great knowledge, great fight, great card. Love tonight. It's been good. Great seeing Miesha Tate. Loving this. I didn't think this was going to go 5 rounds. I really didn't think this was going to go 5 rounds. Retribution said, imagine if he had Hasbulla in his corner. Oh my God, he'd be the most over person in the world. They definitely should get Hasbulla in the corner. They need to do that when he's like in front of a big crowd. They need to get Hasbulla. Right. Hasbulla as like a mini-me. That'd be fantastic. So, 32 significant strikes to 11. I think it's probably 3 rounds. It might be 2-1, but I think it's 3. But Sparks got it 3-0 to Islam. Islam is now minus 600. He just can't finish this guy. Did Miesha win, says Adnan. She did, yeah. She did. She looked good as well. Got a finish in the third. Oh, slams down. Look, he had Moises. Slammed him down. Proper professional wrestling stuff. Great work there by Makhachev. Yeah, slams him down, and he's on top of him right now. We got 4 minutes to go. Strikes coming into the side of the head. This is excellent work by Makhachev. 3 takedowns out of 6. That's 50% success rate. I feel that Makhachev is just really comfortably better than Moises. Like, really comfortably better. Moises is ranked 14th. I feel that Makhachev is showing that he is absolutely a top 10 fighter and potentially top 5. And I think whoever he gets next is going to be absolutely fascinating. The next fight for Makhachev is going to be absolutely fascinating because it's got to be a name and it's got to be in front of a crowd. Crowd I'd love to see Khabib, actually. Right. Yeah, it's all one-way traffic at the moment. Makhachev is on the back of Moises. Moises is kneeling over by the side of the cage. Ground strikes, 58-4 for Makhachev. Strikes coming in. We've got 2 minutes 50 odd. Yeah, it's got a lot of control. Maybe it'll be Dan Hooker. That wouldn't be a bad shout. A few people saying maybe Ferguson, maybe Hooker. I think we're looking at those kinds of names. Because I think it's going to be Chandler and Gaethje, isn't it? So it won't be any of them. And, oh, he's got him! Rear naked and he gets him! Makhachev gets him! Makhachev with a rear naked choke. Yeah, he was all over him. All over him. Comfortably better than Moises. I tell you, that's difficult if you're Thiago Moises. If you're Thiago Moises, you've just got dominated and finished. And I think you know where you need, like, you've fallen short. You've fallen short. That wasn't even close. You can't run it back or anything like that. He's dominated him and he's beaten him and he's lost. Moises looks like a lobster in that picture. Yeah, well done, Retribution. Well done. Looking forward to hearing what they've got to say after. I'll be very interested to hear what Makhachev has got to say. But there we go, round 4. And it's a win for Islam Makhachev. Gets the job done. And he moves on to bigger things. The 2 fighters that I was hoping would win tonight have won. Makhachev has beaten Moises. And Miesha Tate has beaten... Cupcake. Miesha Tate has beaten Marion Reneau. Islam has said multiple times he wants RDA. Do you think that would be next? RDA would make a lot of sense. It would make a lot of sense. We need Islam versus RDA now. Makes a lot of sense. He's ranked... RDA is ranked... I don't know what number he is, but he's ranked higher. They should make Islam versus RDA. Well, hopefully he calls him out. Hopefully he calls him out. Meant to face RDA last year, pulled out. Right. Who wins? Is it Islam by TKO or submission? It was submission. He made him tap. So he beats him by sub. Excellent. And you can see Khabib applauding in the background. He said, it's my first 4th round. Good experience. He's on an 8-fight win streak. He's 20-1. He's now 20 wins and only 1 defeat. Did you think you could finish him on the feet? Islam said, I felt very comfortable with my striking. Bilal Muhammad says, welcome to the Islam era. Alan Jaban said, that finish has just made a statement. Shabazian said, beautiful performance. Yeah, they're just going to show the finish. Islam will retire Tony Ferguson. Maybe. Maybe. Why are all the guys running? Why does no one want to take the fight? If I was Islam Makhachev, I'd be like, I've got a question. Why are all these guys running away? Why does no one want to fight me? And then I'd turn around and go, even this one here retired. Even this one. Do you remember him? RDA has been called out. RDA. The chat called it. The chat called it. RDA has been called. That would be great. I'd love to see that. Him against RDA. Islam Makhachev versus RDA. In front of fans. Khabib there. Let's get Hasbulla over. Sign me up for that. Are you streaming Money in the Bank? Yes. Just some said, I told you. You did. You did. Dos Anjos. Yep, Raphael. Tony is washed up. RDA retirement is upon us. Yes. I think I'd take Islam in that match. Definitely. I really enjoyed that. The show's come to an end. I really enjoyed that. I thought... I always like it when it's not 14 fights. There's been a few cards recently that have been like 13, 14 fights. It always feels so rushed. It's so strange that when like they do a card like of 10 fights, we get loads of first round finishes. So not only was there less fights, but the ones we got, a lot were finishing early. So there was a bit of sitting around this week. That's the only problem when you don't have as many fights. You can run that risk. But I really enjoyed it. I think there were some excellent performances. Really impressed by, I mean, like Gamrot and his finish was brilliant. Misha Tate, welcome back. Makhachev looking so dominant. Calling out RDA. Always great to see Khabib around. There's some good stuff tonight. It was a good night. Really, really enjoyed UFC. And looks like a really good card next week as well. Really good card next week. Scout ZTHDE, shout out to you, my friend. Scout says, I'm rooting Islam, but don't sleep on Moises. He's got awesome submissions. Well, he's lost. Makhachev has beaten Moises, so you can root for whoever you want, but we know that Makhachev wins that fight. So with that bombshell, I am going to bid you all good night. We are back tomorrow for Money in the Bank, of course. But for all of our UFC friends, we are back next week for UFC. The Dillashaw. Dillashaw's back. Dillashaw against Sanhagen. It's going to be awesome. What a main event that's going to be. So another great card coming up next week. Not sure what it's all going to look like, because I think the Olympics are on at the same time. So it's all going to be a bit messy. But we are 100% here for UFC. We are 100% here for UFC. So, I don't know, the thumbnail might say Olympics or something, or I might have to change it, or I might have to give it some thought, and I don't know. Because we'll be doing Olympics at the same time. So, it's going to be messy. It's going to be that way for the next couple of weeks. But I love UFC. We are definitely here next week. Definitely. Awesome, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. Really appreciate the support. Have a great weekend wherever you are. And hopefully, I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.